The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly
Oh my
advised.
God, who the hell
The views and
cares?
opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Hey, Freak Show! You're going nowhere! I got you for 3 minutes! 3 minutes of free time!
Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Along with Paranorman Tag, I am your host, Mike, and today we have several articles that we are going to talk about. Of course, one of them being about the death of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. We will also take a look at an article from Fandom Pulse that says Doom the Dark Ages fails to achieve even half the peak concurrent players of Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Okay, I gotta find that clip because it's worth putting that clip in. No, George.
We will also talk about an article from Geek Tyrant where it says Mel Gibson and Lionsgate team up for Resurrection of Christ, the sequel to The Passion of the Christ. And we also have an article from Deadline, and this is concerning to anyone who is a Cox Communications or Charter Communications subscriber, whether it be phone, internet, TV, or all the above. And those two companies have reached a deal.
Mike,
but
he
it's
said
still
Cox.
I did. But of course, the deal still first has to meet approval. And we will also talk about an article from the Hollywood Reporter about the passing of Joe Don Baker, rugged star of Walking Tall. And our main event article of today's show will be from Cosmic Book News. I wanted to call them Comic Book News, but I know that's not right. And I think Bear's going to be right back. And of course, we will also take a look at this weekend's box office, but I hope everyone is doing well. I appreciate all the members who were able to make it last night for a member stream. It was a lot of fun. And I also want to say hello to Tim. How you doing, Tim? Good to see you, brother. I hope your Sunday is going well.
There are some who call me Tim.
And I also want to say hello to Shane, also known as You're Wrong. You hear that, Baron? We're wrong. Shane's right. We're wrong. And I think Baron's having some internet issues. So hopefully his internet will stop causing trouble and we can continue on our back and forth with today's show as far as these articles are concerned. But I'm going to go ahead and say hello to a good friend, Pop Culture Mechanic. Good to see you, Pop. Hope your Sunday is going well. Hope your weekend's been well, brother. And I hope you're doing well overall. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get into this first article here. And let me just make sure I have everything ready because sometimes EV Mux will flip things around, and it makes it hard to find it. And unfortunately, unlike StreamYard, you can't put things in order, but we've got it here.
Back!
Yeah, you're back? You sure you're back?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm here. Present.
I could have sworn I heard this sound when you disappeared. You were beamed away somewhere.
That was the fastest anal probe I got from those aliens, I tell you.
Yeah, and this is you after they beamed you back.
Ah!
For the Emperor!
Ooh, you really went all out, man. Wow. I love it.
Hey, I've been slowly trying to get the soundboard to work the way I want it to work, and I know I've been taking a long time to get it set up, but I want to make sure everything's just right.
Just right, exactly. I mean, it definitely. Oh, doggone, you stupid thing. You stupid thing. I thought I did that, and I thought I did that, and that way,
Space Marines attack!
There we go.
Yeah. Eventually I will be playing the first Space Marine game here on the channel.
And just like I'll be doing eventually here, very quickly, Bolt Gun this. Well, it's a sequel. It's a sequel. It really is.
And Shane even says the aliens have hit Baron with a freeze ray to stop the truth.
That they did because the chemicals in the water, they're turning the freaking Gorn gay.
So let me make sure I get everything posted. And I want to say hello to Captain Spartan over on the Rumble side. Good to see you.
Welcome on board, Captain.
And the captain says, Superman meets Voltron? Well, we'll get into that story as our main event story, as I like to call it.
The main event. And then you know what? That's why when that comes to it, the main event, we do this. Because I tell you, brother, it's going to go down. Better not.
It's gonna go down, all right, Baron. It really is gonna go down.
All by myself. No pukesters helping me to the left, and no pukesters helping me to the right. Didn't need them then, don't need them now.
Oh, you're talking about Space Marines. Okay. No, wait a moment. You're talking about Star Trek Online. When I needed that one until you can help me.
Yeah. That time where we were playing with Spock. We've mentioned this before, but we were playing with Spock and Cash, and you were letting us know in the Discord, "Hey guys, I'm in trouble. I need help." Well, out of the three of us that were there in the Badlands dealing with the Cardassians, I beamed up back to my ship to help.
Well, I wasn't doing the DM. I was screaming on the air, guys, where that are you?
And the two of them ignored Starfleet protocol. They were receiving a distress signal and they weren't responding.
Never play Star Trek Online with a stoned Vulcan. That's what I learned. Never. And a guy that goes, "You goobers." The chin in the ears.
And Shane says calling this flop slop of entertainment a franchise is very polite. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I went in with low expectations for Rebel Moon Part 1. And because of those low expectations, I actually enjoyed it. Part 2, it took too long to get going, and by the time it got going, it was like, who cares?
Well, I mean, I'll save some of my analyzing after analyzing. No, the probes thing is still affecting me. I'm sorry. Analyzing it till later here. Just keep
All
those
right.
grays away.
So this
Why can't
article's
I get the
by
Nordics, especially the second Nordic ones abducting me? Oh, back to you, Mike. Sorry.
this article is by Matt McGloin, and before I start the article, I do want to say happy Sunday to Lady Mist.
Oh,
Good to
hi.
see you.
Happy Sunday fun day to her. Yes.
So it says, in what should come as no surprise, the writer of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon confirms the movies are dead at Netflix, and there will be no more sequels. Sorry, Jace. And the reason why I say that because I've known Jace was a big fan of the Rebel
Mm-hmm.
Moon movies. He liked them.
Right. Mm-hmm. He wants
Snyder,
them above Star Wars.
mhm. Snyder released Rebel Moon in two formats, similar to some of his previous movies, such as Batman vs Superman and Justice League, shortened PG-13 version wanted by Netflix, and then his intended rated R director's cut version. However, they mega bombed. They didn't just bomb; they mega bombed, according to Matt McGloin.
I thought the first one did pretty good.
I
I
thought
mean,
so
it didn't
too.
have yeah, it didn't have exactly that high expectation, but it still did better. And then, of course, two I think was the one that didn't really do so hot.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'll save my analyzing later.
It says Rebel Moon is dead. Following the release of the first PG-13 Rebel Moon, the critic and fan response wasn't good. 22% Rotten Tomatoes score from critics, 56% from fans. Of course, that led to a huge drop in viewership for Rebel Moon Part 2, as well as the director cut versions. So that means Rebel Moon is dead at Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Rebel Moon writer Kurt Johnstad recently appeared on the 1 Minute Men podcast, revealing it will take a miracle for movies, effectively confirming it's dead. We outlined movies 3, 4, 5, and 6, very detailed outlines, and Zach has literally plotted out the whole world. We know where we can go. We've written detailed outlines. The second movie was to find the princess, and the third movie is to make sure that the princess is where she should be, sitting on the throne and properly ruling over the mother world. With some luck and an act of God, we'll get to go back to that world.
Mm-hmm.
It says, what's next for Zack Snyder? Zack Snyder and Kurt Johnstad have now taken an opposite approach to their next project, as instead of a big cosmic scale space opera, they've been grounded with an LAPD police series in development at Netflix.
Hmm.
Snyder is also stepping into the octagon and directing Brawler, a film about a mixed martial artist who gets his big shot at the UFC championship, but is riddled with inner demons. And I'm sure
I
there's
do.
a lot of slow motion in that movie too.
Well, I was just going to sit back and say they're working on that police one. So is there going to be a lot of slow motion of handcuffs being put on people? That'd
So
be cool.
good possibility because that's a trope of Zack Snyder films, the slow motion. And like I said, that was one of my problems with Rebel Moon Part 2, was
Mm-hmm.
the slow motion that was in it. Like, it's taken away from the scene. Zach was also spotted with James Gunn. Oh man, that's not a good combo. But that doesn't seem to be about anything new from DC. It is said Gunn has a Snyder Cut joke in his Superman movie. Uh
Oh,
huh.
great. Yeah, good job there, Gunny. I'm sure it's a joke, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
More like a slap. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. But that's it for this article about Rebel Moon. Well,
Mm-hmm.
it's dead, Jim. It's dead. I know it's completely different
Yeah.
franchises, but it's dead,
Mm-hmm.
Jim.
Well, yeah, but I think the important thing is it's dead for Netflix. which means it might not be completely totally out of contention for someone might want to pick it up. If they do, though, I'm sure it's going to be a lot less of a budget, which in many ways I'm kind of for because it makes you work more creative.
Hmm.
And that's kind of the problem. When you get too much money thrown at these people to do films, these people, um, they tend to just go absolutely nuts and crazy and do silly things. The big problem I think with the Rebel Moon is this: okay, we're going to release the cut down version, then we're going to have the Schneider version later. No, you should have released them all the way that Schneider wanted. None of this. Okay, we
Hmm.
got this one and that one because.
No
Uh,
PG-13 cut
mhm.
for the first two, and then the Snyder cut. You should have released it as the Snyder cut to begin with, like you're saying.
Yeah, I think about it because, as Jace was saying, I have not seen it yet. I do intend to want see it, but I don't have Netflix at this time. See the second part, but I want to see the first part in the full Schneider cut, and take my points off of that. I think that is the big thing that hurt this. They got to quit. Zach's got to quit doing this garbage. I know it worked with the Justice League, and that was primarily on the momentum that people thought that we're being shorted here. We're being screwed over, which they were. A lot of people like the Schneider cut much better, but again, it's very long, what 4 hours. Maybe it should have been broken into two films, Justice One, Justice Two, and if that was the case, hey, now you got two films. Do it like Superman 1 and 2. Boom, there you go.
Hmm.
But of course, people were not happy with how Josh Whedon, got in there and decided to metrosexualize his way through that film, uh, apologizing for all his sins. Um, the big thing is they should have done. Now it's still ripe. There's still a possibility. You got all these scripts. I think there is a life if it goes somewhere else. Someone thinking, "Hey, why don't we pick this up and we can grab it and we can try to salvage and make our own new IP over that can take over." But we got to have a
Hmm.
talk. We got to have a talk with Schneider and say, "Listen, you're not going to get the budget. Uh, you got to run a tighter ship and hold back on all the slow motion. If there's nothing wrong with slow motion now and then, but it's like Jar Jar Abrams going bonkers with all the lens flares, especially with the first Star Trek film, when that's all you had on the freaking bridge was lens flares. Like, oh god, Migraine City. Okay, turn the channel. Turn the channel. I ain't watching this crap. I mean, I realize everybody's got that little signature, but when you have the signature so blatant and overused, it it loses its meaning. It's
Hmm.
that little touch where you know, oh, this is
And
this person's film.
that was one of the major problems, especially what I noticed in part two, is the
Hmm.
use of slow motion. Like I said, it took you out of scenes.
Hmm.
And it was already bad enough that part two took a long time to actually get to its buildup.
Right. Which
There,
again,
I understand there's that that simmer time where you
hmm
let it simmer, but this one
yeah,
simmered way too long.
yeah. I'm a big fan of simmering, because a lot of the times that can give you a lot of the backstory, a lot of the universe building. But you're having that build up. It's building. But when you string it out too long, it's like, okay, I'm bored. Turn the channel. Especially when you have what, a 3-4 hour film.
Hmm.
You,
And
you can't do that.
I'll be honest, I was bored when I was watching part two. So
Hmm.
come on, let's get it going. Come on.
Hmm. Now, as it goes,
Is the engine stalling? Because it sure seems like the engine in this movie is stalling.
Now, again, I'm not criticizing anything for the other films because I have not seen. I've seen the first one. I liked the first one. I thought it was very good. I thought it was a very solid start. Even that PG-13 shorter version that they had, it's like, oh, this is a good start to an IP, to a lore, to a new universe for us to explore.
Hmm.
I just heard what a lot of people were saying, such as yourself. The second part was ramping up, but then of course Chase, who I do put a lot of faith in what he says, and he's saying that, well, no, you have to watch the actual Schneider cut. He does
Hmm.
use less in there. It doesn't have that slow build up like the other one. It's a lot better. So, but I don't want to see the long one before seeing the long one of the first part. because I think it'll really throw you out completely. But that is a lot of time. I mean, literally, that's your butt numbathon right there. It's like, oh boy, we're going to be sitting here for a
Well,
while.
and that was my problem with Snyder cut of the Justice League. How long it was. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I can't sit for 4 hours watching a movie, even when I'm doing a game stream or
Mhm.
even doing pop talk. I have to get up at some point.
Mhm. I don't know. I seen you in 6 hours, man. 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. Just like,
Yeah,
you
but
got to
even
pop
during
up.
the
Got to be right back.
yeah, I mean, I don't pop it up. I just let everybody know I'll be right back because I have to get up and I have to stretch my legs.
You need one of those. I'll send you one of mine.
I've got one with the slobs themes that you're able to download with the premium. I just
Oh,
don't use it.
Slobs, you need an original one, man. Don't rely on them. You gotta have a barren original, like I use.
I mean, I'm sure
But
between the two of us, if you're editing
yeah,
software and mine, we can put a nice one together that we can share.
yeah. But yeah, that's just it. But the thing is, at least we do have control over it. When we get to a point, okay, this is a great spot to stop. I'll come back later, and we can have that control. The
Hmm.
thing is maybe Schneider, being that these films are so long, that could be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Boom. That's why that way you're not losing a lot of the people. Now that's my opinion. Again, not seeing the longer cut ones, of course.
Hmm.
I thought that first one, the length of the first part was nice. Uh, I thought it flowed pretty well. I thought it had. So I was kind of excited to see the not only the second part but the extended. But that's when I started having little problems with Monet, and not Cash Monet. We have other issues, Cash and I. But no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's a joke,
But
folks. It's a joke.
yeah,
That's what
it's a
we
joke.
do with one another. We joke
Yeah,
with one another.
yeah. I joke that I don't talk to him, and he doesn't talk to me. But yeah, we always talk. He's like, Mike, can you tell Cash because I'm not talking to him? It's like I'm right here. Uh, but no, but you had to drop things. It's like, well, Netflix, screw you, bye.
Mhm.
I didn't even know we had it. The long suffering got it again. It's like, okay, well, then I guess I'll enjoy it. She had to see that, what, the Crown series or whatever it is. So the Royals, I do say, I have
Well,
my little pinky out, and I'm going to be drinking tea through the entire thing. And that's all this is us drinking tea. It's Royals.
I mean, that's what I did with the final part of Cobra Kai season 6. I waited for all 15 episodes to be available to watch. Then I subscribed to Netflix for a month, and I watched it, and I enjoyed it.
Hmm.
Now, Arcane season 2, I can't get into it.
Yeah, you're not the only one, buddy. I haven't seen it, but I hear that the first couple episodes are okay, and
Mhm.
then it goes downhill fast. And it's like, oh, that's so sad to hear. But they lost everybody except for one twat waffle who is a twat waffle.
And it's good to see Dork Girl over on the Rumble side, who says the only 3 to 4 hour movies I could tolerate was the extended Lord of the Rings trilogy. Same.
Yep, yep. Hmm. Oh yeah, you get lost in those, and that's the important thing. You get sucked in, you lost before you know. It's like it's 4 hours later. The film's coming to you, and it's like we're stopping now. It's like, whoa,
Mhm.
why is it dark outside? Why is it tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing for anyone who's new. I didn't watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy until 4 years ago when I had HBO Max, and it's funny that Max is going back to being called HBO Max after changing the name.
Yeah, I said that one before. I thought that was worth a chuckle.
But I saw that they had the theatrical versions on HBO Max, and then they had the extended cut, and I thought to myself, well, if I'm gonna sit down and watch these movies, I might as well dive into the deep end, and that's what I did by watching the extended cuts.
Hmm. Yeah, see, I mean, I saw them in the theaters, the original ones. Then the extended ones came out, and as I like to sit back and say, uh, the extended versions are like cliff notes of the book. The movie versions are the Cliff Notes of the Cliff Notes.
Mm-hmm. So, any final thoughts on this article before we move on to the next one, which I would like you to read?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I know over at Cosmic News and like Matt McGloin and a few others, they already have an axe to grind with this series. Not that I'm going out there and being a simp for it, uh, in any fashion, because we all know what we have to say. Hey, where did it all go? All the video clips disappeared I put in. What the heck? That is not fair. I am angry. I am so very, very angry. So, because, but as I was saying, here we go. That not that I'm simping.
Simping is such a major turnoff to women.
Uh, they do have an axe to grind with it. They are quick to say things are buried. I remember, and I have to sit back and remember, this could be the end, but
Mm-hmm.
it was never canceled back in '89. It took a while for it to come back with the movie, and then, of course, eventually, the Imitation Doctor Who series that we got in 2005. Yes, Imitation. I mean that. This might not be done. It all depends on how passionate Schneider is to keep this alive. He can farm it out somewhere, so he can agree for it to go for lower budget. He's got his comic books that he's wanting to do with that. You can even turn into novels. Get some novelists out there to write this stuff up. That could probably do a good job. From what I understand, though, the one in the comic book is one of these wacko DEI jobs.
Mm-hmm.
It could hurt you. You don't want that, Zach. You got to keep control of it unless that's what you really want. But I don't think it's fully dead. There is a possibility it can go somewhere else.
Of course, and here's what can also happen. If Netflix keeps it on their service
Hmm.
and people start watching it, it could develop a cult following. How many times have we seen
Hmm.
that with movies that have developed a
Right.
cult following?
Yeah, and that's the other thing I was thinking too. Is like just like a lot of stuff, just like Tron and various other films like that, Highlander. The list goes on and on and on. How many of these are going to get a new breath of life in that fashion? Someone's going to finally get, hey, what the heck is to talk about this? I'll watch the long version, avoid the other one. And they might like it and say, hey, this isn't bad. And the viewership starts going up. Um, it's just, it doesn't help when he's pissed off all the geeks and gamers people with this bullshit he did. That
Well,
is his biggest
that whole stunt
thing.
that he pulled when they were going to be watching the Snyder cut of Justice League, that was a bunch of BS.
Right. I mean, he hurt himself there completely. And it's hard to get people to come back. That's why
What would you say? What would you say you do here?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. My hand was my hand kind of jerked the wrong direction. uh but no, not of course I do mean this one. It's hitting the buttons again, hitting them all wrong. Uh what was I saying? But maybe I will take a cleansing of the palate and a new group of people that don't really have any animosity towards Zack Schneider
Mm-hmm.
uh, to have this bring to life. But that is one of his biggest things.
Or,
He should have done what he did.
folks will do a retrospective on these two films and say, was it really as bad as we thought it was
Mhm.
upon first viewing?
Right.
And some will stand their ground and say, oh, wholeheartedly, they're bad movies.
Right. And maybe not even seen it. That's why I'm only going off the first one I saw. I liked it. I'm not going to
Mhm.
say anything else in the others. I'm just going off what other people are saying. But I will sit back and say the biggest mistake is having the two versions. Just go with one.
Yeah.
You're not dealing with a movie theater here, so just blast it out there.
Exactly. And speaking of blasting, because
Yeah, we
I'll
are.
be honest, Doom: The Dark Ages, I've only done one stream of it so far, but I had a blast playing it, and I will be playing more this week.
Hmm.
But we have an article from Fandom Pulse that has some news about Doom the Dark Ages and how it's doing against some other high profile games.
Actually, I'm surprised you don't want to read this since you're having so much freaking fun. But I don't mind. I love reading. I love reading. Get me back into fighting shape here. So this is from Fandom Pulse, boys and girls. The headline is Doom: The Dark Ages fails to achieve even half the peak concurrent players of Dragon Age: The Fail Guard. This is an article written by John F. Trent and is datelined May 16th, so just a couple days ago, as it seems to be always. Hey, Tommy and the guinea pigs are here, keeping us in line. Good to see you, Tommy. So, Doom the Dark Ages only managed to obtain a peak concurrent player count of just 30,812 in its first day of release, less than half of what Dragon Age: The Fail Guard did back in the end of October. As noted by StreamDB, Doom the Dark Ages only hit the peak concurrent player count of just 30,812 in its first day of release. That was only good enough for 60th on StreamDB's most played games list, sorted by 24-hour peak. The game was beat by Stellaris, sorry, my apologies, Pale World, which a lot of people really like out there, Ark Survival Evolved, and 7 Days to Die. In fact, it just barely beat games like Cyberpunk 2077, which released in 2020, and Monster Hunter World, which came out in 2018. Well, if you got games that are that good, they're going to be played. Furthermore, its peak concurrent players was less than half of what BioWare's Dragon Age: The Fail Guard achieved in its first day, which was 70,414. It would eventually hit an all-time peak of 89,418. BioWare's parent company, EA, eventually revealed that Fail Guard missed sales expectations by nearly 50%. EA said in a press release, Dragon Age engaged approximately 1.5 million players during the quarter, down nearly 50% from the company's expectations. And I believe that is the Fail Guards. Look at that. That doesn't look good, does it?
No, doesn't look good at all. But you know who played it? We've already mentioned him on stream, but Jace played it. It was a gift, and
Yeah,
he liked it.
he liked the game mechanics and all that. So yeah, but then again, he liked Rebel Moon. I'm kidding, Chase. I'm kidding. It's just a shot at you. So, a Doom: The Dark Ages does not appear that it will. Whoa, okay. Let me try this again and see if I'm reading this right. Doom: The Dark Ages does not appear that it will best. That's a. What writing is that? What writing is that? Let's read it like
We've talked about it before. We feel that some articles are being written with help from AI.
Yeah, or maybe too fast to fingers. You never know.
Mhm.
And no editor. So let me
Well,
read it the way it should be.
I'm guilty of the too fast of fingers because I've posted things onto X and also Discord and even on the YouTube post where I don't
Yeah,
look through it and I've noticed things that I made a mistake on it and I have to go back and fix it.
yeah, it happens, and at least you went back and get it. I mean, it happens, but that's just doing a post and stuff like that. This is supposed to be quote
His
unquote
living.
professional. Yeah, professional. So Doom: The Dark Ages does not appear it will best the previous entry in the franchise either. Doom Eternal, which released to Steam in 2020, hit an all-time peak concurrent player count of 104,891. It hit that all-time on its release date of March 20th, 2020. And is this okay, this is the numbers that they have for Doom Eternal.
Mhm.
Even the 2016 Doom title hit a higher peak on its release date. It hit a peak concurrent player count of 44,271. What do you make of Doom the Dark Ages player count on Steam? Well, uh, if you ask me, this is a non-factor story. You're just going off
Yeah,
of just one,
yeah,
just the
they're
release.
they're just going off on the release numbers. They're not going
Right.
on the overall player feedback where people are saying, and I saw it. There was an ad on Facebook when I was checking Facebook to see if any of my friends in real life had sent me any messages, and it was for Target, and it was for Doom: The Dark Ages. And in the comment section, people were saying, "I'm loving this game."
You have friends in real life? Wow. I,
Yes, yes,
wow. What's
Marin.
that like? What's that like?
It's
I
interesting sometimes.
okay. Okay. I just want to know. But the thing is also going to see how it's going to go. Is it going to is it going to what's the rising and lowing of this trend for this game too? Because if you take a look at Failguard, where's the Failguard one? Oh, there it is.
Upper end.
Uh, yeah, yeah. I had to find it because it's kind of hard. Boy, that's a big drop. That's a huge drop, boys and girls. You'd think that a game like Failguard was supposed to be so freaking good, those numbers would be higher, at least in the 25K.
Hmm.
Why did it, has it dropped like that? And of course, the same thing with Doom Eternal. I mean, you had that big one that really dropped, and it's the other Doom that seemed to have more of a lifeline going because you do have ups, down, ups, down, ups, down. Then it kind of goes down, and then they start getting a little bit of their blurp up. Veilguard, or Failguard, flatlined, especially around after January of looks like around January it flatlined. That's not good for a game that got released in November.
No, for players to lose interest that quick. I mean, one of the things I like about Doom: The Dark Ages is it feels like, for those of us who played the first Doom, it feels like the first Doom.
Right. My theory also on this one is unlike Doom didn't get. I mean, not like Failguard. Everyone was talking about Failguard. Everyone was talking about all the non-binary crap, all the horrible, shit that they're putting in there, and I think that piqued a lot of people's interests. So they're running in there, and it's like, oh, what's this about? And you had a lot of people playing, and then it drops because they see the garbage. I think there was even
Hmm.
stories about that too. Um, about how the player, I think we even reported, I could be wrong, about how it really dropped down and didn't have that life to stay around. So uh Dark Ages, really I didn't hear much about Dark Ages until you started talking about it, how it was starting to come out now. So
Hmm.
obviously I don't think it got a lot of as much press or a lot of talk like Failguard did.
Yeah, I talked to you about it in private,
Hmm.
and then of course on Monday I'm watching a few streams who are playing it. But shout out to Stone Loki for doing his stream, and watching his stream made me go, "That's it. I'm pulling the trigger." Yeah, yeah, it's $70, and I know how I feel about $70. But after watching Loki's stream, and this was during Loki's stream too,
Hmm.
I'm going. This is a game I know I'm going to get my money's worth.
Right. Well, aren't you playing it on pass, or did you actually get it?
I got it, got it. I
Oh,
started
okay.
downloading it on Pass, but again, watching Loki stream, it's like, why are you downloading it on Pass? You know you're gonna play it. You know you're gonna want to have it in your library to play again and again and again, especially to go back in the campaign to different
Hmm.
missions to try to 100% those missions.
Okay. Because last I heard you say you were going to do it on the Game Pass, but that
Uh,
tells you something right there. You went from that to getting the game itself. Thank you,
uh,
Loki, for
yeah,
getting this
yeah.
obsession.
Stone Cold Loki.
Loki's the dealer around here. It's like, here's your dime bag. You can go out there and play the game now.
No, yeah, I mean, seeing how enthusiastic Loki was playing the game, and watching the gameplay too, going, yeah, I could definitely see myself playing this game, getting enjoyment out of it, which is what I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself and say, isn't that what we all want from a game?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Is to get enjoyment out of it, repeat enjoyment out of it, not okay.
Right.
I paid the $70. I've played it once, and I'll never go back to it again.
Right. You want to have something that you can go back to and enjoy. It might not be right away, but you'll go back and enjoy. It's like, oh wow, this is even better than I thought, or what? And interesting question that You're Wrong has posed. And to be honest with you, talking to some people, it sounds like the sails are being unfurled, and the high seas are going to be sailed quite a bit more now because of this. That's the rumbles I've been hearing. I don't
No,
know about you, Mike, but
this game deserves to be played, whether you actually purchase it through Steam or Epic Games, or you download it on Game Pass. Get out there and play it. Get out there and support the game, because this is something that we've talked about here on Pop Talk a lot. When companies do something right,
hmm
you need to put the praise out there. You need to hype it up
yeah,
because it
use your
deserves to
words.
be hyped up.
hmm Right.
And yeah, it comes from Bethesda, and, and you and I, we weren't sure about Indiana Jones in the Great Circle.
Oh, and yeah, you, me, Cash, and all that. We're calling it the Great Circle Jerk before it came out.
Hmm.
We
Yeah,
we were the expectations were not there. I hate to say, and I hate to say that because you don't
they
want
weren't
that.
there because we were fearing that modern day I- idealism would be
Yep.
thrown into an Indiana Jones game.
Well, that's what they were promising us. So
Hmm.
we're going to have modern audiences. We're going to be more aware, blah blah. And then they had people attached to it that were, great. We got DEI rejects from DEI groups. It's going to be even worse than ever involved in this. I was like,
Hmm.
oh my word! But no,
That, that
yeah,
that's a game. I said, okay, I'm gonna renew my Game Pass subscription. I'm gonna download the Great Circle and I'm gonna play it.
yeah.
And at the end of the day, I enjoyed it. Yes, there was that one level because of my stupid mistakes, not the game. My stupid mistakes. It took me longer than it should have. It took me a lot longer than it should have to get through.
Mhm. Right. Sneaking's not your forte. But
No, no,
it's great.
that's why I say stealth is optional.
Yep, yep. Which is, again, I'm going to do a little bit of a tie-in to a little side thing on this one, but of course, the Great Circle, Tony Todd in there, you know,
Hmm.
we got to say goodbye to him in that game, or you got to. I got to watch you say goodbye to Tony Todd. But right now, if you go to Tubi, by the way, if you really like Tony Todd, go under categories on Tubi, and they have a category remembering Tony Todd, and that thing is loaded with movies. You want to have a Tony Todd a movie fest? Go to Tubi. I'm not being paid, folks. This is not a paid endorsement. But go nuts, go nuts. A
If
category
you have
remembering
any
Tony Todd.
honor left in you,
Right.
you will do the
Exactly.
honorable thing and honor Kern, son of Moog.
Yeah. Because I don't know if you knew about that. I found that out the other
No,
day when I was
no.
just kind of yeah. I discovered that
Yeah,
yesterday. I just discovered that
usually my sister will let me know what's new on Tubi. It's like, okay, but I didn't even know about it.
yesterday. And yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, there was a lot of factors in it, but the hike was, of course, to a garbage game of ET. But
Hmm.
it also, I mean, ET gets the most of the hate
What about
piled on it.
Empire Strikes Back? That wasn't a good game.
Which one?
Empire Strikes Back on Atari.
And you're talking about the one with the AT-ATs?
Yes,
I love that game. I played it to death. But that was Parker Brothers that did that one. That wasn't Atari. But
it was still on the Atari console.
yeah, it was on the console. But the thing is, if you're talking about before, I'm staying with just I like that game. With just Atari, you have to go back to even Pac-Man and what a horrible rush to port that was, and high price. So I think it started with Pac-Man, and E.T. was the one that helped drive stakes into the heart.
Don't remind me. We had gone to see some friends who moved up to Eureka, California,
Mm-hmm.
and they had the Atari 2600. Their
Mm-hmm.
two sons. So I'm playing it, and I'm going. Even as a young kid, going, I hate this. This is not Pac-Man.
No, my dad played the hell out of it. I did, be honest with you, but yeah, it's like this is. I mean, it was a disappointment to me, a great disappointment to me. And I know there was a lot of money spent on it, a ton of money.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the recent news about Nintendo, of course, asking $80 for a game, and almost $500 for a system that specs are at best as good as the PS4 Pro, but also saying that in their new license agreement for the Nintendo Switch 2, that if you pirate any games, they can brick your system. Yeah. These companies are shooting themselves in the foot, which doesn't help the companies that are putting out good games like Bethesda and ID Software with Doom: The Dark Ages when they're trying to sell the game, because it spreads throughout the whole industry. Where you have companies like Microsoft now who are saying, "Yeah, we're going to raise the price of this up to $100 more," and they're saying it's not due to tariffs, but it's because of the tariffs.
Well, they're trying to use that excuse for it because the tariffs have now been put on hold.
Shane, I'm attracted to the shiny things, the shiny light. I'm like a moth to the flame.
He is, folks. He really is. I'll try to find something here.
But no, Shane's right. People forking out money for retread after retread after retread of a game that's already been released on one generation's console, let alone 2 or 3. I mean, let's take a look at Grand Theft Auto 5.
Okay.
That game was released on the PS3, the PS4, the PS5, 3 console generations
Mm-hmm.
before the sixth one even comes out. And that's not coming out until this month next year.
Yeah. I'm hearing this might even be moved even more. You never know.
Oh, you always have to be prepared for games or even movies to be postponed and pushed back. And
well, that's one of the reasons why I don't get excited about them. They'll get here when it gets here.
Mm-hmm.
That's my attitude now.
Yeah. I mean, I played the demo for Metal Eden. I liked the demo, but there were a few issues I had with it. Some of it was control issue. That I'm hoping that because they've delayed it, it was supposed to be released this month, but they've delayed it. I hope they actually work on not only the control issues, but any other issues that other players were having. And they gave feedback to say, you need to tweak this a little bit more. You need to tweak that a little bit more. Maybe a little less of this, a little bit more of this. I don't mind if a company who is serious about selling their product takes time developing that product when it comes to a game, making sure that upon release date, it's the game that they promised. But unfortunately, you don't get that a lot of times. Are you still there, Baron?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, I was looking for something. I had something that I had put out to share.
All right,
But
let
like
me.
an idiot.
Let
I don't
me.
have it. I don't have it. I can't find it.
Well, I'm still going to
I,
remove the article since we've read it. And
oh yeah, that's kind of frustrating because I had my, I was so excited. I was so excited for that Pac-Man game to come out. I bought the game the book Mastering Pac-Man,
Mhm.
and I was going through. Okay, this is what you do for each level. Doesn't work. Not for the Atari. It worked for the console. They even had it for, I don't know. Remember those little? It looked like the little arcade game. It was you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
yeah,
They used to sell them in Walmart's, Targets, you name it.
yeah,
You could find them.
yeah, yeah. And they were, they were just, back in the day, they weren't fancy and all that. They already had the stuff all set up in there, so it just lights up when you're supposed to be at a certain spot. But they even had the mastering that stuff, but not the Atari 2600 because it wasn't out at that time. But oh god, again, it was a disappointment, and I would say that the sails are being unfurled, the flags are being risen,
Mhm.
the ships are leaving port because I said it. I will, and I'm going to hold to this. The base game for GTA 6 will be at least $100.
Oh,
Why?
you better believe it. We've already talked about an article here
Yeah.
on Pop Talk about the game possibly being $100.
And why is that? Because they're saying it's costing 2 billion with a B beta uh, to do this game. Honestly, what game do you need to spend 2 billion with a B for?
There's no
And
guarantee
now,
you're even going to make any of that back.
and not only that, it's like then you're pushing it back more.
Hmm.
It's
Which is
like,
pumping even more money into it.
hmm and starting to frustrate the people out there. Now it's going to come out and it's going to be $100 because someone else is setting precedent for it. The precedence is being made for it, and we're going to be seeing C note games out there. And yeah, of course you're going to start having the sailings of the high sea. That's why I've been a big proponent for these indie developers
Hmm.
because they're really putting heart and soul in their games. And as it goes, and they get more support, they can do possibly more things and still keep the prices low.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's take a look at a game like Headliners. And Shane,
Yeah,
please chime in if you want to. Headliners, Repo, those aren't expensive games, but you
no,
get a group of friends together, they're fun. Pummel Party, it's fun with friends.
yeah. I mean, you have Police Simulator, which you can have a friend join you if you want, so you can be a two-man patrol out there. Contraband Police, Bolt Gun is technically a indie developer game,
Hmm.
and look what they did with that. Um, that Drive something Horizons. I've been seeing that being played a lot by people on the interwebs, which looks like fun. I played the demo actually, and that's getting a lot of attention. People going for it again. It's a $25 game, but compared to the others, that's not bad. Wait till the sale comes out, and I know it's still in
Yeah,
advanced release or whatever they call that, which means they're still working on
early
it.
access.
Early access, thank you. What's nice about these indie developers when they go early access, they really do want your feedback to fix these games.
Hmm.
They're still doing it. Contraband Police isn't early access, but they're still taking into account what people are saying and putting that in the game or fixing that in the game. Same thing with Police Simulator. Patrol officers. The game is out there, but and they also have their big DLC for Highway Patrol, but they're still
Hmm.
taking things in and they're adding more things to the game to keep you interested in it.
Which is a good thing. I don't care if it's a big AAA developer or an indie developer.
Right,
Keep taking the feedback from those who are still playing the game
right.
to see what you can fix. If something needs
Well,
to be fixed, don't just release a game and after a few months or after a couple years just completely abandon the game.
right. And that's kind of one of the points is you get more love from these indies that will do that in the big AAA games, which should be taking they're supposed to have the staff and everything, They're supposed to be the ones that want to drive beyond horizons. That's the name of the game. They're supposed to be, caring so much and wanting to keep this viable. No, they're ready for the next thing and they don't care. I mean, Space Marine 2, they seem to be really caring about that. Yeah, they're coming out with DLCs. They're not that high priced. You got the modding. They're being modding friendly in there. Some of the things that the modders are being paid attention to by the developers.
Yeah. Well,
so that's what you want.
Here's the thing about Repo. Their developers are a European developer, but they've already told folks, you want to mod the game? Go ahead. Mod the game to your heart's content.
Exactly. The same thing with like Police Simulator. That's out of Germany. But you can mod out skins and uniforms and all sorts of stuff in that game. Sirens, lights. There's no stopping. They allow that. They're happy about that because they know that they can deliver things to keep you interested. But if they can get, Cash was saying that if a game relies on modding, there it's a failure of a game. No, it means that we as the players have some form of input in with these moddings. Other people can enjoy what is being modded in there, and the companies take note of this stuff and helps them develop, and they're adding stuff into it. It's a symbiotic relationship, and that's what you want. As long, like I said, the only thing is I don't want cheat mods. No. I like skin mods. Give me, where I can change a ship look, a car look, a uniform look, a player look, the character in the game.
And I agree with Dorkrow. I could play Repo every day. Just hate playing by myself is what she said. But even with Repo, when we played with Fat Steven over on his channel, he's put in mods where we've had wigs on, the powder wigs on our robots, or our robots are smoking stogies, and or we have pig heads from Minecraft.
And see, that's the other thing. You're smoking stogies, stuff they don't want to put in games no more. It's like, no, these are the things that we want. We want this characterization. We're not promoting that, but when you got a bad guy or one of the tough guys, it's like you always imagine them with chewing on a cigar.
Yeah, I mean, even before they changed it where you could, there were people putting in mods as far as costumes were concerned for Marvel Rivals, where you can see some like female characters in bikinis.
Oh my! Well, no, George Takei wouldn't say that. It was the guys that were in thongs who go, "Oh my!"
I mean, people, this is how much modding's still being done. People will take old NES games and they'll mod them to make a new game out of it using the assets that are in it.
Oh hell! I mean, back in the day, you had to download them, because it was like the old internet days, but the old Neverwinter games that I had. Modded those out. It's like, you can change your character to look like this or whatnot. Or people had their own modules that they made, which is even more fun. It's like, okay, did this guy do a good job or did they do crap? And it's like, oh, this isn't bad mod. They even did that for Dark Forces. I had my Dark Forces in the day modded out with new levels and all that when I was playing.
Star Trek Bridge Commander is a game that people have modded where they've updated the graphics, but not only updated the graphics, they've added other ships.
Yeah, if I can mod that out that way, I'd probably get that game. I see all the Jar Jar Abrams garbage in there. And it's like, I know you can do the crew of the Enterprise, both the original series and the D they have available. But I mean, man, it's like Motion Picture Enterprise or fan-made ships, ships out of fandom. That would really add to it. I might. I have to take a look. That's probably on Nexus, I can imagine.
Yeah, the Nexus mods, you could get mods for Elite Force. I didn't put any of the mods in when I was playing Elite Force, but they're available. You can update as far as the aspect ratio, the graphics for the game, so you don't have the windowed view, and smooth out some of the polygons and everything. And
Right. I mean, I know they got that for that game Valheim I'm playing. I know they got those in Nexus mods and
mm-hmm.
and whatnot. It's just
they
even
even have them for Alien Isolation.
right. The thing is this is the geek version of hot rodding out your car. You want to hot rod out your game. You want to make it somewhat personable to you by putting things that you like in there. And
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm talking about for me, it's the skins, nothing, or maybe, or if there's like new different modules or maps or something like that. No cheating. Um, and we like that. We like to see because it keeps the things alive. So no modding because you have modding available for the players. Does that mean that you have a bad game? Or
No.
that you rely on modders to help keep your game alive? Because you do anything you can to keep it alive. If they're entertained,
Mm-hmm.
they'll stay and keep coming, and they'll tell people, get this game, and then you can get this mod, and it's amazing what you can do. GTA 5 with their police mod that gets played by a lot of people out there. I see
Mm-hmm.
on the interwebs. I mean, it makes the experience even better and should be always encouraged. As long as you're not going in there and cracking the actual game, doing strange things to that game and various other stuff.
Yeah,
Just
and Dork Girl over on Rumble mentions the buck teeth that you could also have in Repo, giving the
mm,
bots buck teeth. I I mean,
funny.
well,
Not funny.
what's wrong with modding a game if you enjoy it and you want to add a new layer to it?
Hmm. Right.
As long as it's not doing anybody harm, which in
Hmm.
most cases it's not. Why be angry about it? Why get upset that other people are taking the time to add something new to the game?
Well, I think what you got is you do have the people that are on the verge of blackpilling. They're upset with these companies because of what we said earlier. They'll come out with this game and then they'll just ignore it because they're working on the next big thing. Um,
Well,
it's like okay, like
well,
look at
let's be
Star.
honest. Starfield.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Starfield.
See, we're on the same page.
Right. One of the biggest disappointments there is out there. I was so
Hmm.
excited about this. I thought, oh, this is going to look really good. They're promising a lot that you can do with it. And, you can do modding things, but it costs you money to go out there and, do that, get the ability to do it. But what have they done? They had one minor DLC. The game's been out, what, almost 3 years?
It's gonna be 2 years coming up. 2 years.
This game should be just going absolutely knucking futz right now, uh, and encouraging it to do so. But no, it's like okay, we did it, but we want to work on the next whatever project that they think is
Hmm.
big.
Yeah, they pulled their staff to work on. I think it was Elder Scroll or something. I
Yeah,
can't
one of
remember
those.
the specific game that it was that they pulled everybody to start working on, but it's like, no, this game that you just released, it's incomplete. The
Right.
space, mechanics, space battle mechanics were fine. The ground mechanics, I'm sorry, I hated them.
Hmm.
Sorry, not sorry. I hated the ground mechanics, especially
Hmm.
firing the weapons. I hated that. And I stopped
Right.
playing. And I know I'm not the only one who stopped playing.
I did. I mean, I had it on Game Pass. I got Game Pass just for that, and boy, am I glad.
Hmm. I'm glad I didn't fork out money for it.
Right. I mean, except for again, the Game Pass, but hey, I can live with that.
I can live with spending $20 a month to play more than just Starfield.
Hmm.
And I know some people don't like Game Pass. I get it. But
Yeah.
I think in this case, a game like Starfield, a game like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, you have Game Pass so you can try it out for yourself, play it for yourself, and develop your
Right.
own opinion instead of going off of what someone else is saying.
Right.
And if you want to get your own opinion when you download Doom, The Dark Ages, that's good too.
Right. Hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, Game Pass is great if you're going to be a reviewer because you got to go all these different games, right? And think about all the money you have to spend then, unless of course you're in good with the game company and they'll send you early access and stuff like that to it, beforehand. But then you're kind of selling your soul to the devil because if we start going out there and actually doing a proper critique, if it's bad, they'll start saying, "No, we're not going to send it to this guy. We just want to have suck ups." So it's good to have that Game Pass and be independent that way if it's available. That is,
Mhm.
and if you do like it, then you can you can buy it. Kind of like you did with Doom, even though you weren't done downloading it off of Game Pass. Like, oh screw it, boom, bye.
Well, that's how it was. And to be fair, that's why I watch live streams of new games or
Oh,
games that have been out for a while, just to find out. Okay, does this game look fun?
yeah,
Does this game look like it's worth its cost?
right,
And does this look like a game that I'll be able to go back to every now and then and play it some more? It's
right.
like RoboCop Rogue City. I
Yeah,
hated the demo. I hated the demo. I thought the controls were
yeah.
unresponsive.
I talked you off the cliff, man. I tried talking you off the cliff.
And then it was Lord Crit of Everest Productions who got the game and said, Mike, the full game, the controls are much better. Give it a chance. And I gave it a chance and I enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to the sequel that's
Mhm.
coming out.
Meanwhile, here I am in the background, like, I told you, Mike. Why aren't you paying attention to me? Pay
Get
attention.
get off the ledge, Mike. Get off the ledge. well, well, I'll admit this was me. I just got to get the clip real quick, but this was me. Well, when it came to play the demo and with the controls, I was ready, man. I was certainly ready as I look for a clip. We have so many clips, man.
I know we do. I don't know what happened. I put a bunch of clips in there, and then when I got kicked out or kicked myself out, you myself out, they went. Must be because of me, because I put them
Yeah.
in.
But
I don't
this was me with RoboCop Rogue City after playing the demo.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Yeah, this was kind of your attitude.
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dork Girl. That was the problem with Game Informer. The game journalists were being paid to give positive reviews instead of,
Oh yeah,
pointing out the pros and the cons of the game.
right. And that's the problem. That's why a lot of these that's why I like listening to us. And if I know the people, I know which way they're going to side, and you can get a little bit more of an honest take because if they do say something that there's something wrong with this direction, you're quicker to sit back and take note of that.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, Stellar Blade. I like the game, but even it had its issues with some of the
Yeah.
combat and also some of the controls.
Oh boy, did I hear it. Oh boy, did
Yeah.
I hear it. But yeah, I mean that's just it. It's a pretty game, but yeah, there's some issues in there. Just like Guard, crap writing they threw in there, but like Jay said, the combat was good. He loved the combat. Um, and that's the thing. If you're gonna go in and do an actual critique, you have to go through and give the positive and the negatives. And even if it's something that you personally don't like, you have to step outside of your shoes a little bit and put on the sandals of the people that we play in it or have the interest
Hmm.
and try to imagine, is this something they would like? This is ignoring me. I don't like this particular, just say I'm not a Star Wars fan, right?
Hmm.
But I know what Star Wars fans like. So I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna go Outlaws. Okay. Okay, it looks pretty. They got really nice things. The system's a little jinky, and if I was a Star Wars fan, I'd be pissed off because knowing what I know of the lore, why would they like this, right? compared to and be instead, is everything's all wonderful because you don't know anything. And then people go buy it, and then they start getting pissed off about it. Just that, well, Cash didn't buy it, but boy, do I get an earful about Outlaws all the time from him.
I've watched people play it, and I
Mhm.
heard some people say they like certain things about it,
Yeah,
but other things, especially the mechanics, that seems to be one of the biggest problems with games nowadays. Not just the story, but the mechanics of the game.
I think it was like the sneaking mechanics, and there's so much sneaking you have to do in there. It's like, well, sneaking isn't Star Wars. Yeah, it's part of Star Wars, but you're not always
Hmm.
sneaking around. Just take a look at the Death Star when they're on the Death Star. Yeah, they're sneaking around, but what does Han do? Chase a bunch of stormtroopers down the hallway.
Hmm.
That's what you want, right?
Yeah,
And so
exactly.
it's like you got to balance out what's the pros, what's the cons, but you don't have that. And of course, again, you got the ones that I have to give a good review if I'm ever going to do yet another game from these people again. And they're basically their credibility has been utterly compromised.
Yeah, and Dork Girl says, I may not play a lot of games, but I like watching others play so I can see if
Yeah,
they're even worth playing myself. Same here. That's
I
why I watch live streams. And I'm sorry that your comments are coming up on EV Mugs there, Dork Girl. I don't know what's going on with the server. Sometimes they'll come up from the Rumble side, sometimes they won't come up from the
yeah,
Rumble side, but that's why I have the window open so I can see
mm.
what,
Yeah,
what
I'm going
folks are
back and
saying.
forth. I'm going back and forth on that one too. It's annoying. It's annoying. Evie Mux, come on, fix it up. But oh yeah, I mean that's what Cash gifted me Contraband Police. I started playing a little bit of it, and I don't know, I stopped. And then one day it came across my feed on YouTube. It's like, okay, I'll watch some people playing. It's like, oh, okay, now I get. Oh, okay, now I got it because you don't get a manual. But when you start watching some of these streams, it kind of gives you a little bit of a manual of how to do the game, even though they
Hmm.
have tutorials. And watching somebody else doing it sometimes is the biggest help. And boom, what happens? I love the game. Same thing with Police Simulator. I was watching that so much before I got that game. It's like I couldn't wait to get it. It's like, come on, I want to get it. Okay, now I can get it. Boom, and I can get the DLC for it. Boom, and. The same thing with like Space Marine and some of the other ones, and it's fun to watch these GTA 5. It does take sometimes watching the streamers out there to really get you going because that's where you can get the actual real review.
Hmm.
You're in the player as they're going along, and you're seeing it as yourself how things. It's like when you're all gathered around in the old days at the standing council of a video game in an arcade. It's supposed to be the hot game. So you have about 20 people suffocating the poor guy playing the game. You're throwing your quarters on top of it so you can be next. And
Hmm.
watching and seeing what's going on, it's like, is this really worth playing? Is part of it. Because after a while you're looking at it going, oh, this is shit. You take a quarter back and go to another game.
I
It,
mean, I can vividly remember going with my friend when his parents had Friday Night Bowling, and they had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game there. Everybody who was my age and younger was lined up to play the game, and we would all set our quarters, like you said, on top of the arcade cabinet.
mm-hmm. That will show you how old people are if they sit back and say that. If they say, "Hey, I put my quarters on the machine," it's like, "Oh yeah, you're an old timer. You're an old timer. He's an old timer."
And
But
yeah,
so you were
you've
going,
been
but
by
you would.
you've been by streams of mine where I'm playing a game and you hear me
Mm,
cursing, ranting, and raving about something in the game. Well, a lot of that's the truth. It's not just me trying to get people to come by and watch. It's me reacting to what's happening in the game and going, "This is absolute this, that, and the other."
And I love it. I love it when lose control. But when you were doing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, did this ever happen?
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Just wondering.
No, because sadly DJ Ronnie G wasn't there.
That doesn't. I don't think he's here either. DJ, where are you?
He was here last night.
Yeah, I know. But we miss you, DJ. He kept them up too late. That's what it was. And then the Turtles kept them up late. They partied. It was your typical Saturday night turtle party. Turtle, 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 turtle. Gotta do the turtle. Gotta do the turtle. Come on, Mitch McConnell, join along. You can do it. The turtle. The turtle.
But Pat Wannabe says it's been interesting to see the progress of Pal World over the past year.
Yeah.
Goes on to say the game's been added to and polished many times. Also, the adjustments they had to do with the Nintendo lawsuit in progress.
Yeah. And sometimes that helps out a game. It's like it starts forcing you, okay, now we got to change things up. And what can we do to make it even better than the people that are going after us because we want to bury them? It never leaves spite out of it. Spite is sometimes one of the best things to help develop things.
Mm-hmm. And I want to say hello to everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle, Low Spec Linux Gaming. And Dork Girl says, I didn't play a lot of arcade games, but I remember getting time to play the Atari and Nintendo. And she got to do it before bed when I was a little kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's good to see everybody's favorite rich kaiju.
Yeah.
Godzilla in there.
Hey, can I get a loan? I need a loan there, Godzilla in there.
This Pal World is a good game. That's what I've heard from people that have played it, like Pat Wannabe,
Yeah.
Pat Steven, and a few other people.
Yeah. Hey, it's SnorterPoopusCubeBurr.com.
Hey, Snorty, how you doing this Sunday?
And your human suit. And your human suit. I hope your human suit's doing good too. So that must look freaky when he gets out of the human suit, especially if he's in public. It's like bear. He's bear. Well, yeah, he did take his clothes off. No, he's a bear. Oh, okay.
Well, you're absolutely right. We're probably going to find out that the sales figures for Doom: The Dark Ages is actually a lot better than what we're being told.
Right, and maybe the fact that people are playing it out there and people watching it will also give it a spike. Mm-hmm. If anything, going over the Game Pass and trying it themselves, maybe liking it a lot and then buying it themselves. But that's the type of advertising we need to do out there a lot. Is if we like a game, stream it.
Mm-hmm.
Just have fun. If we don't want to be on, I never put myself on camera, but I talk. If you don't want to talk, well, people do a lot of no commentary streams. A lot of people like those instead. So yeah. If you like
I've done some no commentary streams. I know you and Cash give me a hard time for not doing a commentary stream for the last Alien Isolation gameplay.
We know you're cussing. We know exactly the words you're using. You're making sailors blush. The paint is peeling off of battleships. The Death Star is exploding.
Oh, trust me, there. I was cursing as I played. Going, oh yeah, that son of a freaking xenomorph! I'm not going to cuss today. I'm trying not to. Keyword tried.
Man, how can he fit in the 5'7" suit, being a big 11-foot tall? He's talented. He's talented. Yeah, he's got to give me a secret.
Yeah, and looking at the chat over on Rumble, and Low Spec says he wants an old EM pinball machine. Played Missile Command and Centipede in the arcades.
Mm-hmm.
Use a Centipede arcade machine trackball for a computer mouse now. Yeah, that works just as well.
Well, basically, that's all a mouse was an upside
a trackball.
Yeah, they turned the trackball and turned it upside down. Go, hey, this works too. Oh, I know the trackballs. That's one of the things when it was on the Atari kind of frustrated me because you had to play with the joystick. And it's like, oh, it's so much better than the arcade because you can really get that sucker around good. You're not relegated to the joystick speed. The moment you get a mouse, not a mouse, but a trackball in a game at home, oh boy.
Lots of fun. But we've got another article that we are going to read and then discuss. If you want to read this article too, Baron, you're more welcome to.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, he's trying to get me.
Well,
He wants his 2 cent worth. That's all.
If the Keynes comes back,
I gotta talk to him. It's like, come on, let's do it. So okay, yeah, I got it up here and
all right, and I'll play the transition video.
let us get ready for this, folks. That's right, folks. Welcome to here Sunday. So we're going to be going to ourselves. We're going to be looking at this story about Mel Gibson, and I'm sure Jim Caviezel himself. See, do I hear hallelujah? Do I hear amen? Because we got King Tyrant here, and we have.
I just want a final Mad Max film with Mel Gibson.
Amen. Amen. We've talked about it too, how he could even pass it off. I mean, oh God, we come up with better films. But this is coming again from Geek Tyrant. The headline is Mel Gibson and Lionsgate team up for Resurrection of the Christ. And this is bylined Joey Power. And this was 2 days ago. So I'm assuming it was on the 16th, just like all of our articles seem to be. And after nearly 2 decades, The Passion of the Christ is finally getting a sequel. Yeah, it's called The Book of Acts. Mel Gibson has officially partnered with Lionsgate to bring Passion of the Christ to the big screen, reuniting his longtime producing partner, Bruce Davey, through their Icon Productions. The announcement was made by Lionsgate's Motion Picture Group chair, Adam Fogelson, and Gibson himself, confirming that the long gestating follow-up is happening, and production is expected to kick off in late summer. The original Passion of the Christ was a cultural and box office phenomenon when it was released in 2004, ranking in $370 million domestically and more than $600 million worldwide on a $30 million budget. What do we say about budgets, folks? For a time, it held the title of the highest grossing R-rated movie in the United States history. Its visceral depiction of the final hours of Jesus' life sparked widespread discussion and controversy, but it also proved there was a massive global appetite for faith-based epic told on a sweeping cinematic scale. 10 Commandments? There's one right there. While no plot details were... Jesus of Nazareth, that was played every year on TV. Miniseries. While no plot details were revealed, though the title gives a pretty obvious hint, many of the original cast members are expected to return. That includes Jim Caviezel, who portrayed Jesus, as well as Monica Bellucci, who played Mary Magdalene. Gibson co-wrote the script and will again direct. Fogelson said, for many, many people across the globe, the resurrection of the Christ is the most anticipated theatrical event in a generation. It is also an awe-inspiring and spectacularly epic theatrical film that is going to leave moviegoers worldwide breathless. Mel is one of the greatest directors of our time, and this project is both deeply personal to him and the perfect showcase for his talents as a filmmaker. My relationship with Mel and Bruce date back 30 years, and I am thrilled to be partnering with them once again on this landmark event for audiences. Gibson added, Lionsgate's brave, innovative spirit and nimble can-do attitude have inspired me for a long time, and I couldn't think of a more perfect distributor for the resurrection of the Christ. I've enjoyed working with Adam and the team several times over recent years. I know the clever ingenuity, passion, and ambition the entire team commits to their projects, and I'm confident they will bring everything they can to the release of this movie. Gibson previously directed the film as a very ambitious...
Describe the film.
Describe. Thank you. That's why we got you on. See, the color threw me off. Stop doing that. Not you, them. Describe the film as very ambitious and said the story not only covers the fall of the angels, but also the death of the last apostle. Anybody doesn't know, that's the Apostle John. He said it's about finding the way in that it's not cheesy or too obvious. I think I have ideas about how to do that and how to invoke things and emotions in people from the way you depict it and the way you shoot it. So I've been thinking about it for a long time. It's not going to be easy and it's going to require a lot of planning, and I'm not wholly sure I can pull it off, to tell you the truth. It's super ambitious. I like a person that is humble enough to say that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right there and there, it's like that starts giving you hope because it means that they are going to strive to do the best. But I'll take anybody who says that. But I'll take a crack at it because that's what you got to do, right? Walk up to the plate, right? Haven't we been saying that for years now? I think
Mm-hmm.
we have.
Take a chance, take a risk. Comedians nowadays, I mean, we brought this up so many times, but comedians nowadays are so afraid to tell the racier jokes.
Right. Not anymore. I was watching Jimmy Fallon last night, and woo-wee, they're getting spicy. Gibson also said that it's not a linear narrative, adding that you have to juxtapose this central event that I'm trying to tell with everything else around it in the future, in the past, and the other realms. And that's kind of getting a little sci-fi out there. Gibson previously worked with Lionsgate on Hacksaw Ridge and is behind his upcoming thriller Flight Risk, starring Mark Wahlberg, Marky Mark. Lionsgate also distributed Icon's film library, which includes The Passion of the Christ. Oh, there is so much to digest, and what you sat back and sit in there. Absolutely a lot. Especially the part about that non-linear. And I think that's the
Mm-hmm.
one thing people do not understand, especially when you're reading the Bible. You're reading the three Gospels, not Luke, because Luke was a Greek and he wrote linear. But every one of the other apostles, especially John, wrote in a non-linear cyclical. In other words, you depict you depict the situation, get it done, then you would circle back and do it again, but you would add other elements that were around it, then circle back. Some events sometimes 7 times,
Mm-hmm.
and then people expecting that to be a linear start saying, "See, there's all these mistakes. Why do you say this?" Because it's a way that a lot of people, the ancient Hebrews, did their writing. The same thing going back to the book of Genesis. Well, why does it have a woman being created and then they go back and now you have Eve? It's because it got cyclical. The first part was going through the brief outline, boom. Now we're going to go back and we're going to discuss this story of the fall with Adam and Eve, the creation of Adam and Eve. So that's going to be interesting film coming from a theological viewpoint.
Yeah.
Watching the first film on a historical one, I've had very little nitpicking. The biggest nitpick I had was the crucifixion.
That's
Because
what I've heard from a lot of people that have seen it. I have not seen it.
okay, I mean, it's a brutal film, and it's exactly, people don't understand the brutalness of the Romans, and basically the scourging of Christ. I mean, that alone for anybody would be basically a death sentence if you still walked away alive with the wounds, especially if they have like little metal pieces at the end of these whips that they had.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll be ripping off pieces of skin. So even if you survive that being whipped like that, you still have the risk of all the infections and other
Mm-hmm.
things. You're not going to be the same person again afterwards. But the important thing about why I say about the crucifixion is this: every time you see people depicting, the nails are always going through the hand, which is not correct. They did not crucify that way. Why? What is to support it? You put a nail in there and the body moves. You only have flesh, tendon, and all that. Nothing to stop, right? But they say, well, what's the hand? The Romans counted the hand in the people back in the old days, the hand coming down to about there, right? So they finding actual remains of people who were crucified. The nail went in here, right between the two bones. So, boom, you'd have everything up here, keeping you up there. Of course, you were still tied, but
Mhm.
that's where it was. And this was still considered the hand. Well, Mel Gibson went with the old fashioned boom going through there. It's like, I was very disappointed. It's like all the historical accuracy. And yeah, yeah. And you're right about that too. You're right about that too, Storta Poopus. I mean, I'm not, yeah, the carpal tunnel. I'm not that first, but it's like, yeah, this isn't quite the classic Roman that they're talking back then. But yeah, when you had, there was enough of that, which oddly enough, the Shroud of Turin, which was supposedly, when they say it was supposed to be hoax at that time, they didn't know that. But where were the nail marks? Right there. That's how you crucified.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's, I mean, there's stuff to nitpick on there, and Snorty's absolutely right about the Latin as well. But I was really hoping they would have had that right. I know it's a minor nitpick. Everyone's used to going to the hand, but as someone who did a little studying of the Roman history, from Augustus up to Nero, it kind of frustrated me a little. It's like, no, no, no.
I can understand why you again, like you said, you want it to be as accurate as possible.
Right. Well, think about one of the classic moves to try to disarm someone is to try to get in there and hit those nerves to get the hand out, and it doesn't
Mhm.
feel good. So now imagine a nail, a heated nail, because the nails were always reused because metal was kind of valuable.
Mhm.
So they would take the nail. Oh, I'm very versed in a lot of torture devices. We can talk, Padawannabe. But you'd heat that nail up not for sterilizing, but to make it easier to go through because it's been used so often. So it's a red hot nail that's going in. So start imagining that pain.
Mhm.
Crucifixion is not, and the death of crucifixion is a combination between exposure and suffocation because of the position that you're on a cross for crucifixion. There you go, the Vulcan West bench. Hey, it works, man. Talk to people who are trained in hand to hand, and trying to disarm people. You're in such a position that it takes a strain on breathing, so you got to push yourself up to breathe. Well, your feet are nailed down below as well, and you can only do that for so long before you get tired. Then you come down, and that's when you start doing more suffocating. And
Yep.
you're not getting anything to drink. You're not getting anything to eat. The fact that they gave the vinegar uh, to Christ was kind of, it's like almost unheard of when he said, "I thirst." Actually, actually, they tried twice. The first time they tried putting it up there with something to help medicate him, and he said no, no. And then they put the regular up there for him to drink. But yeah, it's the exposure. You're dying of thirst. You're dying of hunger. You're dying of the temperatures, having the
Mhm.
sun beating down on you, and suffocation. This is not a pleasant death, and some people
No.
could last days. That's why when you wanted to quick it up, you just kind of come out there with a big hammer and you break their legs, and now they can't put themselves up, and then they finish off by suffocating. So now you got your legs that are broken, that pain, then coming down on those nails, that pain, and now you can't breathe or barely breathe.
Yeah. And Dorgirl says the one thing that really gets me about the Passion of the Christ was that it was portrayed as a tragedy, which did get me crying. But if it hadn't happened, we wouldn't have forgiveness for sin.
Well, and that's just it. You're absolutely right on that. It is a tragedy. I mean, if you were a faithful Christian, this is a tragedy because it didn't need to have to happen if it wasn't for sin. But it needs to be done for sin. So the tragedy goes all the way back thousands of years to the fall. But now this is the follow through in the promise and the new covenant, which is why in the temple, the big curtain separating the holy of holies with the rest was ripped open, saying, "Okay, we don't need this no more. This is now the New Testament. It has been fulfilled. This is not God changing His mind. It means okay. It's done. This has been fulfilled. We do not need to follow this no more. And again, that goes into lore. It goes into any other lore that you have out there with mythology or folklore.
Darker brings up the Age of Grace.
Right. The Age of Grace, exactly. So, on a religious aspect, for those who believe, this is that. But you have that with other aspects of other folklore. It's like, okay, this has been finished. Now it moves on. And it's the same thing here. These are important things that storytellers have lost.
Mm-hmm.
But even people who are religious have lost. It's Sunday. Might as well. I'm going to be preaching up here all day.
Go ahead.
Yep. Please put your donations in. Please. Let's keep the lights on in the Holy Church of Pop Talk. Amen. I mean, like I said, I'm devoutly Christian. I'm a Missouri Synod Lutheran, about one of the most conservative you can get of the churches out there, and especially the Protestant. We're about that close to being Roman Catholic. We just don't go with the saints, and we have less sacraments, right? But we take it all serious.
Mm-hmm.
And people, well, I heard you talk. It's like, yeah, I might be a Christian, but I'm still a dirty old man. I always took that from Orson Bean, rest his soul. But this is the aspect. If this is going to happen with what he's telling, I mean, it was powerful enough at the end of the Passion. You saw him rising. You saw him walking by. You saw the hand. So the film ended on a high note. He rose again. Now, what's the rest of the story? And that's what's going to be interesting to see what Mill's going to do, because it's only 40 days that Christ stayed on earth before the resurrection. I mean, we're still on the 5th Sunday of Easter week now as this program is being filmed. Non-Orthodox, that is. Orthodox, not quite yet. But as he's going, he wants to go back and talk about the fall of the angels. And now that gets me wondering, where are you going to get these stories? Are you going to go into the book of Enoch, which was quoted in the Bible, I believe even by Christ himself? So does he view that as a viable book to use for the storytelling of the fall of the angels? And then going on to 70 years later, with the Apostle John, who was both cursed and blessed not to die a martyr's death. And the reason why people don't realize that John wanted to die a martyr, and Christ said no. Part of that was basically a little bit of a punishment. No, you're too eager. No, but I have plans for you. He was the secretary. He was the guy that everybody went to with their letters, notes, and writings that were supposedly written by the people that he knew, his fellow apostles, Paul, all that. And he was the verifier. Did Peter write this? And he'd read it through and goes, yeah, that's Peter, all right. Or they say, here's one from Mark. Like, no, this is absolute crap. This is garbage. Mark did not write this. And the moment that he died, that's when things stopped. That's where the quote unquote New Testament came to an end. Because you didn't have Christ's verifier. But a lot of that stuff was still around, and it went into areas of Gnosticism and Coptic and all the others around there, which became the quote unquote heresies out there, and the quote unquote lost books. Well, if they're lost, then why are they there? These are not lost. They're just not claimed by the church because they're going off of what St. John did. So there is a little bit of the history on that. Why is the New Testament the way it is? John. He was not, think about it. At the time of him being an apostle, he was probably maybe a 16, if not even a little bit younger. We got to remember, the age of becoming a man, of course, that moved on to be your bar mitzvah. Today I'm a man, is 15. Girls could be married as young as 14. This was normal because lifespans, and it's like, okay, well, they are physically able to copulate and go and have the new generation. It's just the way it was in the old days. So he was probably at that age, so he was able to live that longer life and become God's secretary. Not to steal from the name of the book of the people that did the King James Bible, but basically he was God's secretary. If you have a problem with the New Testament and why books are not in there, blame John. He is my favorite apostle. Honestly, he is. Fascinating. Very fascinating. And not only that, he took care of the Mother Mary. This is your son. This is your daughter. This is your mother. Take care of her. Which he did.
Yep.
He's an
And
awesome man.
And Dork Girl says, I go to a Baptist church, not fundamental Baptist church, but I was raised Lutheran.
Mm-hmm. You want to have a wild time? Go to an Orthodox Baptist church. Woo. I learned a lot about that from a Ukrainian I knew. Ukrainian, the first Ukrainian evangelical church, which we have off of Highway 100 here in Minneapolis. And it's like I always thought that was kind of funny. Having evangelical Baptists, it just doesn't seem to always go together. But,
yeah.
So you went Calvin. She went Calvin. I'm still Lutheran.
And my father was Christian, and my mother was Catholic, so I was raised in the Catholic way.
Right. Mm-hmm. Which is why I don't throw the baby out of the bathwater. I mean, like I said, as Missouri Synod, we're just about as close to being Catholic as possible, because that was not Luther's intent to start a new church or even break off, but to reform it. And he had no problem with icons. In fact, he went after people that were destroying icons of the churches. No. What are you doing that for? These are good focus points. These are good adiaphras. You're not praying or worshiping the icon, but you can focus on it and get you, it's like crossing yourself. I cross myself all the time in church. Here you see this Lutheran doing that, but, again, it's adiaphora. You don't have to do it, but it helps put you in line. It does not add to or detract from, but if it helps you focus, God has no worries about it. It's like,
exactly.
Which way do you like the camera? Which way do you like the candles? This way or that way? Well, that's adiaphora. Who cares?
Yeah. And Dork Girl also says that Peter is her favorite because she could relate to how he was the type to open his mouth to trade off which foot he would put in it.
He's your everyman apostle. Really, honestly, I mean, even us.
I think Peter's us. Let's face it.
Yeah.
He's us. Well, we'll say things. People may not like it, but we'll say it.
Right. And that's the point. And sometimes we might be a little bit quick to do it, a little quick tempered to do it, which, if Peter was a hothead. But then you also have the ingenious thing of Paul. Paul prayed to God to please take this affliction away from me. And God said, no. This is helping you to be who you are. This affliction, if it was taken away from you, would take, away your focus. And nobody knew what that was. And throughout time, people said back, oh, it's because he might be suffering from the blindness of the scales falling off his eyes. No, I don't think so, because his vision was fully restored. God wouldn't do that. But people have gone down the line that maybe he was a womanizer, maybe he was homosexual, maybe it's this. What's important is it doesn't say, but it makes him that in that way the every person. Anyone who has something that's afflicted him through life and doesn't seem to be going away can look at that and help have that push them on. And it's like, yeah, I know I have to fight this. I have to fight this urge or fight whatever it is. But maybe maybe that's what we need, to have something to have that fight to keep going.
Exactly. Even Dork Girl adds about Peter, usually speaking before thinking. And you know how our parents raising us say, think before you speak. But even they were guilty of saying something without thinking. Because we're all guilty of saying something without thinking first.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter was passion. There's no doubt about it. It was passion. It was loyalty. But even then, he made his mistakes there. He did
Mhm.
deny Christ before the cock crowed twice. But the thing is he was right there to swing that sword to protect him. So I mean, Peter is a good image of us. It really is,
Mhm.
because we tend to be that way. Even if you're not religious, even if you do not believe in Christianity, if you think it's all bunk, it doesn't matter. You still have these lessons, just like any mythology or folklore has out there. I mean, the fables are supposed to help you think and learn. Folklore does the same thing. Fairy tales are the same way. The various religious stories out there. I mean, whether it be Islamic or Shinto, or it doesn't matter if it helps in that aspect. This just happens to be just like Islam and others. People believe in the actual deity behind it,
Mhm.
but it does not shrek away from valid things that are in there. And that's why you have to study, not read. That's why you have to study folklore. That's why you have to study mythology. Do not take it at face value. You have to dig in and understand what is being told. The same thing with the Bible, same thing with the Quran,
Mhm.
and and so on and so forth. And Alamasi, you're absolutely right. We are all Peters here.
Yeah,
I'm,
we are.
I'm not denying it.
I
I'm not
I
denying
I
it.
I'm not gonna say, "Oh, I'm perfect." I think about everything I want to say before I say it. No, I'm not perfect.
Right.
I do shoot off my mouth.
The best
My
you can
mom
get out
my
of me,
mom would have said, "You get it from me."
the best I can see is I try.
Mhm.
You try to do it, but you know what? We all fall off, and that's why the important thing of what Paul said: "Chief of sinners, though I be." Well, same here.
Mhm.
I mean, I get called a hypocrite. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're right. I am a hypocrite. I'm a liar. I'm all these things because why? I've all done these things in my life. Why deny that? I'm flawed. We are all flawed. Can
Mhm.
you sit back and say that you're not a hypocrite? Can you say that you haven't lied? Can you say that? Now, the important thing is, are you trying not to? That's the thing.
Are you trying to better yourself?
Exactly. Which is why, again, to circle back, not to sound like Joe Pinsky or Jill Pinsky or whatever the hell her name is, to circle back, we care about these IPs and products that we have. Whether it's video games, movies, TV. That's why we care, because Star Trek was that at
Mhm.
one time. Star Wars was that at one time. Doctor Who was that at one time. And that's why we care. That's why, you know, half jokingly, we say this is our holy scriptures, and of course, the secular world.
Well, it's like I said to you when Pops asked me if I was going to do anything for Orthodox Star Wars Day. And I was thinking, you dumb idiot, you're not doing anything for Star Wars Day? You got Tommy Boy scheduled for the 25th instead of something Star Wars related? Yeah,
I,
kumquat.
I think at first you sat back and said you didn't want to do something because everybody else was, and of course, Pops came along, and we have to listen to Pops.
Well, that was my initial thought too, Baron,
Yeah,
was,
a smart thing. I mean, nothing wrong with that thinking.
everyone else is going to be doing something Star Wars related.
Yeah,
But then I got to thinking, you still love the original Star Wars. Even with the additions that Lucas made, you still love it because you you can watch the movies. And I'm talking about a general you. And for those of us who remember the theatrical version, we know where it all lines up.
right. See, and this is why we care so much. I mean, I take it obviously from, you know, someone who's been religions and has to be asking that question that Lutherans always ask: what does this mean? I think that should always be the question out of all our mouths. What does this mean? When we sit back and watch an episode of Star Trek, like the good years, the good stuff, the real stuff, you walk away with, what does this mean?
Mm-hmm.
Some people sit back and say, well, Shatner can't do a movie. No, that's not what we're talking about. No, but no, it's like, what does it? What was they?
What
What were
was
they
this
trying
episode
to
trying
bring?
to convey?
Exactly.
Just like, and yeah, some can say, well, that seems like a shameless plug, Mike. It's working into this conversation. Anonymous and I are talking about the Deep Space Nine episode Paradise this coming Saturday. And that's an episode where I've said, when I first watched it, I was a teenager when this episode first aired, and I hated it. But I've watched it several times since then, and I see it from a different perspective now. I'm not going to reveal what that perspective is today. I'll reveal it next Saturday.
Folks, he DM'd me while I was talking. He goes, you get an extra cent this month if you help me segue.
And Dork says, I am a sinner, and it's why I love and need Jesus, because I cannot do better without him. Exactly. That's why we all pray. That's why we all go to church. We all read the Bible, follow Scripture.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, I'm not here to proselytize. If you get something out of it, fine. But I'm just bringing what I'm talking about here, a point of view. There's nothing wrong with talking about religion or politics. But what's more important about this one is to understand, okay, what is the point of view where this person is coming from? Right? Because
try to see it from their perspective, from their shoes.
Right. And I'm bringing the perspective here. I'm not going out there and actively proselytizing and say, come to Jesus, right? I mean, I'd love to have that happen as whatever, but it's more of understanding. If we don't believe, I understand. But this is where I am. And I hope you understand where it's coming from. That because I don't care what anybody says. Christians have been so demonized by the mainstream media these days. You don't actually understand what a real Christian is. They're a bunch of hypocrites. Well, yeah, you're right. But what kind of hypocrite are they? Are they the ones that have just a false face and they're using the church to get ahead in life and look good? Or are they a hypocrite that realizes, yeah, I effed up and I need to do something about this, and I need to remember, and I need to repent, and I need to make good? And there's a lot more of that out there than the mainstream media wants to let on.
Very true, and that's why you have to go to other sources to get the truth.
Right. I mean, I'm about as anti-papist as you can get, but I find what's happening with the Roman Catholic Church right now fascinating. I am not going to slam it. That can be good for a debate for some other time. But I understand where that's coming from.
I can understand where some people are thrilled to have Pope Leo the 14th as the new Pope, and where some people would be against it.
Let me put it this way. As a Lutheran, seeing another Leo as a Pope, I'm wondering if there's going to be a papal bull coming anytime soon. That's all I got to say.
And there's no denying that there are a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing out there that give Christians a bad rep. Absolutely.
I call him the spiritual snake oil salesman. Oh, I can start listing right off the bat who I think are. Jim and Tammy Baker, right there. I mean, back in the old days. Let's get rich off of God. I mean, all the way up, and I'm going to say the name, Joel Osteen. I mean, he is a Judas goat out there. Anyone going out there, if he opens a book of the Bible and looks at it, he bursts into flame. I don't know. Amazing. There's a guy who says he's a Christian, doesn't like Joel Osteen. Yeah, there's a lot of us that don't. I don't hate him.
I don't hate him either, but when I first saw him, I'll be honest, my first thought was, I don't trust him.
No. Oh, he's an MLM guy. It's basically, hey, work your way up to the top. We're just gonna, have that pyramid to the top. And
I just wanted to read what Shane said here. We got a Chicago. I'll do it in my best Chicago accent.
Please do.
Since we got a Chicago Pope now. He's gonna teach the Italians how to eat dish and give Satan an offer he can't refuse.
Yep. Now that's the one thing I always sat back and thought. I was like, oh great, now
And according to his brother, the baseball team that he roots for is the White Sox, not the Cubs. What's the guy's problem with the Cubs?
heretic. He's a heathen. Get him out of. He's an anti-pope. I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. I just wanted to poke fun at that. I mean, I did. I had to laugh when Cubs groups that I'm a part of on Facebook. We're going, he's a Cub Pope. It's like, folks.
Well,
let's wait. Because I wasn't ready to jump on that bandwagon yet. And then his brother says, no, he's a White Sox fan. It's like, see, that's why I wasn't ready to jump on the bandwagon.
No, it's like you got to put this Pope in question now. But the thing is also what you sit back and say here, Snorty is absolutely right. I mean, people talk about, the collection plate comes out when you're in the church, and all the church cares about is money. Well, no, it's not a real church. Why does the collection plate come out in a real church? The tithing. Well, simple. You're part. Let's be pragmatic about it, because I'm a bit of a pragmatic person. Let's go to the square bolts. You join a church. It's a club. A club usually has dues. What do those dues do? They keep the lights on. They keep the air conditioner on. They're able to make sure that various functions are taken care of in there. And if they do have, I'm talking about a real church, right? And if there's surpluses, that sometimes gets doled out to those that are needy. A lot of churches put on soup kitchens. A lot of I know my church that I went to, but previous did. My current one's so small they really can't do it. But every Monday at my previous church, which by the way is named after St. John, my favorite apostle, every Monday you can go there free of charge. Boom. And if you go there during Lent or Advent on Wednesdays, you can get a free meal if you want, but there's a little basket out if you want to donate and help out the ladies that put those meals on. You can get that twice a week. And then you have a circuit around with a lot of the churches that, okay, Tuesday you can go to this church, so on and so forth. That's where that money goes. It comes from those that tithe to the church.
Well, not only that, the whole reason why, especially churches around my area, will have a fish fry or a spaghetti dinner or some kind of dinner is to raise funds, not just for the church, but for the community, to help those who are in desperate need.
Right. Same here. Fish boils. They were trying to do fish boils at one time, which is kind of a sort of thing, I guess. Maybe it's also a Southern thing too. I'm not too sure. But that's just it. I mean, that sense of community, especially when you do have a larger church that do have the members that can do it, that are young. My current church has, unfortunately, a lot of old people, and it's they're trying to get newer members in, younger members, but it's in an area that is heavily Hispanic now, and what do Hispanics usually gravitate towards? Ave Maria. But it's amazing. There's some that don't want to be Catholic. They're willing to go the heathen way. Come to the Lutheran side. We have beer steins. We Oompa. We have brats and beer. But when you're talking about a local church compared to these mega churches, let's put it on perspective. You go to see Joel Osteen on one of his holy roller, quote unquote, holy roller things. You have to pay to go in there. And then what do they have? They have all the books out there and all the tapes and all the other stuff. It's like you're walking into a temple and the first thing you want to do is grab a whip and knock over tables, right? Billy Graham, when he did his crusades, he got these arenas, the Met Stadium. They had
Shea Stadium.
Yeah, Shea, but here we had the Met, Metropolitan Stadium, and then I think even the Metro Dump or Dome, right? So these are venues that cost a lot of money, right? You didn't pay to go in there. If you wanted to see Billy Graham, you went and you saw him. Not a cent was paid. That's the difference.
And
That is the difference.
Dork Girl over on Rumble says every now and then I like to go back and watch TV shows and movies I grew up with to see if I can get a new perspective out of them. Yeah, it's just like going back through the Bible and
Right.
reading different verses, seeing if you get something different out of it now that you're older as compared to when you were younger.
Yeah, I mean, not to drag Star Trek into it back again, but when you saw Star Trek as a younger lad, and I'm talking about me, but generalizing, you saw one thing. But as you started maturing up there, you started seeing new things. And as it goes, the Warner Brother cartoons are that way. They're every person's cartoons. Why? You start out with the one where you're a kid and you just get laugh at that, and then as you get older, you start seeing other humor, and then you start seeing the fable aspect in these,
Mm-hmm.
which was Chuck Jones and Fritz Freeling's thought on how to do it. So as we as adults go back, we can enjoy those cartoons and we can see that and get those perspectives. Especially when he's basing that coyote and the roadrunner off of Indian mythology. And of course, belief too. I'm sure some. So I don't want to insult anybody, but about the coyote trickster and trying to get there, and the frustrations and such. It was again, he's putting a fable, he's put aspect to it, a mythological, a religious
Mm-hmm.
aspect to it, a learning aspect, and even SpongeBob at one time did that, which is why young kids and adults could enjoy watching it. I mean, when I was working in a warehouse, I had someone who had a son, and they'd watch it. I'd watch it at home with my daughter. We'd come back and we assess the episode.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, we weren't the Lost Gary episode didn't grab us, but we did use the "Hey Gary" quite a bit around there because there was a guy that worked there that by the name of Gary. Hey Gary, never said it to him though because he was kind of angry. He was an angry guy, but and we see Gary and it's like, "Hey Gary," to ourselves.
Yeah. But I mean, if scripture has influenced those who have worked in the entertainment industry in one way, shape, or form to actually put different lines of scripture in it and leaving it up to the audience to pick up on it.
Mhm.
Well, wait a minute. Clever.
Right.
That's clever.
Right. Exactly. It's just like I can't remember the name of the author of the book, but he wrote the book when the King James Bible hit this big double O anniversary a few years back. He wrote a book called God's Secretary, and he did not approach it as on a religious context. He was going at it by literature. And as he stated, this is probably the greatest piece of English literature because I don't even know if this guy's faithful or not. He might be Jewish for all I know because you got a lot of academics over there in England who are Jewish. He wouldn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
I ran across a few of it, but the thing is they looked at the aspect and what was done to do this King James Bible over what 11, 12 years. This wasn't one of these overnight things where they just rushed it out. Something where they spent weeks talking about and arguing over one word. Because how do we translate this word from its original language, whether it's Aramaic or Greek? How does it get transferred over to what we need to have for English,
Mm-hmm.
which shows the work? And when you have people working on something like that, and obviously they're doing it for a religious purpose, when it comes around as literature, it becomes wonderful, which is why it's still held so highly by so many, including myself. Again, I'm not going on this as a religious aspect. I'm talking about literature.
Mhm.
And when you're using that for a basis of things, and when it comes around to Hollywood or other stories you have out there, because people use analogies out of it for things they have. I mean, how many Messiah stories do we have out there? Tron is a Messiah story,
Mm-hmm.
front and center. Babylon 5, the last episode, J. Michael J. Michael Straczynski is directing. and they moved a camera a certain way, and he noticed the reflection in the mirror made a cross. He says, "Stop right there. Leave the camera there. We're filming it this way." Because, again, the character of Sheridan is a messiah figure in Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm.
And what better? And this is coming from an atheist. He knew that power
He did.
and didn't shy away from it.
No, and you see what Anonymous typed there. He said, "I find that churches have far less children in them.
Mhm.
We used to have a great children's program. I can remember
Right.
going to church with friends when my sister and I would stay over at their house.
Mhm.
If it was on a weekend and we were going back home on a Sunday, well, we would go to church with them, and
Mhm.
a lot of us kids were there, and the adults were there.
Right. Mhm. I know a lot of churches have done something very horrible, I think, where the church ever starts and they take the children away so they have their own private thing during the service. Like, no, you don't do that. You never separate the flock. Never separate the flock. This is a communion, just like the dinner table. That's why we call
Mhm.
it communion. We're communing. And like Christ said, bring the children onto me. And I don't care any group of that. When you start sending the children away, you're doing a bad thing for anything out there, any get together or whatnot. You're all together. Unless, of course, there's something specific for adults you don't want to bring them to. That's one thing. Or
Mhm.
there's something specifically for kids, like birthday parties. That's a different thing. We do need to have those times when we socialize with those of our own kind, and whether it be ethnic, age, whatnot. Just as long as you don't let that become the over-encompassing thing, which leads to supremacy crap. No, and xenophobia. No, we don't want that.
Mhm.
But you're absolutely right also on that with Tommy. That is a also in itself a Messiah story. Logan is the Messiah that didn't know he was one. He's leading the people. He's almost that reluctant Moses leading the people to the promised land. Being chased by the Pharaoh, which is Francis 6. I believe it's Francis 6, yeah. He's Logan 5, Francis 6. I mean, and that's just it. We see these elements in our stories.
Mm-hmm.
This is where a lot of it comes from. Not just Christianity or out of Judaic, because there's a whole line of Judaic, belief and folklore that didn't transcribe over into the Judeo-Christian. The Talmud is one of them, which is a later construct that was done. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying a Talmud is something that a lot of Christians are not familiar with because it was not part of that original, with a Pentateuch and of course the original books of what we call the Old Testament. But you also got it again. I'm going to go back: the Greeks, the Romans, the Norse, the Mesopotamian, the Zoroasters. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just all across the board. What's out there that helps form and shape and trying to get the thoughts across have always been stories. And if we do stories bad, well, society starts collapsing. I know
Mm-hmm.
it sounds radical. I say that, but it is the absolute freaking truth. If we
Well,
do
we're
not
seeing
have
it
that,
now.
exactly. We do not have these stories to help tell us, to make us think, we collapse. Because the difference between social awareness and social justice, Star Trek was social awareness. This new crap is social justice. Social awareness made you think. It was fables. It was, again, what we're just talking about. Social justice is
Dharma.
let's go out.
The episode
Yeah,
Dharma, Star Trek: Next Generation. It's essentially the story of Gilgamesh.
yeah. And funny enough, I have to watch it again. I never glommed onto it like a lot of the other Star Trek fans. I don't know why, but I have to see it again and see if that changes my opinion. And I admit that. But social justice is we'll take this hammer out there and pound it over you, and you have to think like we do, or else we'll ostracize you and make sure, and if necessary, send you off to camps. And we don't want you watching our stuff if you do not agree with us, which has been said by showrunners of Star Trek, the new crap.
Not just the showrunners, but those acting in
Yeah,
current shows too.
was
Even
it Jason
Star Wars.
Isaacs? Yeah, Jason
Yeah,
Isaacs, right? He was one of them. He was right there saying, if you don't like, if you don't agree with us, we don't want you watching. Well, you know, you might be a great actor. You might have done a great thing in Harry Potter and all that, but you're a putz. Go away.
But
You're an
that's not the
absolute
Star
freaking
Trek
idiot.
way of thinking. Okay,
No.
you don't agree with me, but at least hear my point. And if you still don't
Mhm.
agree with me after I've given my point, then let's move on.
The worst thing you could ever that makes a social justice warrior shriek back in terror, like you just brought up across or garlic, is I do not agree with you, but I will fight to the death your right to have it.
Mm-hmm.
They hate that because it means there's agree to disagree, which they don't want to do. Which means if you're doing that, they have to do that, and they don't want to.
Well, it's because a lot of people who are on this bandwagon where if you don't agree with me, you're wrong.
Mhm.
Forget IDIC. Infinite diversity, infinite combinations.
We're not talking about you, Shane. Just to let you know. Right. They don't know ethic anymore. Ethic has been flushed down the toilet. It's a cool symbol. It's a cool word. Well, yeah. 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 Go pound rocks. You don't understand it. You really,
Oh.
really don't. You know, in some ways, Gene Roddenberry didn't fully understand it. That's why he took Gene Coon and DC Fontana to help really show run the show and make it to what it
Mm-hmm.
was.
Well, not only that, you had Rick Berman, Michael Piller when it came to Next Generation, Jerry Taylor,
Mm-hmm. Rest your soul.
Brandon Braga,
Mm-hmm.
Brian Fuller, so many people that contributed to Star Trek that gave you thinking Star Trek.
Right. Right. And, you know, let's go right down to even the individual writers Robert Bloch, Ted Sturgeon, Harlan Ellison. You know, the list goes on. Diane Duane, she's applied for Next Generation. I mean, the list goes on. You start finding out who wrote some of these episodes, especially the original series. It's like, oh my God, this is a who of almost the masters of science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And what is science fiction good for? Trying to predict the future, but also trying to show what being human is about,
Mm-hmm.
especially when we start entering into these situations. iRobot, how do we react to artificial life? Everybody should read that book now, especially now we're going into this world of AI.
Mm-hmm.
I always sat back and said, this is the perfect primer book for anyone who's curious about what science fiction is about. What's science fiction about? What's a good starting point? iRobot. Get it. Read it. Because it really means something now.
It does. It does. And Dork Girl says SJWs just act the way they do because they want to come off as more virtuous when they are far from it. Yeah. I mean,
Right.
we brought this up during the member stream last time. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. What about all the Star Wars Bucks employees who are protesting because of the new
Oh,
dress code?
oh God, yeah. Can
Co-
I say
co-
putz? I'm gonna say putz, okay? Putzes.
any job that I've worked at in the past has had some sort of dress code. Whether it
Right.
be wearing a uniform, like a Starbucks uniform, for example, where you have the black shirt. No,
Mm-hmm.
it can't have anything on it. Solid black shirt, whether it be polo or t-shirt, and
Mm-hmm.
khakis,
Right.
black pants, or blue jeans.
Right.
I've worked jobs where you can wear a graphic t-shirt, but it can't just be any old graphic t-shirt.
Right. But generally, they want you to be uniform, so one that you can be
Mm-hmm.
identified as an employee. Which means
Yeah.
anybody out there, if you go to Target wearing a red shirt, don't because a lot of people ask you where can I find this? Yeah, I know. I did that. I wore a red shirt one time at Target, and people were asking me questions. But no, it's again you're part of a team.
Mm-hmm.
If you're all a Twitter about wearing a Starfleet uniform, but then get pissed off that you have to go and wear a uniform at work, well, congratulations, you wouldn't make it in Starfleet
No.
or Babylon 5 or anything else that would require you to wear a uniform, even the Rebellion. No, you're not Han Solo. You're one of the schlubs. You're wearing the uniform. Han's a little different. He's kind of a free agent.
I mean, I've worked jobs where you couldn't just wear any regular old tennis shoes. They had to be black shoes with
Right.
your khaki pants
Mm-hmm.
and your solid navy blue shirt or solid red navy blue shirt. Usually polo shirts.
Well, get this. When I worked for Potbelly, right, we had to wear khaki pants, which didn't bother me.
Mhm.
Khakis are comfortable. And of course, you got their uniform shirt. And, okay, fine. But then I got a job next door at the AT&T as well. So, I do my one shift, literally walk out the door and go into the other door because literally next door. Well, their thing is they didn't want me wearing khaki pants. They wanted me wearing jeans. I rebelled. And I know people came, the big shots, and they say to the boss about he's not wearing jeans, he's wearing khakis. And I always thought to myself, this is the first place where they're upset that I didn't dress down. And I didn't even think khakis was anything considered dressing up for, especially if I'm working at a sandwich shop.
Mm-hmm.
But when I quit the sandwich shop because I just couldn't stand no more because of my back, then I got my black jeans and all that. I think I actually started wearing black jeans there too. And because they were allowing you to do that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like you got to conform. It's like the first thing you got to do when you go in there. It's like, hey, what do I got for a uniform? Some places make you pay for the freaking uniform.
I worked at a grocery store where you had to pay for your uniform.
Airlines. I don't know how many uniforms I bought there because I went from one department to another. Different uniform tops.
And
Scrubs,
And Dork Girl says, even working for Domino's, you had to wear black pants, no jeans, and you could only wear a black or white shirt underneath your Domino's shirt. Yeah. Same when I worked at Pizza Hut. Black pants, solid black pants. They couldn't be jeans. The only exception was if you worked in the kitchen exclusively. Then you could wear jeans because nobody's going to see you out on the floor. But since I was part of the wait staff, I had to wear black pants. I had to wear a polo shirt, and we wore a hat. And underneath, solid white shirt, solid black shirt.
How many times do you spill the stuff on people? I would have done it a lot. It was me.
It happened a couple of times, and I felt so bad about it.
Oh, I felt bad when I made mistakes too and dropped something or a sandwich or whatever. It's like, oh God, sorry. Let me do it again.
I mean, there was one. It was just after a hurricane came through the area, and I had the tray. I thought I had it balanced well enough on my hand, and then I made one quick movement, which I shouldn't have done, and there goes the drinks. Luckily, the girls who were at the table weren't pissed off about it. They laughed. They said, with how stressful this week was, this is probably the best thing that happened. and when they said that, I was shocked, to be honest with you, Baron, thinking, wait, this is the best thing that's happened? But because of the hurricane and all the prep and everything,
it was that breaking.
It gave them that laughing point. They said, it's okay. And they left me a good tip.
See, and that's what I look for with the service. Like when you can tell someone's trying to do their best, but they're having a bad day, but they're not trying to, they're not taking. It's just like everything's just not working right with them. I still give a good tip too. I don't automatically give tips to people. I don't care what anybody says. If they treat me shitty, I do not give a tip. And I've done that a few times. You've ignored me. You've hardly come by. Your attitude's crappy. In fact, I think you should give me a tip for even putting up with this garbage type of thing. So I'm not one of these automatically you got to give tips no matter what to people. No, tip is that one thing that shows you your appreciation for their service and help encourage them to continue on. And it's like they go to tip. Hopefully that gives a bigger smile. So when they go to the next person, that gets passed down. And those people will be generous enough to, that extra point is like, normally it's this percentage. I'll add a couple percentage up.
Yeah, I mean, I could remember one of the first large tips I got. I'm not going to say how much it was, but it was a good amount. And I looked at the lady. I said, "Are you sure?" She said, "Yes, Mike. You busted your ass."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the fact that you're humble enough to ask that, I mean, and that's another thing that people take into account is how do you react when you get it?
I mean, I'm not gonna make it sound like, oh, I was the greatest waiter in the world. I thought I sucked. I'll be honest. I thought I sucked.
I always thought I was best at punching out. That's my talent.
Yeah,
That's my talent.
but what made me realize I didn't suck as bad as I thought I did was when I had repeat customers who would want to sit in my
Mm-hmm.
section.
Right. And that is the sign that you're doing things right. That's a
Mm-hmm.
sign that whatever it is you're doing works. I mean, you're being you. That's the important thing. That's what I always say. Just be you.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this YouTube thing. You're not going to get a fake Baron. I mean, yeah, you're going to get crazy Baron and I'm putting on a show, but it's still me. Now I'm not. Now it's scholarly Baron. This is close, about as close to me being who I really am in life. Which I don't try to do too often because I'm a boring SOB. Oh, I know.
I mean, Shane can attest to this. Steven, there'll be times where I'll join his game streams and he's all, Mike, you there? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just relaxing, Steven. Because that's how I am in real life. I could be around my friends, talk, but I'm relaxed. I'm not going to be all,
Yeah, you
stuff
get
like
me.
that.
You get me coming into the chat going, "Talk, Mike, talk."
It's because when I'm around good company, and this is just how I've always been. I sit there and I listen to the conversation. I add to the conversation, but I don't go crazy about it. I don't get in there. It's like, okay, guys, I'm here. Pay attention to me. It's all about me. No, I, especially as I've gotten older, I've told myself, chillax. And Shane says, everyone can get a gift of my friendship. Only rule is not to be a douche. Exactly. That's the main rule here for the channel. Come
Yeah,
in, but don't be a douche. The moment you're a douche, then the clean on side of me is going to come out and I'm going to tell you, okay, there's the door. See your way out.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, just like right now. I mean, my cat was being a douche. He wanted out, so I had to let him out. He was, okay, fine, out of the room. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you either. No, like I said, this is, are you cool? That's all I care. I don't care what
Mhm.
color you are. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care which team you swing for. I don't care. Are you just cool? Okay. I
Mhm.
don't care if you're left, right, center. I don't. I don't care.
Just be you. Don't be a
Mm-hmm.
facsimile of you. Don't be a version of you wish you were. Just be you.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I was who I wish I would be, I wouldn't be here, man. I'd be living the good life. I'd be like Godzilla there out there having the suntan thing going. This is the life.
Yeah, the mirror.
Yep. Get myself burned. Where's Baron? See that charred piece of flesh out there? Yeah, that was him. It only took 3 minutes.
Uh, look
Son,
at
what
you.
is done?
I go, okay, Barrett, I think you forgot to flip yourself to the other side because this side looks like it's done, but the other side's still rare.
Huh? Go out in the sun. Boom. Vampires go, oh shit, man, he's worse than us. You sure he was
There,
human?
there,
Yeah, he was. He's just Norwegian. Okay. Norwegian from Minnesota?
there,
Gotcha.
there was one summer I stayed out in the sun too long. I'll admit it.
Mhm.
And when I got home, I was beet red. I wasn't just bright red. I was beet red.
Lobster boy.
And my mom saw, you didn't put suntan lotion on? I said, no, I was having too much fun and didn't put it on. And she's all, Michael. I'm a what? I'm fine. She said, I don't want to hear you complaining.
Yeah, your name was Michael. Uh, uh, oh, I was Charcoal. Michael Charcoal. That was your name for a while. Because
No,
it was all
for a
burned
while,
out. Yeah,
for a while, both my mom
burned.
and dad would say, "Hey, got any butter? We've got some lemon. We just need some butter for
He's
Lobster
Lobster
Boy over
Boy.
here."
The new superhero. Watch out! In the dead of night, he lurks. Ow! It still hurts, man. Don't touch me there. It's Lobster Boy.
Yeah, yeah. Trust me, I've learned from that mistake. I don't do that anymore.
That's why I like wearing hats and stuff like that. Hats need to come back.
I still like wearing hats when I go outside.
My fedora, either my head grew or my fedora shrunk. I need to get it cleaned and stretched. It's a genuine Indiana Jones Stetson from back in 1984.
Nice, very
Mm-hmm.
nice. I've always wanted to get that style of fedora, but every time I look at them online, it's like, no, that looks like it's gonna fall apart just after a few times
Mm-hmm.
wearing it.
Well, it doesn't help that you got these chin beards actually out there doing it. So it's like, you ruined the fedora for me, you sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Where's the Panama
Well,
hats? Maybe I'll do a Panama hat. Yeah. I got a
well,
Panama
why
hat.
not? I think you could sport a Panama hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to wear a Panama hat before I got the fedora.
Oh, nice.
But the Panama hat doesn't fit this big noggin anymore.
And you know what? We've got the box office numbers for this weekend, brother.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
So let me just double check to make sure that these are the official numbers, and if they are, I will go ahead and bring it up on screen. And it looks like they are. So
Woo!
we're going to take a look at the box office numbers, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the top movie for this weekend, let me just make it a little larger for everybody.
Holy snarkies.
Final Destination Bloodlines. I've never watched any of the Final Destination films because I was never interested in them.
I never had it either. I didn't even know there's a new one coming out, to be honest with you. That
Yeah.
shows you how much I pay attention. You got to fire me. I'm a lousy pop culture guy, Mike. I'll
Well,
give someone
I
that.
need to fire myself because I was never interested in any of the Final Destination movies.
Yeah, I never was either. So, okay, big log comes at you. Okay, seen it, done it. Wait, what, done it? Never mind. Long story.
And Dork Girl says that she looks funny in hats. She wears bandanas in the summer as a headband. Why not?
There we go. There's a lot of ladies that look great with the bandana. Yeah.
And she says she's seen the original 5 Final Destination films. But
5.
the latest one, Bloodlines, made 51 million over the weekend. What was its worldwide total? Okay, so 51 million domestically and internationally. That doesn't happen too often.
No. I think we had one last year, which
Yeah,
I can't remember which one it was again, but yeah, we had one last year.
we did last year, and I'm like you. I can't remember which one it is now.
Was it No, not Ghostbusters.
No, it wasn't Ghostbusters. It was something else, but I can't remember
It was
exactly
something
which one it
notable.
is.
It was a more notable movie that had that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it has 102 million worldwide. And let me use the computer, the internet, and find out what the budget was. Final Destination Bloodlines.
Bloodlines. That's right. Didn't that know?
Like I said, I never had any interest in the movies, even though I had friends who.
Yeah, it's not my type of horror thriller film type of thing. Which is, one of those to each their own type of thing. I'm not going to criticize it, but just not my.
Okay, according to Brave, Final Destination Bloodlines had a budget of $50 million.
So there we go. Not bad. See, smaller budgets, people.
Mm-hmm. So it's made its money back.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to continue doing so because I don't think it's going to take that big of a drop.
No, I
I
don't
mean, it's
think
going
it
to
is
drop,
either.
but it's not going to take.
I mean, yeah, you do have that Lilo and Stitch movie coming out next weekend. You have the last Mission Impossible coming out, The Final Reckoning, which my sister and I are going to go see next Saturday.
Mm-hmm. He is really.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to it.
No, I know you liked the last one, so
I did. My sister, she has her Prime account, and she says, "You know what's on Prime this week?" I said, "What?" She says, "The Final Reckoning." Well, Dead Reckoning is what it's called. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. But she told me it was on there. I said, and I bet you're gonna watch it to get yourself ready for the last one.
Why the hell not?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. And there we see Thunderbolts, New Avengers, whatever they want to call it, 16.5 million for the weekend.
It's shite. Oh God. I think I was the one that said I don't think it's going to make it to 500. I think I said that. The other one.
And real quick before we continue with this, Dork Girl says, I was into gore at one point, and then the Saw sequels came out, and I couldn't handle the gore anymore. Yeah, we get to that point where something we like as, young kids going into our adolescent years, we like a particular type of movie, and then we get older, it's like, I can't do it anymore.
It has to be done right. It has to be done right. Like American Werewolf in London, it had its gore, but that wasn't what the film was fully about.
Mm-hmm.
And there, Landis was able to balance that, and that's why I think it's one of the great horror films out there, like to watch. That's a bit on more of the gory side.
So
it's freaking hysterical sometimes.
We see here with the 16 million that it made domestically this weekend. Thunderbolts, the New Avengers, only has 155 million domestically to go with 170 million it's made internationally.
I mean, those aren't the theaters that it's in right now. It's just showing the release, or is it the widest release. So I don't even know how many theaters this thing is in right now.
I don't even
They're
know.
not even giving us.
They have that information. No,
they usually do.
So I'm just gonna go down here, look at the date, and specifically look at this weekend.
Okay.
No, it's only in 3,960 theaters now, compared to what it was in before.
With that many theaters, it still should have done better than that. Honestly, it should have been knocking on, if not over 30.
Yep, but it's failing. Of course, we know the failure that is Snow White. Sinners has done well for itself. For a movie that had $100 million budget after reshoots, it's done well for itself. I liked it. I wasn't sure that I was going to like it, but I ended up going in. I liked it. And like I said, who would have thought the blues and vampires? Who would have thought that they would have mixed well together?
You know what? I can see it working. I mean, especially when you had Anne Rice doing like your New Orleans, vampire stories and such down there. Why not throw the blues in? It's just another step. And who wouldn't want to sing the blues if you're a vampire? But one thing that also kind of hurts. Look at I have a sneaky feeling there are not as many worldwide theaters with that number.
No, it only opened in 3,308 theaters, and it is currently in. So I scroll down to this weekend. 3,518 theaters now.
Right, so it's not a little less theaters than than Thunderbolts, and it's just a titch under on the weekly. From what,
Mm-hmm.
17 and 16. That's nothing to crow about, Disney. You can quit crowing.
Yeah, Thunderbolts made 16.5 million this weekend.
Yeah,
Sinners
16,
made 15.4. So,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I'm going to say, if you are still into horror movies, even if you're not into horror movies, but you like good blues music, and you want to see a story that's told in a different way when it comes to vampires, go see Sinners.
yeah. I might be tempted. I like vampire lore. I really do.
Well, I will tell you, it will be a part of the future watch party, and also what's available now on Amazon Prime. I won't have it as part of a watch party for this month, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
or I might be able to get it in for next month, but I'm kind of looking at July right now. Queen
Mm-hmm.
of the Ring.
Mm.
I enjoyed that movie when I saw it. It's a
Oh
shame it
yeah.
was only out for a few days, but I'm glad
Mm-hmm.
I managed to see it when I did.
Films like that need more pumping out there. I mean, yeah. I mean, for crying out loud.
And a Minecraft movie, I mean, let's face it, that movie has brought in money. It's
Mm.
brought people back to the theaters,
Mm-hmm.
and look at this.
Yeah, this is what.
416 million just domestically, 505 million internationally, 921 million globally.
In about a month and a half, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the numbers Thunderbolts wish they had.
Yep. This is the numbers that Marvel used to make.
Right. Internationally, they made what they won't make totally on Thunder. Like I said, it's a miracle if they're going to make it to 500,000. Or,
Mm-hmm.
500,
No,
500
yeah.
million, I mean, sorry.
And The Accountant 2 has made 59 million here, 31 million internationally. As you can see, 90 million
Mm-hmm.
worldwide. Honestly, I've never seen The First Accountant,
No.
so I really don't know anything about those movies. And Hurry Up Tomorrow, well, that doesn't look like, because I'm saying this as it being a new release, doesn't look like anyone's hurrying up to go see it.
I never. Which one is that one? I really don't know.
Hurry Up Tomorrow, an insomniac musician encounters a mysterious stranger leading to a journey that challenges everything he knows about himself.
Oh, it could be an interesting thriller, but yeah, that's not
Could
much.
be.
Yeah. It doesn't look like they're even trying to give this movie a chance. I never heard
No,
about it. It's like that's the thing. It's
never
like
saw any advertisements for it.
this is why Hollywood is sucking right now because Hollywood used to put effort into smaller budget films and smaller films like this as much as the big ones. Now they're ignored.
And Shane says over on the Rumble side, gore has become a horror crutch.
Hmm.
They don't have to be creative anymore, just be disgusting. You see it in games and movies. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I liked the first Megan movie.
Yeah.
I liked it all the way up until the end, where I felt that it fell off. Even Pops saw it; it felt that it
Yeah.
fell off in the
Hmm.
last part of the movie. But seeing the trailer for this sequel, it's like, no,
Now it's
no,
Meghan
I
Markle.
don't want this. I don't want this where Megan becomes the hero in the sequel. No.
No, no.
If you want to make this a child's play for the 21st century, then you got to make her meaner.
Hmm.
What is she going to do this time? But
Hmm.
no. And
For what
they
reason?
put in jokes. It's like, no. Yeah, the child's play movies had some jokes here and there, but usually it was related to what Chucky was going to do next.
Hmm. But and a joke and humor can be used as a proper tool to do that jump into the horror. You have all of a sudden this lighthearted thing, and then boom, if you do it right.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, which is why American Werewolf in London works so well. You had the humor, but then you had the seriousness, and it was believable. It was organic. It was natural.
And Pat, I want to be asked: is Minecraft going to make more than the next Avatar film? Who knows? Because I don't even know when the next Avatar film is supposed to be released, with how long it takes James Cameron to release them.
I thought the way he was talking about it, we'd be knocking on the door for it, but I guess not.
I mean, I still stand by it. Saw the first Avatar, and that made me fall asleep. I'm not gonna act like I enjoyed the movie when I'm sitting there and going, "Oh, look, Sigourney Weave."
Yeah, it takes a lot if you're going to fall asleep with Sigourney Weaver on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if she's in Galaxy Quest.
Oh yeah, you can tell she enjoyed Galaxy Quest, but I love her as Ripley too, and
Yeah.
Dana Barrett and
Oh yeah, a lot of her roles. She's kind
let's
of our
see.
sci-fi queen.
I'm trying to find out when it's supposed to be coming out. So, no, not Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar 3 is coming to cinemas. I don't know if this is true. It's saying this year, but
see, I thought so.
It's from a site that I've never heard of, so I don't want to just go by
so much clickbait.
what it's saying. Yeah. Let's see. Let me rephrase. And see if I can get better results. Because I want to give accurate information. I don't want to just say, "Oh yeah, here's some information right here," and then it's incorrect.
Since when do we want to be accurate? We're here for the clicks, man. We're here for the clicks.
Since the beginning, Baron. Since the beginning.
Oh, okay. I guess I missed that memo. Did you send me out to get Cheetos during that meeting? That's probably when you talked about it.
You were eating the Cheetos. You were ignoring what I was saying.
Yeah, that happens too. I was probably in the beanbag chair in my underwear watching something on the TV at the time, eating my Cheetos. I don't know what it is, but my wife is just cackling like Kamala Harris out there. Oh, she's obviously watching something funny.
Well, there was a trailer for it at April's Cinecon. Let me just look through this article, see if it gives a release date. Yeah. Just give me a release date.
Yeah. But it's a good question, though. Who's going to do better, Minecraft or Avatar? Especially if it comes out this year.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Avatar: Fire and Ash will hit theaters ahead of Christmas on December 19th of this year. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's coming up this year. We know somebody who will be watching it, and we'll get his thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
And see, that's another factor too. As far as answering Pat Wannabe's question, will Minecraft make more than Avatar 3? Are fans still craving the Avatar movies after seeing the second one, or has that interest died down?
Mm-hmm.
I think the only way we're going to be able to know is how well the movie does when it comes out in theaters.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen any of them, so I'm not going to criticize them at all. I know they're supposed to be a visual eye candy, but hearing what the story's all about, it's like, yeah, typical James Cameron on that. So it's like, well, we'll have to see. I mean, does he have enough material to what he wants to do? 5 of them? I can't remember. He wants
5 or 6.
Yeah, Does he and Zack Snyder sit around with each other? Yeah, let's one up each other with how many films we're going to do with this one, huh? How many Rebel Moons are you going to do? And I'm going to do this many Avatars.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to the box office. Friendship, a suburban dad falls hard for his charismatic new neighbor.
Mm.
I've seen trailers for this movie, and it looks weird. Looks weird, and
Look how many theaters was released in and how much it made.
yeah, 2
That's
million.
not bad.
Only in 6 theaters. Yeah,
That's not bad, really.
no complaints. You can't. And let's see what the others movie. What the other movies? Come on, Mike, speak.
Hey, you're talking like they write over at Cosmic Book News. Love
Sure.
you guys. But get it out.
Clown in the Cornfield. Well, that can be Cash, Baron, or myself.
You goobers.
A fading Midwestern town in which Frendo the clown, a symbol of bygone success, reemerges as a terrifying scourge. Yeah, I don't think I was doing well last weekend either.
Mm-mm.
Released
Well, you
in
should have.
2,277 theaters, and it's currently still in those same 2,277 theaters.
Is this a John Wayne Gacy story?
I don't know.
How can you joke about stuff like that, Baron? You're a bad man. Yes, I am. What, too soon?
And of course, you have Until Dawn, which is based on the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't been performing well, but not too many video game movies have ever performed all that well.
Oh, I thought Doom did great.
Sarcasm.
Well, the one that is Minecraft, though.
Yeah. 3,055 theaters. It's currently sitting. Ooh, that's a big drop.
It is.
1,706 theaters now.
When are they going to do Sims, the movie?
I don't know. Somebody might have that in the pipeline, Baron.
I do. I got the right. My word, what is the wife watching?
I don't know, but she's enjoyed it.
She is. I mean, I hope she lives through that. I haven't heard her laugh like that in a long time. Not since the time. Not since the other day when my pants dropped by accident.
And The Amateur, I'm surprised it's not doing that well because I thought it was a good movie.
I'm surprised.
It was released in 3,400 theaters. It's currently sitting in only 850 theaters. That's a drop. That's a drop within not even a month.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it is a full month.
Mm-hmm.
I stand corrected.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And
Are you okay?
And we are going to take a look at Snow White, the flop that was.
I was waiting for this.
Yep. Probably didn't see what the total was that it made for this weekend. Ooh, $93,000. Yeah. Oh, ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, even with all that they're trying to like boost some life in it, like they're artificial. Hey, we're a family here at Disneyland. It's so great. And oh, look, Rachel Zegler just came out of nowhere and singing with us. Oh, cringe.
Oh, they're desperate. They're desperate, Baron.
They are. She's desperate. I think she realized she cooked her goose. I think her handlers had to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with her, saying, "Yeah, we found the problem, and it's called your mouth opening it. Okay, stop that."
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's going to make a $500 million either.
Baron, it's not even going to crack 205 million.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, it's doing well overseas. Maybe in the United Arab Emirates might boost it up to the extra 1 million after the trade deals, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But 4,200 theaters and opened up at 42. That's your sign.
Yeah, and it currently sits, as I scroll down here,
Holy, hey, see, notice
and
you have a little
180 theaters.
But if you notice, it went down to 310, then Disney had it bumped up to 1330, and now it's 180. So
yeah, those theaters said, "Okay, yeah, get it out of here."
Yeah, it's kind of stinking up. Theaters number 6, 7, and 11. We just can't do that no more. I mean,
And nobody's buying the popcorn because of the stench.
Yeah, and no, the special Snow White popcorn buckets. Yeah, the only ones that are buying those are the YouTubers that use it as a pee jug. I'm spooky now.
The Paranorman Attack.
It's the dagger has already been placed. It's called the Minecraft movie. Now, I mean, and I don't wish ill. I really hope that the Lilo and Stitch movie is good and does well, because kids need that. But it all depends on
that families need a movie that they can all go to and enjoy together and talk about.
Right, as long as they stay away from the crap and keep it to what it's all about. I know they took out the dress thing that the one character was like, oh my God, that's going to be insensitive to cross dressers or whatever. I don't know. It's like, it's a freaking joke, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the joke is
we used to laugh about these.
Yeah. And, if you understand humor, the humor is not necessarily directed at those people. It's directed at the character.
Mm-hmm.
But no. We got
that's what a lot of people forget.
Yeah. Oh, that's just it. It's like people understood what jokes were about. They could see it analyzing. You tell an off-color joke, or even something that might be racially insensitive, dare I say, or ethnically. But the joke, if you analyze it down, isn't making fun of the ethnicity that's in the joke. It's the person who's telling the joke and their foibles.
I mean, one of the funniest jokes of all time is from Airplane, where you have Mrs. Cleaver speaking jive.
Mm-hmm. How do you like your coffee? Black, like my men. I mean, absolutely hysterical, right? Would you be offended? And there's kids talking. It's between two kids, and they're trying to recreate like that coffee commercial almost in that one. And it's like, that's absolutely hysterical. It's not offensive. It's not offensive, but someone's gonna take it as such. It's absurdity. Absurd.
And our next article could turn out to be absurdity as far as those who have these two particular cable, internet, and phone providers.
Here we go again.
Yes, I know. I'm not looking forward to it. I can tell you that. All right, we have this article from Deadline.
Sorry, had to.
Yeah. I know why. I'm not going to question it. I know exactly why.
I should have done it earlier for the movie thing too, but
Well, we have this article by Jill Goldsmith from Deadline. It says Charter and Cox Communications to merge in blockbuster $34.5 billion deal. And for those of us who have either Charter or Cox, Charter Spectrum, well, we're going to end up paying for it in the end.
He said Cox.
All right, so it says Charter Communications and Cox Communications have entered into a definitive agreement to combine their businesses, a transformative merger in the evolving broadband, video, and mobile world. The blockbuster deal announced Friday, which values the privately held family-owned Cox at $34.5 billion, will create an industry leader in mobile and broadband communication services, seamless video entertainment, and high-quality customer service, delivering powerful benefits for American employees, customers, communities, and shareholders, the company said. It will have 38 million subscribers.
Can I
Yeah,
vomit
and
now?
the internet's still gonna suck.
Yeah, I after hearing that, I need to vomit. I'm sorry. That's just. Ugh. They
I
need.
say that as someone who has Charter Spectrum, who has dealt with many internet problems, and I know I can hear somebody out there say, well, why not switch providers? You only have one other choice now besides going to CenturyLink, and that's
Oh,
Brightspeed. And from what I've been reading from people that have gone to Brightspeed since they've come in the area, it's unreliable.
no. Anything with CenturyLink involved, stay away from. Run away.
I mean,
Even if they
even
pay you to have their service, run away.
and let's see. I'm just looking at the comments that are here at Nemumux. Looks like they didn't put Captain Gantu in Lilo and Stitch. Well, then it's not Lilo and Stitch.
Nah,
Am I right?
doesn't sound to me.
Yeah, he would have been perfect in Lilo and Stitch. He was a great actor.
Yeah. Just curious, can you hear her?
I can hear her, but Baron, it's okay.
No, I'm just curious if you can because I have not heard her laugh like that, and it's through a closed door, down a hallway. So whatever it is she's watching, it's got to be good.
And
I know it doesn't
Tommy
matter.
says Century, it's got to be good. I want to find out. Find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's making her laugh, it might make you, me, and everyone else laugh.
I'm going to ask her right now.
All right. But Tommy says Century Link is horrendous. And he goes on to say they have been screwing me over for 8 years, but they have a monopoly on my area and there is nothing else. Yeah, we just recently got Brightspeed, and at first I had said to my sister, I said, I'm thinking about switching our internet service provider. And then you start reading the reviews, and it's like, on second thought, even though I don't like Charter Spectrum that much, I never have, but I had no choice. I will stick with what I have for now.
Yeah, I'd rather be screwed by the devil I know than the devil I don't.
Exactly. And Dark Girl says, that just reminds me that I need to cancel my cable. People are going to do it because you know what happens with this merger. Prices will be increasing.
Oh yeah, they never go down. Never
Nope.
go down. They might give you a song and dance that that it might go down because of all this, but we know better.
No, we know a lot better.
Do I look like it fell out of that coconut tree? Does it? Because we have to be unburdened by what has been.
It says Cox will receive consideration valued at $21.9 billion, which includes $4 billion in cash and $17.9 billion worth of notes in Charter Holdings.
Wait a moment. How did Cash get involved in this? That's it. I'm asking for some money from him.
Yeah, we did talk to him. That's why he's not here.
Yeah, that's what it is. Damn it, Cash. I knew it. I absolutely friggin' knew it. I knew it. Cash. You're leaving us out. I thought we were pals. I thought we were compadres. I thought we were the three
amigos.
I mean, but no, obviously I see where it is. You know what it is? This is Cash right now.
It's not a liquid.
It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface. Ah!
And this next line here, this is why I say the prices will be going up. The combined entity will assume Cox's approximately 12 billion in an outstanding debt. Cox will owe about 23%, own about 23% of the new company.
See, that's what it was. They're going under and they needed to be saved.
hmm We're honored that the Cox family has entrusted us with its impressive legacy and are excited by the opportunity to benefit from the terrific operating history and community leadership of Cox, said Chris Winfrey, president and CEO of Charter. Well, it may be terrific and have a great operating history, but now Charter's in charge and it's going to go straight to you know where.
Strong armed. What? Where
Yeah.
did that come from? Who said that? Who said that? Cash, was that you? He's hiding somewhere.
Who will lead the new company? Charter shares have popped 4% in early trading as of the writing of this article. The merger is the first major combination unveiled in media in a year when anticipated M&A had not really materialized. It requires charter shareholder approval and a green light from regulators. I hope they say no.
I, uh,
But I know they're going to say yes. But I really
you know,
want them to say no.
there was a time when they did do their job to make sure monopolies were not made. That's what they were there for. Well, guess what? They're monopoly makers now.
hmm
A-holes.
We see it. Look at all the properties that Disney owns, for example.
Hmm.
The companies that they own.
Right.
That should have never been allowed.
There, you might think that you're getting away from Disney in one fashion or another, but then you take a look at every little vile tentacle that has oozed from their pus-filled body, and it's like you can't escape it. Right from local television stations to networks to radio to, I mean, it's just amazing what they got their claws into, which is also one of the reasons why they're hurting.
hmm
And it goes without saying.
Yep, and yes, that's exactly right. Padawannabe, it's going to go straight to HE double hockey sticks.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment.
Like I
He's
said, I'm
dating
just
now,
trying
eh?
not to curse today. I'm just trying not to curse today.
I know. I dropped a couple naughty words. I'm sorry. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
I'm not going to get mad at you. It's just me. I
Uh,
try not to curse as much as I
oh,
have
me.
in the past
Yeah,
on stream.
me too. Me too. But at least mine was mild cussing.
Yeah.
Mild cussing.
It says, I think we're all set up for that process, Winfrey said on a call after the news. There's no real overlapping footprint between the two companies, he noted. Timing is hard to predict, Winfrey said. We think that could be next year. We'll follow the lead of regulators and work with them productively. The formal announcement and his remarks have stressed the local roots of the business in programming like Spectrum News and Systems, despite how big it will be. FCC Chairman Brandon Carr has repeatedly championed the idea of local over national media interest in his commentary, mostly around broadcast stations versus national networks. The combined company will not own any national programming, the release said.
Yeah, but the local can be just as insidious.
Yeah, they can, because they're getting their news from the national source.
Right. Now you got control of the local source news. Having control over local stations in many fashions is more powerful than having the network ones, which is why when the FCC first came out and you had these regulators, one entity could own no more than one television station. Two, the caveat though, there was a two if you had like a UHF because they didn't take UHF serious at that time.
hmm
So one television, one AM and one FM. So yeah, you only had like maybe 3, 4, 5 in our area because we had a independent, and then of course PBS. So we had 5. So that means one corporate entity, if they wanted to come in, could only have that. But then when you look at the radio station, how many that you have in a fair-sized metropolitan area radio stations you have, that really limits them there. Then all these
Hmm.
have to be owned by other entities, whether they be local, which was mostly the case, or another company that would come in and try to compete with the other big boys there. But all they could do is get an AM and FM station. Um, and of course, I blame PBS for this. This is PBS's fault. This is NPR, Minnesota Public Radio's fault that this thing came about it, because when I
I'll be right back, Baird.
You do that. I'll go through the history. KDWB, one of our local radio stations that was a hot one, um, when they all of a sudden just dropped, they sold in their local NPR, which is, of course, local national public was NPR, Minnesota Public Radio, started whining, saying, we want to have 2 FM stations. We want one for the news and one for the long hair music. And if anybody doesn't realize what long hair music is, that means classical music, instead of having to split it up on one station. And they fought, and this is back in the 80s, late 80s, and they fought for that, and they were granted that. Well, the moment you gave a quote unquote supposedly nonprofit, because it's not, folks, it really isn't. We're being screwed over by national and local public stations, whether you like it or not. I've been in the industry, I know. Uh, but when the for profits got that, they, and rightly so, said that's a disadvantage to us. How can they have more than one station and we can't? So, in the guise of fairness, they wiped that away. And before you know it, it became more insidious, more insidious, more insidious, to where now you have, just go across at the top of the hour when your a top of the hour news station ident happens, because every station has to do that at the top of the hour. They have to go out there and go, this is KSTP, Minneapolis, St. Paul. KSTP, AM 1500, Minneapolis, St. Paul. They have to give the name of the station, the frequency, and the city that they're licensed in. Uh, and then they'll throw in there a cumulus station now. No, KSTP was Hubbard, still is Hubbard. That's our local guys. Um, but then they start a cumulus station or this station. You start finding out how many of these companies own these various local properties now. And now it starts making you go, oh, I can see it really sucks. That's why stations are so bland. That's why your personalities are so horrible. Now, then they committed more of a foible with public radio. The big promise was that NPR would not go into what we considered kind of the more pop music. They'd stay in with your classical stuff. But no, they decided to take the next step, and they started doing, hey, we want to do public grunge stations now, when grunge was popular, Nirvana stuff. And they were coming up with all these excuses that wasn't being uh, properly represented out there. So now they crossed that line to what would be going to commercial stations that were playing stuff like that, now going to public, quote unquote, public stations. Again, the competition, which was not fair. One station supposedly not needing anything, getting all this taxpayer funded support, getting this local support, with their pledge drives. Because you take a look at it, NPR, whatever it is, your local public stations, they rake in a hell of a lot of cash. And I don't know how it is in your area. In our area, you have NPR, or NPR, I mean, Minnesota, right? Which is the public. But then they have a for profit on the side, to where they sell the little books that they have available. You get those little treats. If you go to the subscriber level, we'll give you this book of Lost Twin Cities at our $70 level, or whatever level is, along with the tote bag and the butt plug. Well, they also sell these books for profit. So you can go into a bookstore and get Lost Twin Cities 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 now. I don't know. And any other thing that they have out there, and that they have often. But none of that money has gone back to NPR. They're all getting rich off of that. That money should be going back then to NPR. They should be funding that. It should be helping fund. It should be helping take care of whatever it is that we taxpayers have. And of course, you, the subscriber, the ones that give money, the ones that leave in their will to public radio. And yes, they had a whole drive. If you're doing your will, why not consider leaving a substantial gift to us, please? Talk about morbid grave robbing. They were doing that. So that's the insidiousness of this all. This needs to be broken. If we want to have good entertainment, even on a local level, we want to see something like the Bozo Show come back in Chicago, which we all got to enjoy because of cable around on there. We want to start seeing more innovative local programming. You destroy these giant monoliths. You want to have good entertainment on a national level. You destroy these monoliths. They do not need that. We need Theodore Roosevelt coming back with that stick and swinging it, destroying these, being that trust buster. Because if we don't, this house of cards is going to fall, and it's going to fall hard.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just about there. And we are all being screwed over by it.
Yeah, and even Tommy brings up here the changing of the defined term of monopoly is why Disney gets away with so much.
Yeah.
In order for them to be defined as a monopoly, they need to own production, distribution, and theatrical.
Which they do.
Also, don't they own part of AMC theaters?
Right. They are part of they are a monopoly. But the thing is that even that redefining, if you go back to what the real meaning of the monopoly is, the fact that they have so much control as it is. If you think William Randolph Hearst and his yellow journalism was horseshit and bad back in the day, that was nothing compared to what we got going on right now. William Randolph Hearst was a piker. Piker, I tell you. Watch Citizen Kane to understand it. And what control somebody like this can have over a nation just because you own all these entities. But the only time that you hear how horrible this is if the name Murdoch comes up. And I have news for you. Murdoch is
Rupert
not
Murdoch.
Yeah, and I have news for you. Rupert Murdoch is not this radical right-winger out there. He believes in only one thing and one thing only: green. And if it gets some money, that's what he's going with.
Exactly. And Dork Girl says, I stopped listening to KDWB in the late, here, let me bring it up because it's kind of going down, the late 90s.
Yep.
And I stopped listening to 93X after high school in the early 2000s. I just stick with whatever I run across on Spotify. Yeah, that comes when you have, radio stations that are controlled by these corporations that play the same song over and over and over and over.
I don't think but I don't think KDWB made it into the 90s because that was all part of that thing. But you did have KQRS, which stands for Quality Radio Station. You had some of the other big ones like that too. KQ was also one of the big ones out there. 93X, of course. I can't remember which station that was before. That was our heavy metal station, and that's where we had the old brothers or whatever their name was that came in and tried to do the Howard Stern type shock jock stuff. And they even tried to bring Howard Stern into the Twin Cities. He failed big time. IMS had a little bit more success in here, but not that much, not compared to Tom Bernard at KQ. But yeah, you had Heinz and Berglund with KDWB, and Roger too. He was the engineer. You had KSTP FM, and that was Knapp and Donis. Donis called himself Donis because his real name was Michael Douglas. A little bit of a note: when I worked in radio back at over at WTCN, AM 1220. Stillwater, Minneapolis, St. Paul. After they kicked my ass to the curb, it was Michael Donis Douglas's daughter that took over my spot at that station. So that's a little bit of history. A lot of people don't even remember Nappin Donuts. Douglas is dead now, unfortunately, but he was one of the other that we consider great local talents out there, just along with Charlie Bush and a bunch of the others. So you must be a local girl there, dork girl. Oh yeah, yeah, spot. And you're absolutely. I listen to like Radio Garden, so I can get all these stations from around the world. Anything that has a green dot on this globe thing that goes around. If you don't have it, get Radio Garden. You can have it on your phone, this app on the phone, computer, whatever, and whatever station broadcasts on the internet, whether it's local or just internet only, virtually it's on there. That's where I listen to RNI, Radio North Sea International, which is out of England. That's pirate radio from the 1960s. Well, it's basically the spiritual thing, remembering back. They even bringing back the talent that they have there. But they play a little bit more modern stuff as well, into the 80s and such. Great radio station. Listen to some Russian stations, to be honest with you. I mean, North Korea has one station out there with their propaganda music. I joke about it all the time with Cash and Mike. Dear Leaders radio station in South Korea, China, Japan, all across the board. And it also helps because a lot of it is also news and such. I'll go and listen to some of the news stuff that they have going on in other countries. You get a wider range. So anybody out there, again, they're not paying me. They should pay me. Get Radio Garden. I'm not getting.
And Dork Girl says she's up in rural Minnesota right now.
Oh, she's a Brooklyn Center girl there, don't you know? Now she's up in the rural north, up in the rural. That could be anywhere because we got a lot of rural out there, don't you know? Oh yeah, you got Alexandria up there. They got some of the rurals in, of course, Marshall. Oh yeah, Canby, Granite Falls. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, plenty of rural out there, don't you know?
There's always having to find a fellow Minnesotan.
I am. I mean,
there in the chat.
Oh, you're okay. Right up on. Okay, I gotta say it. Forgive me, Dork Girl. Fungus balls. That's the one guy. What the one guy called it, who was from there that I worked with. He always called it fungus balls. I know that route awfully well. I know that route all the way going up to the Moorhead there, don't you know? And of course, across the border, you go into Fargo. Oh yeah, Fargo, which is North Dakota, and then all the way because my family from North Dakota too. There, don't you know?
Get back to the article.
Fungus Flats. I like that one. I'm remembering that. Fungus Flats. Thank you.
There's a happy guy.
You know it, man.
In total, our network will spend approximately 46. Don't they mean expand? To approximately 46 states, I don't know, passing nearly 70 million homes and businesses with 38 million customers, which we intend to grow, and yet we will remain a regional operator, competing against national and often global competitors. Winfrey added on the call. Charter attained its current heft when it acquired Time Warner Cable and Bright House Networks in 2016. Within a year after the closing of the combined company, will change its name to Cox Communications. Spectrum will become the consumer-facing brand within the communities Cox serves. The combined company will remain headquartered in Stamford, Connecticut, and will maintain a significant presence on Cox Atlanta campus. Charter expects about $500 million of annual cost savings within 3 years of close. As of March 31st, Charter had a total of 31.4 million customer relationships, excluding mobile only, neck and neck with giant Comcast in the U.S. at close. It will pull definitively ahead with the combined company's products launching across Cox 6 million existing customers and circa 12 million homes passed under the Spectrum brand, including Spectrum's advanced Wi-Fi, Spectrum Mobile. Spectrum Mobile sucks.
But don't worry, you're getting a rebadge. Don't worry, I'll make everything better.
With mobile speed boost, Spectrum TV app, seamless entertainment, and Zumo, Cox customers will have the choice to pay less for new Spectrum bundle services or keep their current plans. Yeah, we'll see.
I just gotta say one thing to Dork Girl. You said you have old people policing geese. That's usually all the same thing sometimes here in Minnesota.
On the call, Winfrey gave some color on the reach of the combined company, which will now include key attractive growing markets like Phoenix and Las Vegas, large adjacent markets like Virginia, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Rhode Island, and better in market sales and service coverage in places like Los Angeles, San Diego, New Orleans, and Florida. Cox and Charter have been innovators in connectivity and entertainment services with decades of work and hundreds of billions of dollars invested to build, upgrade, and expand our complementary regional networks to provide high quality internet, video, voice, and mobile services, he said. This combination will augment our ability to innovate and provide high quality, competitively priced products delivered with outstanding customer service to millions of homes and businesses. We will continue to deliver high value products that save American families money and will onshore jobs from overseas to create new good paying careers for US employees that come with great benefits, career training and advancement and retirement and ownership opportunities. The Cox family is the longest continuous. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of this. I'm not. It's just a bunch of word salad now.
Bullshit. Yeah, it's BS, 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 BS. BS, BS.
But
There's
despite what they're saying, Baron,
Mhm.
I'm saying as one that pays for Charter Spectrum Internet, I am not looking forward to the price hike because there's going to be a
Yeah.
price hike. They may not say it in the article, but there's going to be a price hike.
There will be. You know it. It's the nature of the beast, and especially when you're taking over 12 billion in debt. And let's face it, they needed to have a badge. They probably needed to want to be rebadging as well to improve what they look like. You know, which is the other thing. I mean, how many? I hear it. You hear it from Cash about Spectrum. You experience it. I'm thankful you don't.
Just this last week, I've experienced it with Charter Spectrum. Streaming Doom on Tuesday, and it was so pixelated. No matter what I did, it didn't help it.
Mhm. See, the one thing about that, Tommy, too, is you are right to a point. Disney doesn't own it directly, but they kind of skirt it through subsidiary of Disney Theatrical Productions. So they kind of do a little skirting on it to have that legally. So they're not legally owning the chain, but they are, in cahoots with. And even then, I don't care what anybody says, that does not change the definition of a monopoly. Their fingers are in so many other items out there that it's a monopoly. I'm pragmatic that way. You might want to change what the meaning is, but the meaning is still there. I mean, any of us that played the freaking game knows that. Just because you don't have all four railroads doesn't mean that. Yeah, it's skirting, not outright owning. Exactly. But it still doesn't change it. There's still a monopoly across the board. And I'm sure there was some good money paid for them to come up with that BS.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm
it should
sure
not
there
be.
was. And again, I hope the regulators take a look at it and say no, but I know they're going to say yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's anybody with half a brain, and even if that half a brain is smooth, would know this is not a good thing. And that what's going on here, what Disney has going on,
Mhm.
it doesn't. Anybody with a clear vision and can see what's going on, especially these last few years, can see this is crap and it's destroying stuff. There was a time where you, as an individual, could have a dream of owning a radio station. Yeah, it took work. You could get into one, or if you paid enough money, getting the location, getting the tower, getting the licensing, uh, working to get the licensing because you might have to be the engineer as well. And then even then, how much it costs if you do get an engineer. Those guys got a lot of money, and the talent and the help, and of course the power it takes. When you're sending 5,000 watts across the airwaves for how many hours you're on the air, that's a lot of energy. Sure, you
Mhm.
might want to go outside with a fire hose and spray down the towers, try to get a couple extra oomphs out of that, like they used to do in the old days. Watch the sparks flying off the tower. Yeah, you can do that, but that dream has been taken away. I mean, WDGY, Dr. George Young, he was a dentist for crying out loud. But what he did for a hobby, he started a radio station. That radio station at one time was a giant in the Twin Cities. They were the ones that brought in the Beatles when the Beatles had no intention of coming to the Twin Cities back in 1964. But yet they were able to wrangle that out and bring them in here for their only appearance in the Twin Cities and in Minnesota. That tells you something. All because some dentist wanted to go out there and play with Marconi. Can we do that
Yep.
today now? No.
No,
The reg
absolutely
the
not.
regula right, the regulations are skewed against it. It's skewed more for the big guys. All the hoops that you have to jump through to do that because they don't want competition. The moment you're not getting competition, you don't have a monopoly. On a local level, if you don't have competition, it's a monopoly. I don't care if you don't own a freaking theater chain. They can go to heck. It's monopoly. You own that TV station. You own that TV network. It's all in here. No one else can really get in because you made sure that no one else can. You got a monopoly. And entertainment has suffered for it. The dreamers have been pushed aside. We need dreamers. We need dreamers like Dr. George Young, who went out there and decided on a whim, let's have a radio station. Are the others? They were driven. It's like, hey, I want to go out there and I want to play my tunes. Or we need to get some information out there. We need to get the hog reports out there. Get Les Nessman to tell us about the pork bellies. We need that. We need those little stations like what we saw in the 1970s. We do not have WKRP in Cincinnati. And folks,
No.
WKRP in Cincinnati, about the only thing that was wrong about that show was they didn't wear headphones. Other than that, that is virtually a documentary in radio. I am not kidding you. A lot of those stories, including the Thanksgiving Day giveaway, are true stories.
I mean, Baron, you look at these mergers that have been happening the last several years, especially. You have
Mhm.
Disney buying Fox. You have
Right.
Charter Communications first buying Time Warner, and now they're buying Cox. And it reminds me of when Walmarts were going into areas
Right.
and
Mhm.
putting the mom and pop shops out of business. That's what it
Oh,
reminds me of.
well, not only that, putting out other chains like Kmart.
Hmm.
I mean, they were even. I mean, you know what's insidious? I worked for Best Buy. Best Buy's goal was not to have competition with other people. They wanted to destroy it. They were singing songs of joy when Radio Shack was going down. They were singing songs of joy for Circuit City going down. And why? Because they just wanted to be the only one out there. No competition. What did it do for Best Buy? And I have a particular big bone with them because uh, the city I grew up in, and you'd probably know this city because you lived in Brooklyn Center at one time. There, Dork Girl. I grew up in Richfield. If you ever saw the movie Fargo, right, and you had the car dealership that they're working in, That was Lindall Olds. Wally McCarthy's Lindall Olds. And I think it just became Wally McCarthy's Olds, right? It was a landmark staple. And then on the other side at one time was a Volkswagen dealership. It became a Buick dealership. I don't know. In between there were some shops. There was a great little bar called Beltline that my dad and my grandfather used to go to on Saturday nights. And then of course you had homes and other businesses all in there. Richfield. Richfield, and because of they having a little dick envy, because back in the day, the world's first enclosed mall, Southdale, was proposed for Richfield. Richfield turned them down. So they built that just over the border in a town called Edina, which we call Cake Eater Land. Of course, what happens? Southdale becomes a hit. This is where you got all these big malls. That's why you got movies like Mallrats. It's because of Southdale, the first one of its kind. Richfield could have had that, and it stung them. So Best Buy is looking for a brand new place to put their big corporate offices. So Richfield decides to basically kick out all the people that's in that area, including Lindall Olds, which was in Fargo, so they can build these 4 ugly towers in park complex for Best Buy, and they did not have to pay taxes for a quarter century. 20 to 25 years, right? So they're sitting on that land tax-free, which is like, how is that helping Richfield? You're right
It's
on the
not.
border.
There's
Right.
no money going into Richfield.
Right. You're sitting on the border of Bloomington, which is to the south. Right across that, basically, if you looked across from where, like in the movie, you could probably even see it in the scenes. There's the highway, that's 494. And across from that is South Town, not to be confused with South Dale, right? Well, that's where you have your food places, fast food. You have Wendy's, you have your KFCs, which is now it's a Popeyes. You have your Applebee's, you have your Target across that way. You have all sorts of food places. But if you go the other way into Richfield, you had to go all the way up 66. Or sorry, not 66. You had to go all the way up Portland. And there's a great place I used to go to all the time. It's called Sandy's Tap, which is a bar, and maybe a Devani's, but it's way out of the way. It's easier to get across the border into Bloomington. So any business you might have for that, hey, let's go out for lunch. Hey, there's Applebee's across the way. It's going to Bloomington. So those businesses are reaping in the tax monies and other monies that would have been if they would have had something to help support on that side in Richfield. But no. So here they're getting fat and sassy. Now it's been about that 20 years, right? Look at where Best Buy is now. They're closing stores. They're in a bad shape. Those office buildings are virtually empty. They're trying to find people to get into those office buildings, and it ain't working. How did that work out for you, Richfield, and more importantly, Best Buy? Because, again, like I sat back and said, wait until that time comes up. They're going to find a new home. And I think the only reason why they haven't found a new home is because financially it's not viable because they're in bad shape. You know what? F you, Best Buy. You reap what you sow. Yeah, I know the politics around here. And it still hacks my hide.
As it should. We should all be paying attention to our local politics, what's going on, what's being proposed, and what's being denied.
Well, I mean, my problem was I was a bit St. Peter when I was working for Best Buy. I didn't work in a store. I worked in one of the distribution things that they have for the signage for all the stores. And, if you have the new signages or a new store opening up, I worked in that distribution, shipping, receiving. And I was a bit of St. Peter sitting back saying, this sucks. I'm sure they didn't like me. They let me go after a while.
And Dork Girl says the one that used to be in Brooklyn Center closed down. It's
Yep.
now a kitchen store, and the Target in Brooklyn Center is closed too.
Yep. Well, not only that, Brooklyn Center, not only that, they broke that mall up virtually. So it's like it's not even one entity no more. A lot of that got torn down. I remember driving by that all the time, going up the highwayman. My current wife lived in Blaine, so I was going up that highway quite a bit. I know people up that way also, Blaine, Orono area, stuff like that. So I used to drive up there a lot. Way too much. 40 miles one way.
And we could definitely get back to this conversation, but we do have a bit of sad news to
Yeah.
report on this edition of Pop Talk. And I know it's something you're very familiar with, Baron.
Oh, yeah.
So I am giving you the article. It should
Oh, I'm
already
getting
be
an
in
article.
there.
Let me
Yes.
take a look here. And oh, yeah, there it is. For some reason, the little red dot didn't show up for that one either, the son of a bucks. But okay. Okay, I got it all ready to go, my man.
All right. I know.
And many
I jumped the gun without doing the transition, but I think in this case we don't need the transition.
we don't need a transition for this one because, yeah, it's like a lot of people who used to watch MST3K should be familiar with this guy. The Hollywood Reporter is, of course, where this is coming from. The headline is Joe Don Baker, rugged star of Walking Tall. He passes away at the age of 89. This is bylined Mike Barnes and is datelined May 15th, so about 3 days ago. The Texan was also memorable as Junior Bonner and Chuck Varick, and as two different characters, one good guy, one bad, in the Bond films. So, yeah. Joe Don Baker, the broad-shouldered Texan tough guy who portrayed characters on both sides of the law, most notably Sheriff Buford. I'm going to say this. Is it Pusser? I think it's Pusser. Forgive me if I said
I think it is Pusser.
Yeah. And the unexpected box office hit Walking Tall, which, if I remember right, didn't The Rock redo that one?
Yes, he did.
No. Yeah, no. Rock, you should be excommunicated for that because Joel Don Baker will always be. I think it might be Pusser. Okay. Died May 7th. His family announced he was 89 years old. Baker first attracted mainstream attention in 1972 when he starred as the younger business-minded brother of an aging Arizona rodeo rider, who was Steve McQueen, and the great director Sam Peckinpah's Junior Bonner, 1972. Then portrayed a sadistic mob hitman named Molly in Don Siegel's Charlie Varick, starring Walter Matthau. So you can already see that his pedigree, he worked with some big shots.
Yeah, he worked with some giants.
Yes, he did. In James Bond films, the 6'3" Baker portrayed the villain and the megalomaniac arms dealer Brad Whitaker in The Living Daylights, 1987, starring Timothy Dalton. I thought that was a good film. I enjoyed Timothy Dalton, and he was a good bad guy as 007, and then he returned as the good guy CIA agent Jack Wade opposite Pierce Bronson. In the 1995 and 97 movies GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies. So it's nice he got a little double bump there. A lot of times you don't get that with a Bond film. I mean, how many Felixes
once you're in it, you're done.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had the same character Felix. How many actors played him, for crying out loud? As former professional wrestler Pusser, based on the real life sheriff who cleaned up crime in this Tennessee town, Baker survives a series of beatings, represents himself in court and wins and gets elected sheriff, sees his wife murdered and wields a club carved from oak trees to beat up vicious gamblers and moonshiners in Walking Tall, 1973. And I tell you what, that was an unexpected hit. I mean, whew. In those days, in the early 70s, I think a lot of people wanted to take a stick to Nixon and all those Watergate guys, Baker said in an interview from the mid-1990s. His movie touched a vigilante nerve in everybody who would like to do in the bad guys but don't have the power and would get in trouble if they did. But Buford was able to pull it off. Well, that was the age of vigilante films. I mean, you take a look at Death Wish.
What about Dirty Harry?
I was going to say,
consider her.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Vigilante with a badge, I was going to sit back and say with Dirty Harry. You beat me to it, you son of a... Never mind. I don't want to lose my other penny. But yeah, I mean, and the reason why, too, is because at that time, crime was absolutely rampant. And that's why these films were so popular, because people did feel like they needed to have a folklore. Again, it goes back to folklore.
I mean, you could even say the outlaw Josie Wells.
Oh, hell yeah.
falls in that category too.
Yeah, I want to be left alone, but you keep coming after me. Hmm. An independent release from Bing Crosby Production, Walking Tall was distributed by Cinerama Releasing Corp. And became a huge financial success, grossing an estimate 40 million, which would be $622 million today, on a budget of about a half a million, which was 3.6 million today. See, right there, right there. 3.6 million, you get 622 million. Come on, figure it out, folks. You don't need to pour a lot of money into a film.
I always say Godzilla -1. Perfect example of a low budget movie
Right.
doing big budget things.
I mean, this film is doing less than Godzilla -1. I mean, for a budget. And look at what it raked in. And a lot of it had to do with, of course, Joe Don Baker. I mean, him in the lead. Walking Tall director Phil Carlson, in a 1974 interview with the New York Times, said his ultra-violent movie did so well because it fulfilled a deep hunger to have a man in a movie who was big, powerful, and one people can look up to. Geez, where have we been wanting that?
We've been wanting that for a long time. I mean, even with James Gunn's Superman movie. I'm sorry. Superman's supposed to be about hope.
Remember, Mike, I sat back and said, right now, the state of Hollywood is the same as it was back in the 70s. And this is what we're going to be getting now. Because this is what people are wanting. People are feeling helpless. They need heroes. And we haven't been given heroes. And again, it goes what we've been talking about all episode and other episodes. This is your folklore. This is your modern folklore. This is your modern Robin Hood. They're going out there and protect you. And that's what people want. The real Puser agreed to star in a Walking Tall sequel, but hours later was killed in a traffic accident in 1974. Bo Severson then took the lead in big screen follow-up released in 1975 and 77, and later on an NBC show. While Baker and Carlson reteamed for another vigilante drama set in Tennessee, Framed, in 1975. The actor then portrayed a violent cop once again in Mitchell, also released in 1976. And
75.
I'm sorry, 5. Sorry, the way I was looking at it and the typeset and such like that, and I looked away. And for anybody, if you watch Mystery Science Theater 3000, Mitchell was the film that they had on there. That was the last one with Joel Robinson and introducing us to Mike Nelson. And Joel Don Baker was so mad until the day he died that he wanted to punch the people in the face because he just did not like the fact that they took his film and riffed it like that. And it was one of 2 films that he did that they actually riffed, but that was the one that's the most memorable one. Baker was born on February 12th, 1936, in Gosbeck, Texas. His mother, Edna, died when he was 12 years old, and he was raised by an aunt, a linebacker, his size, he better be. At Groesbeck High School, his hero was Doak Walker, who played halfback at Southern Methodist University and won the Heisman Trophy back in 1948. Baker had his first experience as an actor as a senior at North Texas State College in Denton, after graduating with a business degree in 1958. Isn't it funny? Back then they played Texas for a team and they walked out with business degrees. What are they walking out with now? Just saying. And serving for 2 years in the Army, which was typical back then. You were drafted in for 2 years back in the day until the 1970s. He moved to New York and was accepted into the Actors Studio. In 1963 and 64, Baker appeared on Broadway in Actors Studio production of Marathon 33 opposite Julie Harris and Blues for Mr. Charlie, written by James Baldwin and directed by the great Burgess Meredith. Can you imagine that? Hey, Rocky, get out there. Hey, Joe, get out there. Wait one, come on.
Listen, you bum. We're going to need to shoot this scene again, you bum. And if anybody has eyes on Batman...
Yeah, that would not be too... doing that play was pretty close to Batman time. He came to Los Angeles and made it to the screen, finding work on Honey West, Bonanza, Gunsmoke, and in the films Cool Hand Luke, 1967, and Guns of the Magnificent Seven in 1969, not to be confused with The Magnificent Seven. Baker and Tom Skerritt, another top quality actor, by the way, played sons of Carl Malden in Blake Edwards' Wild Rovers in 1971. Oh, you know what? I gotta hunt that film down. That's gotta be good. Before he united with Robert Duvall and Karen Black to bust up a crime syndicate in The Outfit in 1973. In 1985, Baker starred as crack CIA man Darius Jedburgh in the 6-hour BBC miniseries Edge of Darkness, directed by Martin Campbell. I could have done that all my life, I think, or at least for years, and been happy, he said. He was nominated for a BAFTA, which is their version of the Academies over there, award, but lost out in the Best Actor race to his co-star, Englishman Ben Peck. Yeah, it was
rigged.
It was rigged. Rigged! A decade later, Campbell turned to Baker again for Golden Eye. The actor also starred as a Southern sheriff turned NYPD detective on the 78 to 79 NBC series Eisht. Obviously, it was a well-remembered series. Played a crooked cop in Fletch, 1985, which of course starred Chevy Chase. He also stepped in for Carol O'Connor for 4 episodes of In the Heat of the Night when Carol O'Connor was sidelined after her heart surgery, and that was back in 1989. Baker wielded another big stick as Babe Ruth-like Swatter in The Natural, 1984, and appeared in such other films as Leonard Part 6. Do you really want that on your resume? For many reasons. 1987, Cape Fear, 1991, Reality Bites, 1994, The Grass Harp in 95, Mars Attacks in 96.
I was waiting for you to get there to that part because
I know
I
you
wanted
were.
to do that.
That's why.
Just to be funny.
That's why I paused. And of course, another one, Joe Dirt, 2001, The Dukes of Hazzard in 2005, and Mud, which was his last film, in 2012. He was married to Maria Dolores Rivero Torres from 96 until their divorce, and is survived by relatives in Groesbeck. A funeral service to honor his life will be held on Tuesday in Mission Falls, California. And again, I don't know if he wants to have Leonard Part 6 on it, but I mean, this man was in so many different films. You see him, you knew who you're talking about there. Television, and of course, his last, basically 2012 was his last film or television series he did. And then that's actually when he retired. It seems like that's when he quit acting. And of course, he was diagnosed with lung cancer and he passed away in a living assistant facility in Los Angeles. And again, 89 years old. But I mean, what a career this man had. You saw him, you knew him. And he played with Nick Nolte, Robert De Niro. Scorsese's directing him. Sam Peckinpah, and that's what Robert Redford, obviously in The Natural, he's playing. Larry Hagman and Susan Sarandon he played with. In the role. Sandra Locke, who was Clint Eastwood squeeze for a while. Robert Duvall. We already said Robert Duvall. I mean, talk about great. Carl Malden, another great. I mean, this man, Telly Savalas, for crying out loud, he worked with. So
who loves you, baby?
Who loves you, baby? And of course, we also said Steve McQueen as well. I mean, this man was 6'2", and he was built like a brick house. And again, is one of his biggest fame for many people is the film Mitchell. And his other film, by the way, was called Final Justice. That was the other one that was lampooned on MST3K and Riff Tracks. So he was not a happy camper for either one being, in fact,
being lambasted.
Right, exactly. Do I?
And
According to
Dark Girl over on Rumble says that she remembers Burgess Meredith from Grumpy Old Men.
Yep.
We gotta watch that movie sometime. It's been years since.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was great in that movie. Oh my word, he was great in that film. And of course, so was Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, and of course,
Sophia.
Loren, and Anne Margaret. It's like you have them both together. It's like both. Do I have to pick? Do I really have to pick?
I'd take Sophia any day.
But the thing is, again, if you want a film that is more of documentary than a fiction film, Grumpy Old Men is that way. I mean, especially with all the ice fishing and all that stuff. There are people around the world that seen that film that would question. It's like, you guys really do that? It's like every year.
Yep.
When there's ice, they even put up signposts. People order pizza from the local pizza joints. So they'll drive down there with pizza for the fishermen. I mean, it's like a little city that they got going on down there.
I'll make sure it's part of the watch parties this year. Grumpy Old Man.
Oh yeah, I mean what a great cast. It's a great cast. He should have been in that film. He should have been.
Now, he should have been. Now, just to let everybody know, the link to the article that's going into the chat right now is actually related to the main article that we're going to talk about. I'm just putting it in there for reference, so if anybody wants to read it, you can go ahead and read it. And I'm also going to include the link to the main article that we're getting ready to talk about at this moment. And I do have some thoughts on our main story.
Okay. Before we go, though, Wabasha, that is a real name of a city in Minnesota, even though they did film that around St. Paul mostly. Just thought I'd throw that last bit in. Oh, yeah, don't you know?
I mean, you know Minnesota better than I do. I've never been.
Oh, better. Hey, you want to know? You want to know who really surprised the hell out of me? Back when we had the little situation where Governor Walz's wife was enjoying smelling the burning tires. My former co-host that I had on the Kings, good old Vigilante Williamson, and I was going through some of his older videos, and he was going across, talking about Derek Chauvin, and of course Amy Klobuchar, who's one of our senators, and I can't remember the name again. I got a mental block again. And the name of one of the people that was involved in the police force there was an absolute lush drunk, and how they didn't. But he went through, and he's not from Minnesota. I think he's from Detroit, and I know he moved down to Texas. At least he was down in Texas, but he went through such a thorough breakdown on literally the breakdown of that system in there, that it's like I'm almost like I'm listening to somebody that was living in and around and knew all these people and knew the politics. And you know why? That's citizen journalism. No, Vigilante, as he jokes, he likes to joke about being a tin hat guy and a conspiracy theorist. But I tell you what, that guy had his ducks in a freaking row. He knew more. It's almost like I'm feeling embarrassed here. You know him a little bit more than even me. And I lived here and lived through this crap.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. If there's something that piques somebody's interest, of course they're going to, do their due diligence, do the research on.
Yeah. And yeah, hats off to Vig. I mean, Vig is a great guy. He's still out there doing his stuff. Look, I'll give him a plug. Look for Vig, Vigilante Williamson.
I'd like to have him on, but I don't know how to get in contact with him.
Okay, if you want him on, give me a chance. I'll see if I can get a hold of him. I can probably hit him up. I can probably hit him up somewheres. Maybe when he's doing a cast, and say, "Hey, I want to talk to you." Because he's a great guy. He really is a great guy.
Yeah, he is. Because I always enjoyed listening to his perspective on the Kings, but also, I haven't been able to catch any of his live streams that he's done recently, and
he's a little sporadic and late. He likes to do them late.
Nothing wrong with that because there's always
No.
somebody up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he gets people watching, so it's like, hey, people at night want to watch stuff. I mean, for crying out loud, it worked for Art Bell. It worked for Larry King back in the day when he was on radio. I mean, someone's got to do it, and he loves it.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, this is our main article for this afternoon. The main event.
Woo! Oh, main event had to hit that.
Yeah. From Cosmic Book News, written by Matt McGloin, it was posted Thursday, May 15th. It says Amazon dumps Henry Cavill's Voltron to streaming. No theatrical release. That's a damn shame. I would have loved to see the Lions form Voltron on the big screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe the article will answer a little bit more on that, but I'm assuming that's just for America. I'm assuming that worldwide it might hit big screens, like Japan.
Well, I did include a link to an article that's referenced in this article.
Okay. Wow.
So it says, it's claimed the Henry Cavill live-action Voltron movie will go straight to streaming, skipping a theatrical release. The film is at Amazon Prime Studios, which did the same for Roadhouse starring Jake Gyllenhaal, prompting backlash from director Doug Liman, who isn't returning for the sequel. Well, you can't blame the guy if he's directing the Roadhouse movie. He's expecting it to be a theatrical release, and then the company says, "Oh, nope, pulled a fast one on you. It's going to streaming."
Yeah, but we really need a Roadhouse remake. No.
There's only one Roadhouse. So that's Patrick Swayze Roadhouse.
Yeah, you got it. It's Patrick Swayze. Even a man who could even make me, who is super straight, turn my head. I mean,
says the news about Voltron going straight to streaming comes via the Rep in its report how the Henry Cavill and Chad Stahelski, I probably mispronounced that.
I think it's Stahelski. I think so. One of those Slavic names.
Highlander movie is now at Amazon, and that Amazon is developing a lot of high-profile 80s properties as feature films, which includes the He-Man film.
He-Man.
It says, while no release date for Voltron has been set, principal photography, which began in December 2024, wrapped recently in Australia. Despite Amazon's commitment to a theatrical exhibition, Voltron is going straight to their Prime Video streaming service. Roadhouse, another resurrection of a cult 1980s IP, debuted exclusively on Prime Video and was a huge hit, with a sequel directed by Ritchie currently in the works.
Cash has watched that one now about 5 times. In fact, he might be watching that now, that remake of Roadhouse. He's just a big fan.
And it's good to see Gary over on the Rumble side. How you doing, Gary? Not that Gary. Not that Gary.
Oh, I'm sorry,
If it was that Gary, I'd say pop culture minefields. Gary Cassell.
Yeah, Gary. You gotta say it right, Gary. No,
different Gary. Different Gary.
He knows who's addressing him. If I go Gary, it's like, oh, this Baron.
Good Sunday to you too, Gary. I hope it's going well for you, brother.
That's how his Jewish sister always addresses him, Gary.
Gary. Hey, Gary. Gary Cassell.
Hey, Gary.
Comes from Mineville. Hey, you're trying to play cool. You're just like me. You're a dork like me.
Who, me? I'm a dork.
Yeah.
I'm
Disappointing news. I believe this is the first we've heard that Voltron is going straight to streaming, but it is a disappointment. Assuming the film is any good, it would have been awesome to see the Lions, Voltron, and the cast, including Henry Cavill, on the big screen, especially IMAX theaters. Yeah, I was actually willing to go see this if it looked any good.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon, I would have given you money at the theaters.
Again, and that's the thing too. It doesn't cost that much to get the film in the theaters anymore because it's all uploaded digital.
Mm-hmm.
You can thank Lucas for that because he started doing that with Attack of the Clones.
Yep. It could be possible the rap doesn't have the right info. However, Voltron is from director Rawson Marshall Thurber, who recently was behind the big budget Red Notice film starring Dwayne Johnson, Ryan Reynolds, and Gal Gadot that was developed and released directly on Netflix.
Gal Gadot.
Yeah, The Rock, not so much. I don't care for
Rock.
The Rock. He's phony.
Rock, I never heard of him.
And here are the details.
I got a rock.
Here are the details on Voltron. Voltron recently wrapped filming in Australia, as it mentioned above. Plot details are being kept under wraps. The film has no release date. It stars Henry Cavill, spotted in Australia with his family, Rita Ora, who may be playing Hagar the Witch, Sterling K. Brown, Alba Baptista, recently seen on set with husband Chris Evans, Daniel Joy, Samson Kale, or Kyle, John Kim, Tharaya Tharan, Laura Gordon, and Tim Griffin.
Daniel Quinn Toy. Help remind me who that is. That's familiar. That's familiar.
I'm not sure. I can't place it.
It just rings a bell. And I won't play the bell. Don't worry.
And it goes on to say IMDb has confirmed actors playing Galrans, with Italian actor Roberto Zenka listed as Galran Emperor, who would be Emperor Zarkon, the ruthless ruler of the Galra Empire and the main antagonist in the original Voltron series. Matthew Scully is also listed as playing a Galran officer.
Ooh.
Reimagining, introducing brand new generation of pilots. Rawson Marshall Thurber previously teased the movie is reimagining and will introduce a brand new generation of pilots. You know, I love Voltron since I was a boy, and I wanted to make this movie since I was 8 years old, Thurber said. To finally bring Voltron to life is beyond thrilling. We've reimagined Voltron for the live action world, but we're going to stay true to the heart and the spirit of Voltron and those iconic elements that you love, that I love. He added, it's taken us 40 years to get here, but I promise you it will be worth the wait. I hope so. Voltron production scenes. In his video, the background features filming locations and schedules where the scenes are color coded, which look to correspond to various lines making up Voltron. It says there looks to be the big tree, the Green Lion's Den, the King's Chamber, and the Ant Room, the hangar, and the plaza and plaza wall.
Do they have a gray line for Mouse? Because he'd be upset if there wasn't one.
Unfortunately, there is no gray line.
No Mouse.
Also listed includes T-bar tubs, speed sleds and tunnels, the throne room, the Gothic spire, and the launch room. There is also the throne hall, the bridge, the yellow line cockpit, the blue line cockpit, the red line cockpit, the black line cockpit,
and the great line cockpit.
So, if this news is true, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
it's not going to be released in theaters. That's a disappointment.
But really, honestly, this article is a nothing burger. Really. It doesn't really. It doesn't.
Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and read that other article from the Wrap so we can get other details.
Sure, I'm cool with that. Yeah,
since I've already put the link in there,
I'm cool. That's right.
It says why Lionsgate left. Why Highlander, not Lionsgate. Why Highlander left Lionsgate for Amazon as the studio bets big on 80s IP. Of course, new Masters of the Universe and Voltron are also in the works as Prime Video's Dad TV gains traction with Gen Xers hungry for 40-year-old franchises. We want what made us happy. That's what we want.
Hmm.
Oh,
We don't want
fuck.
necessarily.
All right, this could be my one drop of a curse word.
Go ahead.
Flub you. Flub you. Flub you.
Wow.
The
What's
rap,
all
if you want me to pay to read this article, forget it. Don't
Come on,
anybody pay. Don't
only
anybody
four,
pay.
only $4 a week.
Oh, no,
$5 a month.
no.
Well, all I can sit back and say also with that one is, I'm sorry, I don't want to see Highlander remade either. I really don't.
No, you're not going to include music from Queen because, let's face it, they don't have artists that can duplicate that magic.
Well, Highlander was just as much a music video as it was a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. I mean, you take a look at these films and how they were done. In many ways, Flash Gordon was, even though it was a brilliant homage, you have the Queen music in there. It's like you're watching this gigantic rock opera science fiction film. You
Mm-hmm.
have Highlander, where it's this more somber uh, but noble music video film, rock film. Uh, I'm going to pull out one that people probably don't know: Electric Dreams. And the thing is the people that were involved with it were involved in music, doing music videos,
Mm-hmm.
and they knew how to piece and put music and action and acting all together into something, which made these things just gigantic. Even better musicals and musicals, and it wasn't a musical.
Yeah.
Uh, How can you do that now? What can be your inspiration to do that? The music is just as integral to Highlander as everything else. The music, just like like the other films I just mentioned on there. Who are you going to get to go in there? Who are you going to get to play that, or what group of people? It's like a film we're going to be watching soon here, heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to do heavy metal
That is
today,
planned for next month.
are you going to have Lizzo providing music for Heavy Metal 2 or 3 or whatever? Heavy Metal 2025? I mean, no, it ain't going to work. Cardi B and her WAP? No, it don't work that way. What are you going to put in there? Auto tuners and fake music and AI music ain't going to work.
And Gary over on Rumble says, no Sammy Hagar, I'm out.
Well, that's just it. It's your one way ticket to midnight. Call it heavy
Yep.
metal. Or the other one, Don Felder with his version of heavy metal, taking a ride on heavy metal. And what you got? Who else you all got? And you had the Blondie. You had Pat. What's Pat Benatar in there? I can't remember in that soundtrack. I know, but you had, of course, you had Devo
Mm-hmm.
working it's like you just go across and you just see what they had for heavy metal. Queen, what they did with, and one of the greatest things that I wish they would have released was Freddie Mercury's New York, New York. Why they never released his version of New York, New York? We only got that little snippet. It's a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we were cheated. We were cheated.
It is, and getting back to Voltron, Amazon, and Henry Cavill, Dork Girl says it just seems like the industry wants to do Henry Cavill dirty after
Yeah.
he spoke out about the direction of the Witcher series was taking on Netflix. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I was talking with Baron before we started the show. I said, is this because Amazon doesn't have any faith in the movie
Yeah.
and have any faith in ticket sales for the movie because it's not as good as they're going to try to make us believe it is? And is it
Well,
also because of Henry Cavill that
yeah.
for some reason they just want to yank his chain and pull the rug out from under his feet?
I mean, if you don't have faith, then why do it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, it's like you go out there, you kick the doors open, and say, "Here we go." You got to, if you're not showing faith, then again, people like us go, "Is this really going to be worth it?" It's back in the day when it's like you had the movie, then they had a direct to VHS sequel.
Mm-hmm.
And what did we think of the direct to VHS sequels? We never really watched them because we figured it's done like garbage. It's like Toy Story 2. Did you know that Toy Story 2 was supposed to be originally a direct to VHS sequel? But then they
I had
looked,
heard that.
yeah, but then they saw the story. They saw what the script was, and they said, "No, this is too good to be a direct to VHS sequel," which tells you something right there. It's like, oh, we're going to do half-ass shit, and then we're going to put it to VHS or streaming, and no one's really going to care but we're going to spend all this money, and you put all the care you can into it, and you kick the
Mm-hmm.
doors open, and you let it out there. There might not be a single thing wrong with this film, not a single
No,
thing wrong. But either
they, they
Amazon,
they they need to put it out in theaters and let the audience decide whether it's a success or a failure.
well, the thing is, I think what they want is they don't it. You know, here's my take. Maybe it's not they don't have faith in the film; they don't have faith in the theaters. So they figure that they want, and I'm not talking about immediate, but they're seeing the theaters as dying. So they want something to help build up their network. So instead of putting these into what they consider a dying element, why not use these instead of fertilizer? Bring them over as seeds for a streaming service. And maybe we'll draw more and more as they can see that the real entertainment is coming this way, because we knew streaming and theaters are in a huge battle, and
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be that final battle. There can only be one attitude. Hey, see, I did
Yeah,
how did I do?
it is unfortunate that movie theaters, whether they're the mom and pops or the big theater chains,
Right.
they're closing. A
Right.
lot of them are closing.
So the lack of faith might not be these movies, but the distribution.
It's in the distribution to these theaters.
Well, we just did the theater report. We just said,
And
look at the numbers.
I know, but I'm trying. Just let me percolate here, Baron. Let me percolate here. Unless you have the big conglomerate theater chains like a Regal Cinema or an
Hmm.
AMC, these
Right.
other movie theater chains, the smaller ones, aren't going to survive
Hmm.
because Regal has money coming in from outside sources.
Hmm.
AMC has money coming in from outside sources.
Hmm.
But do any of these other smaller chains have money coming in from outside sources? Like the big conglomerates? No, they do not.
Hmm.
They depend on concession stand
Hmm.
sales more than anything.
Right.
And when the people aren't there, unfortunately, people lose their jobs and the theater closes.
Right. Well, look at ticket prices,
Mhm.
and then
And
after being,
it gets expensive to go out to the
yeah,
movies.
and then how much do you have left over for concessions, which are usually higher priced because the theater is trying to get something out of this. They're
Yeah.
not intentionally being greedy; they're trying to stay alive, and unfortunately, that means that their prices are going to be higher. And when you don't have
Disposable income.
right, we just saw the movie report. Look at these films and how things that are successful still really aren't successful. They're not bringing in the people, and I think this is one of the broadsides in this war. It's not the quality of the product they're looking at. They're looking at the quality of the distribution, and they want to be a victor in this war. They want to be able to stand tall and say, "See, we're the new king. Streaming is the way." I remember the commercials. I think it was AT&T did way back in the '90s. Tom Selleck was doing the commercials, and they're talking
Mhm.
about how you can just sit down and flick of a button you can turn on and get the latest movies and such. Well, we're there.
Yeah, we are there.
Why go to a theater? I'll just pay my subscription. It's cheaper.
I, I'm speaking for myself here, folks.
Hmm.
I still like going to the theater to get that movie theater experience.
Hmm.
Sitting in that auditorium, the smell of the popcorn, and watching a movie, whether it's you know a big blockbuster or even an independent film on the
Hmm.
screen, and getting that experience. Going and seeing a movie like Empire Strikes Back on the big screen,
Right.
getting that experience, going to see The Big Lebowski during its 25th anniversary and getting that experience, watching Christmas Vacation on the big screen, getting
Right.
that experience.
Hmm.
The kind of experience you don't get at home. I don't care how big your TV is. You don't get that same experience
Hmm.
of sitting there and being immersed in, having the sound all around you. Yeah, sound systems are home sound systems are very good now. But to feel that rumble if you're watching an action flick and something explodes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my first really full experience with that. That was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where I'm hearing things behind me. It's like, what the?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow, this is great.
Yeah. And Dork Girl over on the Rumble side says it's also the price of tickets and all the concessions. The
Hmm.
theaters here are hanging on by a thread because people just can't afford to go.
Hmm.
Excuse me. And the ones who can afford to go do it to keep the business alive. And Gary adds, I enjoy going to the movies, but the quality of content has gone way down over the past few years. It has.
Right. Hmm. Both very valid points
Mhm.
on that, and that's just it. I mean, and I think everything is being connected holistically. What we've been talking about all today,
Yeah,
not by intent, but it just comes down to one thing: the quality is not there.
it
The
isn't
care is
there. I
not
mean,
there. Mhm.
you see some of the box office totals for some movies, and you see what they're making, and it makes you think to yourself, well, maybe I should take a chance on a movie like that that's underperforming just to get my own opinion and try to get the word out. It's like when I went and saw Bike Riders
Yeah.
last year,
Mhm.
taking a chance of it on it and going, you know what? This is actually very good. It's like when I saw the Iron Claw. This is very good.
Yeah.
Queen of the Ring. Very good.
Mhm. And many of these films didn't get much advertising, but what would
Hmm.
happen if they did?
You know exactly what would happen, Baron. These
Right.
movies would be making a good amount of money. You'd see people in the auditoriums coming to the theater to go see these movies based on the word of mouth.
Right. Yeah, they'd be getting a big role on it. Yeah, it's not going to be a $500 million, but from the little investment they put into it for making it
Mhm.
and the return, the percentiles are huge. We've seen that. And that's what built Hollywood. It was these little films. Now, what if he did give enough property? You have yourself a $10 million film out there, and before you know it, it's raking 200 million, if not
Mhm.
maybe even more. And
Well,
you're
well,
sitting back going, "What the hell?"
let's take a movie like The Sound of Freedom. That didn't have a high budget. I think it was only 12 million,
Something like that, yeah.
but it still made a good profit. Although the mainstream media wasn't going to support it and say this movie's doing well, it was average everyday people who were saying, "Go see it. It's a good
Right.
movie about a poignant subject."
Hmm.
And
And that,
Dork Girl over on Rumble says the last movie I saw in the theater here was Bike Riders, and she also saw Sound of Freedom. What did you think of those two movies, Dork Girl? And go ahead and say what you wanted to say, Baron.
Oh, what was I going to sit back and say? Um, it was really, really great. It was really profound. It was probably the most intelligent thing that was going to be said today, and I forgot it. Well, it is the sadness that their fears are what's destroying them. If they would, they focus so much on the big shot. If they do not get these big movies, they figure everything is destroyed, and it's not. Uh, they need to start feeding true creatives, true people out there that love films, cinephiles, whatever you want to call it, and avoid this garbage DEI that they want to throw in and just go to the basics. We're going to make a movie. It doesn't matter if you're coming from a film from a left of center or right of center. It has nothing to or anything to do with it. It's just we're telling a story if it's well done. And we've had many of these little little Cinderella stories. And and now I kind of remember it's like, well, for us for the science fiction, you talk about the word of mouth. We had Starlog.
Mm-hmm.
Starlog, put on the cover on issue, I believe 7. This funny looking starship that had wings that made an X, and another one behind it that was kind of a round thing with sticks, and they're shooting at each other. What the heck is this? Star Wars? What is this about? Star Wars should never have been a success in any stretch of the imagination. The film, back then, $10 million, which was a lot of money, by the way. I believe that
Mm-hmm.
George Lucas put into it, but it was late. It was supposed to be released in 1976, but one of the reasons why the budget went up is because George Lucas basically had him redo all the special effects. Right? No one thought had faith and hope in it, well, except for one crazy man by the name of Alan Ladd Jr. Rest his soul, and we should all be thankful to that man. He does not get enough thanks whatsoever. He was really willing to go out there and take risks with filmmakers and get them out there. The Ladd Group, if you're familiar with that. But look what happened. It was only bested once in this initial run. That was Smoking and the Bandit in the second week.
Mm-hmm.
But then by the third week came around, enough people had seen it, and the word of mouth was just like a wildfire. Nobody could catch it. And one of the
Mm-hmm.
things is, of course, things that we trust, like Starlog magazine.
Starlog
We
magazine
don't
that
have that.
gained a good reputation for giving you the latest, not
Yeah,
only Star Wars news, but Star Trek.
yeah.
I can remember when Stargate was coming out.
hmm I mean, towards the end, it was basically I jokingly called it Star Trek log because all it seemed like they wanted to talk about was Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's other science fiction out there. A little bit of Babylon 5, a little bit of these other stuff. You can talk about them as well, please. But that was the big thing. But that was our go-to. Every month we would run out there. It's like, what's happening this time? That's where you had the Corman films like Battle Beyond the Stars or Star Crash, which wasn't Corman, was another one. But all these films that were these little itty bitty things that we became knowledgeable on. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I mean, Cosmic Book News or all these are bounding in the comics. I'm sorry, you pale in comparison. I mean, really, about the only one that was really touching it hard back in the day was Ain't It Cool News, but we all know what type of train wreck that is now with Harry Knowles.
Yeah.
It's not really much of anything right now, but at one time, they're about the
At,
only
at
thing on
one
the internet
at
that
one
could.
time, it was a place where I used to go for all my entertainment news.
Everybody was local people here that were on radio and all that would go there, especially when the last episode of Seinfeld, they were all going to Ain't It Cool News to figure out what's going to happen with Seinfeld or some other stuff. I mean, Harry and Cool was you heard that name quite a bit, but
Mm-hmm.
as the Giants, that too shall fall.
Yeah.
But we don't have anything like that. I'm sorry, Geeks and Gamers and all the others. I'm sorry, you do not have that.
Not it. And just to be perfectly clear, I don't even think we're at that level. We're nowhere
No,
near that level.
well, because we're different than what Starlog was. We're commentators. We're not journalizing. We're not sitting back writing up an article or even doing a video or you have on a news program. We're actually interviewing people and doing a news piece. We're commentating. And yes, you did have areas in Starlog. You did have commentating. You had David Gerald occasionally writing a commentary, especially leading up to Star Trek Next Generation. Uh, but none of what we're doing is the actual journaling. Not
No,
going out there and trying to get an interview and say, hey, can I at least get an interview for you so we can get this word out?
no,
And the
because
mainstream
what
media.
we're doing, and
Mhm,
I'm I'm perfectly all right admitting this because it's the truth. What
mhm,
we're doing is we're commentating on something that someone else has written.
mhm. And even those written sources are more commentary than they are actual written sources. I'm sorry, if you digest Cosmic Book, and don't get me wrong, I love you guys. I really love you guys. But you get way too much opinions in there to be a valid journalistic piece like Starlog was.
Hmm.
You're not doing the who, what, where, when, and whys. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but we do need the other side of it. As someone who's a commentator,
Hmm.
myself, you, and all that, uh, and that's what gets the fire going, not us going out there being red pilled, black pilled, whatever, blue pilled, whatever it is, with these properties out there and shooting our mouth offs with our opinion, but actual someone that's bringing the stories out
So
to get us
someone that's
excited.
actually going out, they're getting the story, they're doing the research to find out the information for that
Right.
story before they write up an article about it.
Right. To get us excited.
Hmm.
We don't have that in the science fiction fantasy community no more. Starlog, I mean, some iteration it might still be around online. I don't know, but we don't have Starlog. We don't have Fangora, at least not what it was. We don't have Cinefantastique the way it was in the day. We don't have
We don't even have the sci-fi channel the way it
no,
was.
yeah, we don't have the Sci-Fi Vortex. We don't have. I'm trying to remember the other one that they had for when they delivered Sci-Fi News, uh, which was great. And of course, then they had the commentary, the War Room. Where they sat down and they have various creators talk. We don't have that. And we got real news.
Hmm.
Where do we have real news for science fiction and geeks? I'm talking about real ones. What we have delivered to us is fake news. I'm sorry, it is mostly a lot of opinion, not getting down to the fact. Just like this last article we had about the Amazon Voltron.
Hmm.
Where's the crux? Where's the meat? Where is the whole thing? Is this truly true? Is this really the case? Are they really not going into theaters with it? Who did you talk to? What are your
Yeah.
sources?
Who are your sources? Give us their names. Give us their alias, whatever they go by, and
Right. We were talking with someone from Amazon Studios who sat back and stated that that they were fearful that it was not going to do well in the theater because of the current economic situation, and they thought maybe this will help out with Amazon Prime and bring in new people and maybe have a renaissance there. I mean, something like that. We don't even hear something that. Where the hell did I come up with that? Jiminy crickets! I don't know where
I
that
don't
came
know,
from,
but
folks. I'm sorry. Whew, that
real
blew my
quick,
mind.
I just want to acknowledge Dork Girl's response to my question about what did she think about the bike riders and also the
Oh
Sound
yeah.
of Freedom. She said, "I love them. I cried so much through the Sound of Freedom. The bike riders was really good too. My dad is a biker and has been most of my life, so it was nice to see the origin of the bike clubs." And she also added, Tom Hardy did an amazing job in the movie. Yeah, it's wonderfully casted, wonderfully acted. You know, Sound of Freedom. That was a hard movie for me to do my reaction to because of the subject matter.
Okay. Time for time travel. Are we ready for time travel? There.
Well, what?
1980.
Do you have a DeLorean? Are you gonna put
God, I
some
wish.
garbage into a Mr. Fusion, turn on the
Yeah.
time circuits, and input the destination time.
No, it's just a cranky old tart. It's 1986, though, folks. So we're close to 1985. You walk into a store, a magazine store, maybe it's a newsstand, maybe it's the local 7-Eleven, right? Don't matter, right? And you see this on the shelf, and look at everything. They got an interview with the actress playing Vasquez. Oh, wait a moment. Superman 4? Christopher Reeves, he come back. Why is DeForest Kelly is on there? What's he doing wearing that? John Carpenter, Goodbye to Hollywood? Oh, my. Tom Baker? They got an interview with Tom Baker and his prisoner of Doctor Who. George Lucas bringing Star Wars to Disneyland. What is all this? Can't tell me that you didn't see that on there. You didn't get chills and you had to grab that issue. Issue number 115 of Starlog magazine, and this was journalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these guys took it serious. I mean, you open up, you even take a look at that page right there. Oh my God, Superman, he's got kryptonite. There's Tom Baker. What else do we got there? The whole list of what we got
At
going in there.
DeForest Kelly.
That's what I meant. Yeah, DeForest Kelly, Tom Baker, 2 doctors. Boom. What's going on here? What's this all about? You know. Good old Quinn. I mean, he knew what to do, man. I mean, I got several of them still left there. It's just this was actually this was the first one I pulled up. I didn't think it was a good one necessarily because it was just a 25th anniversary special that they had for Star Trek. Not really a true one, but I mean, even then, this is when it was becoming a Star Trek log. But
Well,
where did we have that?
Think about it. Back in the 90s, when you had the Next Generation, you had the S9, Voyager, and the movies. Yeah, Star Tours. I remember, and it wasn't on the opening day of Star Tours, but it was sometime after. But riding Star Tours at Disneyland, I still remember how packed it was.
And it wasn't just new stuff they talked about. They remembered the origins. They remember where we came from. The beautiful artwork sometimes we got on here. Blast in the Past, a 40 science fiction hero. Captain Future. Startling. So, we were getting inundated with even old stuff, so we're getting familiar with what came beforehand.
Which is what should still be going on now.
Right. One of the reasons why we're suffering. We are suffering because of this. We need more of this. We need this back. And lo and behold, we don't have it. This should be a ripe area for someone to go out there and really take serious on delivering us the news that's going on. And using that as a cattle prod to make better products.
Yeah.
The product being entertainment. Not being afraid to go and bring back the old stuff and showing, hey, look at the old things that we got going on. In some sense, that's what I've been trying to do with my place, because I'm not pop culture, at least not modern, but I sure do remember a lot of the old stuff, and I think it's very important. The sad thing is the kids nowadays don't think it is. Back in the day, we did. We knew this stuff. We knew the old Buster Crabbe, Flash Gordons, and Buck Rogers. More Flash Gordon than Buck Rogers, but we knew that the same guy played played both those characters. How unique. We knew of the 50s films that The Day the Earth Stood Still, This Island Earth, War of the Worlds. We didn't shy away from that. We watched things in black and white. We watched The Twilight Zone when it was in syndication over and over and over and over again, as well as the other stuff. I really didn't see the Outer Limits because they didn't really play Outer Limits where I was in, but I did know the Twilight Zones. I tell you what, are the Munsters.
We would watch American movie classics on cable, where they show older movies.
Right. We read books on the Addams Family that they dialogued in there. Right. We love watching like the AMC where they walk in and tell us bits between the breaks. They're saying about this actor was in there and they did this, and we got an
Hmm.
education who these people were that made the film, whether they're the director, writer, actors, actresses. It didn't matter, and the impact it was in the day. We don't got that anymore. We just have this 5, 10 year bubble echo chamber pot
Hmm.
of garbage. We need this, and I'm talking about even our community. We should probably start trying to strive for this more than just going out there and bitching and moaning about what's going on.
Yes. And Dork Girl says over on Rumble that when that issue that you showed came out, she was 1.5 years old.
Oh,
And she
I feel
also
old.
says people got lazy and just wanted to make as much money off the least amount of effort. That's true.
Right.
You see it in Hollywood productions now.
Well, and then of course, then the internet came along, and they try to push away from having print media to having digital media. Whether it's your books or magazines, the false promises that it's going to be cheaper if you go that way. Yeah, right. Um, and whatnot. And what happens? Your magazine companies fold up. They don't make the magazine. I think Mad Magazine is gone again. National Lampoon's been gone for I don't know how long, but then again, that was
Hmm.
a rocky relationship as it was, and Matheson didn't do much help for it when he bought them and tried to revive them. Um, but we don't, I remember walking our local chain we had called Schindler's. It was, a newsstand. I mean, you had magazines from around the world where I was introduced to 14 times. Basically talking about the stuff that Charles Fort would be. And it's like, oh, this is creepy, fun stuff to read about. Or, the various science fiction magazines, or even train magazines, airplane magazines. It didn't matter. It didn't matter what country was probably from. It could be even a foreign country that doesn't have English, but you could probably pick it up at a Schindler's. Um, they're gone. But again, that was
Hmm.
because of the guy the one family member who took over was, didn't pay taxes, the schmuck. But you don't have that physical in there. Those magazines you look forward to every week, and I think part of it is also that I need to know right now attitude.
Hmm.
It's
No,
like, well,
I want to know now. I don't have the patience.
and the thing is wanting to know right now means sometimes the wrong thing. The wrong story gets out, and when the true story finally does get there, it's already been tainted by the knee-jerk yellow journalism.
And you want to know something? We've forgotten what to do when something like the power goes out.
I like my dog on fire and then read.
No, he doesn't. YouTube, please don't attack the
I kid.
channel.
I kid. The dog lights me on fire.
But the other day I was streaming, but I'm looking outside my window and I'm seeing you know the clouds change because we had thunderstorms in the area,
Hmm.
but it's very odd because there's a green hue associated with these clouds.
Ooh.
There was hail
Hail.
coming down.
Hail, hail, rock and roll.
We we had a tornado touch down nearby,
Hmm.
causing the power to go out. Luckily, nobody got hurt.
Thank God.
Thank God nobody got hurt. Couple trees down, but nobody got hurt. But I tell you what, Baron, as soon as I, you know, heard the hail and saw the color of the sky, I looked at my sister, and this is right after the power went out. I said, "We got a tornado nearby," and thinking, "Where's it going to land?" Not knowing where it's going to land.
Hmm. See, and that's one reason why every house should have something that they don't think about no more, a weather radio
Hmm.
with batteries. Yeah, yeah, keep it plugged in, but when the power goes out, at least you got the battery backup. And
Yeah.
they always say, but no, I got my phone. Okay, what happens when the service goes down? A radio is over the air. It's generally amplitude modulation, AM. That bounces wherever you can get. It's not going to be affected like your phone when the towers go down. You can't connect. This is where we're at as a society. That's why I believe in terrestrial radio and such. You cannot put faith in everything being electronic like this because in a moment, EMT comes along, goodbye computer, or EMP, electromagnetic pulse, EMP. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, a good lightning strike can do that.
Yep. Well, that's what's funny too. Before the power went out and the tornado touched down nearby, there was a lightning strike very close because I could feel it.
Mm-hmm. How high up did your hair go with the static? Because that's the other thing.
Mm-hmm. And it's not the first time we've had it happen here.
Oh, and the smell of ozone?
Yeah. But, we've forgotten how to live. And, anytime you go into a power outage, maybe those of us of a certain age, uh, you know, automatically for some people, old habits come back because we remember what it was like before the days of the internet and how to keep ourselves busy and entertained while the power was out.
Yeah, we got 20-year-olds who don't understand that now. Mike, what would happen if I lost power in the internet? Well, how would I keep myself entertained? Never mind.
he says as he looked at his stack of books on his bookshelf.
That's nothing. This house is a library. I think I got more library than the library books in my library than the library does.
And Gary, you're right. Wi-Fi withdrawal. It's a real thing, man.
Yeah, it is right, but it's like, that's.
But I have a flashlight that if the power goes out and I want to read a book, just grab the flashlight and read.
Right. What you need to do is get one of those radios that have the weather shortwave and a light on it that you crank. Do about 3 or 4 cranks. Things are all charged up for a good few hours, and then when they need to, crank it again, and away it goes. No battery needed. And you got your light to read, and you got your weather radio or whatever radio to get the emergency broadcasts in on what's going on. But who's going to do what, when, where, and why now? I can't turn to the Weather Channel. What do I do? Why don't you try changing to Weather Nation? I can't get Weather Nation either for some reason.
Turn on the radio, the one that you crank.
Mm-hmm. Well, no joke. Again, history.
No, my dad had one of those.
Yeah, but I mean, no joke. Back in the 70s when you had the big blackout in New York City, right? The whole town goes black. Boom. Not a single thing. What did they do? There was something called, of course, we hear the name of it because it's one of the networks' name, Clear Channel. A clear channel was given to various stations. Okay, it's an airplane. Thought I heard a siren. It's like, how can that be? It's nice and sunny. Oh, it's an airplane. But it's specific stations that they're the only ones to have that frequency. Nobody else can, because amplitude modulation has to be controlled because it's a wild critter. If you go 5,000 watts at night, you can bounce that signal wherever you are. Want to, but you don't want to interfere with somebody else that be on that same frequency. So you have to power down, do directional things, and whatnot, so you don't interfere with other stations. But some were given the permission to be able to go all power all the time because they were the only ones, like WCCO here in the Twin Cities, 830 AM, right? WLW, another one, WGN in Chicago. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones, but they were your clear channel stations. So if something happened for disaster, they could blast that signal into wherever was needed to be. In this case, New York. So our station was blasting in New York, various stuff for the New Yorkers to have their information to do because they had nothing around them that could broadcast there, at least reliably. So we've lost it now. I think they've taken Clear Channel away. It's like that's one of the biggest mistakes you can because that's part of emergency United States security. And yes, that goes beyond, oh my God, they're dropping a bomb on us. Well, if they're dropping a bomb on us, it doesn't matter what frequency you have, it's going to screw everything up anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But in the situation of natural disasters, it's a miracle work. Just to give you how powerful AM is the reason why Wolfman Jack was heard throughout the United States for the longest time, or at least for a large segment of his time, was his station was down in Mexico. I used to think it was Tijuana, but no, I think it was actually south of Texas. So they were outside of FCC regulations. They got that frequency and they blasted it at all power you can imagine, which would encompass most of the United States. So here he is in Mexico broadcasting to the United States, and virtually most of America can't hear him because of that. And heaven help anybody who had that frequency.
Yeah. And Dork Girl says, half the time when the power goes out here, it was a drunk driver taking a wrong turn into a pole.
Yep. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it comes down to that. I mean, when you get your smaller rural areas like that, smaller towns like Fergus Falls, sorry, I almost went with the other one. But I mean, it's not a huge town in Minnesota, just like Alexandria. It's not a huge town. I mean, it's bigger than it used to be. Our towns in North and South Dakota or other areas of Minnesota where you're almost in the middle of nowhere, you rely on over the air. Some places don't even have cell signals. I mean, I think my uncle and aunt finally got some where they live in North Dakota, but even then it's spotty. I know when I visited them 10 years ago, they forget about it. No cell towers. I get good radio though. It was all country western.
That was popular for a time.
Yeah, I know. I mean, well, sorry, it was not country western. It was country. I like country and western. Give me some Waylon Jennings and Roy Clark and Tom T. Hall any day.
And Tim says, where I get every so often Montreal station.
Well, you know what? If you want to have fun, especially if you're on the road and you have an AM radio, and say you're doing a late night driving somewhere, switch it to AM and spin the dial until you start getting frequencies. It works, especially it works when you have the old fashioned, not digital, but you can still do it with the digital. And it's amazing what you can pick up. That was one of my favorite games. I'm picking up a station that's 5 states away, and you listen to it until finally they go out and no longer there, and then you start playing the same game again, or maybe you're lucky and another station takes over. And it's like amazing where these signals are coming from at night. It works better in the wintertime. Okay, Dr. Barron here. Amplitude modulation works like this, which is why shortwave is a form of amplitude modulation. FM is great. You get clear sound, you get the stereo and whatnot, but it's only a line of sight. In other words, basically, as high as you can get that tower, line of sight, you might get 10, 20, possibly 30 miles, right? It may go through the earth and it may bounce off the ionosphere, but not very good. So it ain't going to travel anywhere. Amplitude modulation.
Hold that thought. Hold on to that thought. I just want to acknowledge Dork Girl who says, you guys have a good day. My ride is coming to pick me up to go do some walking around downtown. Dork Girl, appreciate you coming by today.
Yeah.
I really do. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you come back for more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what there. It's Minnesota friendly here, don't you know?
And have a wonderful Sunday. Have a great week. In case I don't see you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope we somewhat impressed you. So amplitude modulation, and of course the same thing with shortwave because it's different bands of amplitude modulation. Uh, goes anywhere. It'll go through the Earth, its line of sight, and it bounces off the ionosphere. During the day when the sun is up, the ionosphere is high. As night goes on, the ionosphere comes closer to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
By doing so, now when it's higher, it's got a longer bump, and it doesn't really necessarily travel that well. You get it closer with the ionosphere, now you get the bump, 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 like a pinball. And that signal can travel out further and further and further. That's why it's easier to pick up shortwave at night. That's why it's easier to pick up these stations that are out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, bye, Lady Miss. Sorry, I'm boring you. I'm boring, probably boring everything. Everybody. But why these stations can blast out that way at night better. And needless to say, when you have cloudy skies, sometimes helps. But as long as you don't have storms, once you see electrical, that's when the static comes in. It's like the song, FM from Steely Dan, no static at all. That's great for FM, but you can't get that signal out that far. So that's how that works. That's why you can pick up stations from overseas. That's why CB radios, which is a form of amplitude modulation, they used to have some illegal. I think the brand was Cobra. I'm trying to remember back in the day. But they were picking up some people in South America on CB bands because of the power that they're pumping out of it at night on a CB amplitude. Oh, you're not leaving? Oh, okay. It was a great show. Usually that means it. Okay. That's the power amplitude modulation. Why don't we want to play with that no more? I'm talking about just us being geeks. Why don't we want to play with that no more?
I don't know. I can't talk for everybody else. I wouldn't mind delving into it. I would need to learn about it first, but
I just told you everything right there. Boom.
I know, but I would need to go over it again and again and again so it sinks into my aging brain.
Well, that's why we record this. Yeah. That's why I love AM radio. That's why I love AM radio. That's why there's that mystique. Is that yeah, you could pick up. That's why that's why Voice of America is on amplitude modulation until they get. No, I'm never trying to get rid of you, Lady Miss. It's just when you had that statement there saying that good show, everyone, that usually means that you're leaving us. I don't let you leave.
I don't want anybody to leave. I know folks have things they want to do, and I completely understand that. You got to get them done at some point. But I appreciate everybody being here. I always appreciate folks taking the time out of their day, even if it's just for a small part of their day, to stop by and listen to a stream or watch a stream, depending on what's being done on the channel. I appreciate everybody.
Right. But yeah, I mean, that's the mystique of it all and the love. And I wish that this love of what we had would be passed on because it will be a lifesaver. People might start thinking I'm really talking on my butt here or what. But no, again, what if something should happen? Your phones don't work. What are you going to do? Well, grab that AM radio. Grab that weather radio. That's going to be your lifeline. That will always be a lifeline. Anybody who thinks that terrestrial radio is dead is wrong. It is very vital. And any attempt to try to get us away from terrestrial radio, whether it be companies or even the government, well, that's all I got to say.
All right. Well, Baron, this has been a great show, and I do want to again thank everybody for being here. But I think it's time for the two of us to start promoting what's coming up on our various channels. And
Well, next week's science segment on the show, I will be hooking Cash Money up to an antenna and seeing what type of signal I can get off of him. So please join us for the next exciting episode of Pop Talk. Cash Money is looking forward to this. Well, he doesn't know that. Wait until I chloroform him entirely.
Is this safe, Baird? Oh yeah, it's perfectly safe.
Perfectly
I
fine.
wasn't asking
Perfectly
you,
fine.
Mike. I was asking Baird. Oh, hey, I'm the supervisor. It's perfectly safe, Cash. Don't worry.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Put your sunglasses on. I don't have sunglasses. I'm talking to Mike. Put your sunglasses on. Okay.
No. It'd be more like put your sunglasses on. Sunglasses.
But for me, in all seriousness, on Barrett Ormantag's fandom legacy,
He's plugging his merch, folks.
don't have merch yet. This is the prototype you might see. I don't know if I have merch yet or not, but I just wanted to go around town, go.
Yes, everybody flips you off.
Yeah, we watched your show. We know who you are. You're not welcome here.
Oh, we know who this guy is. Your kind ain't welcome here. You're part of that Pop Talk group. Get out.
Margaret, he's a YouTuber. A YouTuber? Yeah, get a rope. But you can catch me on, let's see, today's Sunday, tomorrow, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Now that I know that this thing is working, Contraband Police, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Please join me as I keep the great nation of Afghanistan safe from foreign nationals who wish to destroy a great nation, great economy. We have the purest vodka, we have the purest cigarettes, but yet they want to bring in smuggle in this imitation stuff to try to ruin what greatness we have. I'm making Afghanistan greatest always. So please join me every Monday, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time, comrades, for Contraband Police. I'm Baron Omantag, fandom legacy. And on Wednesday at 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time, well, I'll be patrolling the streets of Brighton, the great state of Franklin, with Police Simulator. Actually, I call it Fuzz Police Simulator, Brighton. And that's both these games are indie games. Please look for them out there. There's other streams out there. Very fun. The Contraband Police is from Norway. Police Simulator is from Germany, which is why when people start asking, wait a moment, this isn't quite exactly how Americans are. Yeah, put a little German accent on it. Then you can start understanding that these are Germans who watch way too many American TV shows. So, again, please join me. Of course, later on that night, I will be joining Mike and hopefully Cash Money, but I'm going to leave that up to him. Other than that, I can't think of anything else that might be going on. I'm going to spring sometime here my super secret episode, or maybe one of these shows might be preempted with another game that I've been wanting to play here. I've been kind of holding back on that one to wait to see if the other super secret game is happening, but I'm just to the point where I say, it's good. I'm going home. Yeah. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Chase Fox is still on holiday in Norway, so we do not have the Beyond at 540 studio. Once we have information on that, we will let you know so you can go over and roast a genuine Norwegian, Mr. Ludofisk himself. Other than that, I don't really care about anything else, so back to you, Mike.
All right. Well, first, before I start promoting what's going on Pacific414, I do want to take the time to thank everybody who was here on both the YouTube, Rumble, and X side. I know Tommy was over on the X side, and thank you very much for that, Tommy. Really appreciate that. I also want to thank Dork Girl over on Rumble for stopping by. I also want to thank Gary 972 over on Rumble for stopping by. Thank you, Gary.
Not Gary, Gary.
Yeah, Gary. I also want to take the time to thank Low Spec Linux Gaming. Thank you, Low Spec. Good to see you, brother. Hope your weekend is going well. And also, you're wrong. But we also know him as Shane. So, Shane, thank you very much for stopping by. And Padawabi, thank you for coming over to the Rumble side as well. And I also want to thank Captain Spartan over on the Rumble side for coming by today's show. Really appreciate that, everybody. Like I said before, it does mean a lot. You all help the channel thrive and let me know. Okay, Mike, this wasn't so great, or Mike, more of that, please.
I do that all the time.
And over on the YouTube side, I do want to thank Lady Mist. Thank you, Lady Mist. Really appreciate it. As always, great
Never wanted
support
to
of the channel. Great mod. And no, remember, Baron doesn't have the final say. I do. And if for some reason someone does end up leaving because they thought Baron had the final say, this is what I do to Baron when he tries to take charge.
Extinction to all traitors!
Hey, it worked for Cash.
And real quick, I do have to acknowledge something before I acknowledge everyone who was here. We have a $1 super chat from FKC 2005.
There are some who call me Tim.
I get paid this month. Yay! Thank you, Tim.
And I'm going to go to the YouTube site to see if there's any message associated with it. Nope, no message. But thank you very much, Tim, for that super chat. You keep the warp core going here on the channel. We don't need a warp core breach. You know what happens when there's a warp core breach? Things tend to explode. But Tim,
pull my finger.
Thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate it. And for that, you get this.
All right, put the money in the bag.
I'll buy that for $1.
How could I not make that one up? Oh.
I appreciate making that clip. Oh, wait. Our Dragon Maiden, she has made a donation, a $2 super chat from Lady Miss with a Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts. Well, thank you for that, Lady Mist. And for you, I have this one.
I'd buy that for $1.
Okay, we got $1 here. We got what?
I'm also gonna give you both this next clip because I appreciate the both of you. And yes, I know this next clip is for anyone that joins one of the memberships on the YouTube side, but I'm going to give it to you both here because I do appreciate your support, your constant support of the channel. You're always stopping by, whether it's a game stream, whether it's Pop Talk, and I do appreciate it.
Glory to you and your house.
Okay, we have $1. We got $1. We got $1. Okay, now we got $2. We got $2. Do I have three? Do I hear three? $3. We got $2 right now on the market there. Do we have three? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Lady Miss, you win the show.
And Lady Miss says, "This is my favorite one." Hey, I don't blame you.
Farting hearts. I wish I farted hearts.
But neither one of us do that, Baron. So don't feel so bad about it.
Oh, I don't feel bad about it. I'm kind of proud of what I do, but that'd be just kind of just break the monotony now and then.
But Lady Miss, Tim, thank you very much. Members, thank you very much for your support of the channel. Really appreciate it. I had a good stream last night with Padawannabe and also Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank, joining on the panel. DJ was there in the chat. I know there are a few lurkers out there, but thank you everybody for your support, and that includes you, Baron, too.
Not only am I a host, I'm also a member.
And I also want to take the time to thank Tommy of Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective for his support of the channel as well. I apologize for not being able to get by your last few streams, Tommy, but every time I see them, I do try to retweet them out. But I gotta catch one of your streams live, brother. Pat Wannabe, again, thank you for your support of the channel, brother. I greatly appreciate it. It means a lot. And Anonymous.
Oh, I was just gonna tell him
Anonymous,
to watch
I'm gonna beam you aboard the Starship Pacific 414 this Saturday, brother. I'm looking forward to it, but I'll get to it. But
Cash is here.
no, but I can keep that for when cash comes in. But I still like the other one that you use when it comes in.
Oh yeah, I mean it's yeah. He is from the valley after all, so I mean,
Yeah.
Mr. Twinkle Toes himself.
And Shane, my brother, thank you for the support of both channels. Everybody who, again, takes time out of their day, even if it's just for a little bit, to come by. It's great to see you. Because I'll be honest, there are times I question, am I doing it right? As far as live stream. And of course, everybody's favorite polar bear in his human suit, SodaPoopusCuber.com. I did that because I knew you'd get it like his if I did add the .com.
It's important. It's very important. Yes.
Why did you add the .com, Mike? I forgot.
StarPoopusCuber.com.
And as I scroll up here, because I don't want to miss anybody, especially when he's a rich kaiju. Godzillionaire, thank you for stopping by today, brother. I hope your weekend has gone well. I hope your Sunday has gone well and your week goes well.
Oy vey, what do we got riding in on there? It looks like a stallion that was quartered circumcised, I tell you what.
And I also want to thank our Canadian brother, Pop Culture Mechanic. Good to see you, Pop. Hope you've been well, brother. Hope they're treating you well up there in the land up north.
Yeah, eh?
No.
I hear up in Canada there that they had to change the name of the person who was Spider-Man. Instead of Miles Morales, it's going to be Kilometers Morales. Is that true? Yeah, that's true.
Wah, 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 wah.
Riding in on a quarter circumcised stallion is Wolfie the Quarter Jew.
Hey, Wolfie.
Oy vey.
Wolfie, good to see you, brother. He jokes about this because it's something I did when we were playing Marvel Rivals with Steven one time. And Steven had asked, who's Wolverine? And I'm all, I'm Wolverine! I'm Wolverine, bub!
And you stole my Punisher.
And
Wolfie, my Punisher.
Thank you for your support of the channel each and every month. I greatly appreciate it. Now, I know because some of you are perceptive like that. You're going, okay, Mike, what's the deal? What's the gig? I'm gonna be straight up front with everybody. This is what the gig is. Because I do genuinely appreciate everybody's support for the channel. Member or not, I appreciate everybody. But I have a favor to ask. I am currently sitting at 3,200. 3,500. Come on, Mike, get it right. It's right in front of your face. You can't even get it right. But anyways, 3,523 public watch hours, which, as you can see, YouTube now says valid public watch hours. In order to get ad revenue for the channel, I need 4,000 watch hours. Now, what would I do with that ad revenue along with the super chats and the memberships? The same thing I've been doing with this channel since I got the partial monetization once I reached the 500 subscribers and the 3,000 watch hours to get the super chats and the memberships. Put it right back into the channel. That means paying for EV Mux, paying to rent a movie for a watch party. Putting it toward a game, even if it partially pays for the game, and then I have to take the rest out of my own pocket. Putting it directly back into the channel each and every time. And it goes nowhere else but to the channel to make sure that I can give you all the best quality stream I can. Now, I don't edit a lot of videos. I do a lot of live streams, but I still feel even, going 6 years into doing this, and that started with the Twitch channel. And then, of course, this channel is going to be celebrating its anniversary in November. But, trying to improve and not just saying, oh, yeah, this is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. Don't worry. Yeah, okay, maybe that's falling apart there. Maybe that's on fire there, but it's perfectly fine. No, I don't want to be content with what I've done before. I want to improve, and part of improving is, giving better quality streams. And I'll be honest, with some of the YouTube music, with revenue sharing, I would love to use a song or two for an additional pop talk or for a video. But because I'm not fully monetized, I can't do it. So what I'm asking folks, and I will be asking this all week, just know this ahead of time, is go to one of the old playlists on the channel, and I'll go ahead and get everybody the link to the channel so they don't have to search for it and find it for themselves on. And make this easy on everybody. But go to an old playlist on the channel and just let it run in the background. Let it keep running in the background and build up those last remaining hours. And I promise you, I will give it more than 100% for each and every live stream. When I do the occasional video, I will give it more than 100%. Because without you all, this channel isn't here where it is now. And I appreciate each and every one of you for helping the YouTube channel reach where it's reached. For those of you who have watched on Rumble, thank you very much. You've helped that channel reach where it's reached. I never thought the YouTube channel would have 2,000 subscribers plus. The Rumble channel, currently 200 plus. And it hasn't been a one-man journey. It's been with help from people like Lady Miss, Wolverine, Tim, Padawannabe, Cash, having folks like Stone Loki shout out the channel. Fat Steven, you're wrong. And so many of you out there who are listening and lurking right now. And I just want this to be the best channel possible. And I know it starts with me. I know I have to look at things that I'm even currently doing and think, is that going to continue as it currently is, or am I going to tweak it at some point? And I'll be honest, more than likely, I'll be tweaking things. If I see that there's an editing software where it has assets that I can include in an intro that I can't currently include in DaVinci because, say, DaVinci doesn't have that asset. Well, then again, ad revenue, the super chats, the monthly memberships will go into that because I make all the intros myself. I don't ask anybody to make them for me. Same with the thumbnails. I might ask some people like Steven for some tips on making the thumbnail, making it look better than how my old thumbnails look. You'll see them in the playlist. How's the old thumbnails look? And you can compare them to the new ones. Some, my own personal bias, some of the newer ones look a lot better than the old ones, but I'll let you guys be the judge. But I'd like to see this channel live long and prosper. And to be able to do things that it can't currently do by being able to add different music when it's appropriate for a stream. Like I'll even show you all right now. I'll just switch my screen, but this is just some of the songs that I'd be able to use with revenue sharing. And again, I'm not saying it would be any of these songs that they have listed, but any of the ones that are part of the revenue sharing, I would use for an additional pop talk. Like, for example, it's been almost a year since Cash and Baron have done Pacific414 Pirate Talk. That's when I let them take control of the show for that day. I'm still in the background. And, especially if Emucks, when they do another one, I might make some snarky comment. But I pretty much let them have full control of the show. I'll still make the thumbnail for them and everything else. But that's usually where they get to go wild. They like to, especially Baron, you like to say that I'm out in my dinghy, and you and Cash have taken over the ship. But, to find a piece of music that I could use for that live stream and not have to worry about getting dinged for it. Yes, there are songs that you can pay for, as you can see here. And the most I paid for a song is $1.99. Which, as you can see here, I never heard this song before, but it's $1.99. That's the most I've ever paid for one song to use it for one particular video. But with revenue sharing, let's see what I can find here. Let's look. Let's look. Let me look up some of the songs. Well, we got the free tracks here, so let me change the price point, and I'm just going to move it all the way up to $500. I'm not interested in paying $500 to use a song, but as you can see here, you have some songs here that are free to use, no money down at all. And you have some songs that are $9.99. You have a song here that's only 99 cents, a free one here. Trying to get to the revenue sharing ones. Do this right, Mike. Well, let me just show you some of the ones I have in my library. Yes, if I had the ad revenue, I would have been able to use this version of Turtle Power fully when we were watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles back in March. So it would be something like that, where they get some of the proceeds from the ads, but I would still get some others. It's like during this last election. I thought, wouldn't it be great to be able to use God Bless the USA? And of course, Ghostbusters. I would love to be able to use that when, October comes around and we watch Ghostbusters, because there's still a Ghostbusters movie we have to watch. We watch Afterlife. I know there are people interested in Frozen Empire, but we gotta watch the original Ghostbusters. Why didn't it do it for its 40th anniversary? Don't ask me. I can't give you a proper answer, but I mean, I wanted to use this version of the Touch for the Transformers 40th anniversary stream, but you can only use it with the ad sharing. So let me see what you're all saying real quick. And Tim says, and even before the highway talk episode happens, next time you do one of those and demonetized. Yeah. Well, Barrett and Cash know my number one rule when it comes to doing their edition of Pirate Talk. Don't go too far over the edge. Don't put the channel at risk of getting demonetized. I mean, even I have to be careful what I say. And some of you have heard me during game streams. I'm not going to act like I'm some kind of angel when I get frustrated with a game. But if you want to and you can, help the channel get to 4,000 watch hours. Now, as far as what's coming up on the channel itself for this week, Tuesday, we will have another stream of Rise of the Ronin. I know I pushed it back a week because of the release of Doom the Dark Ages, which will have another Doom the Dark Ages stream on Thursday. And both Tuesdays and Thursday streams will be at 6 p.m. Eastern. But we'll also have an edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. And, Barrett, you just got to get a sense of humor, man. I mean, come on, man.
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's getting to you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit, that's all. I'm only kidding with you.
I mean, that's all you got to realize, man. I'm only kidding with you. Nothing personal. But Wednesday during Pacific414 Pop Talk, we will have a watch party of Goodfellas, starring the late Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, and Joe Pesci, and of course, Paul Sorvino's in it, Lorraine Bracco's in it, and it's a great movie, especially if you like mobster movies, and somewhat based on a true story. So that's what's coming up on the channel for this week. Also, Stealth is optional channel members. You may join us next Sunday during the Star Wars celebration stream, where we are going to watch A New Hope to celebrate Orthodox Star Wars Day. Now, I will let you all know, I do not have the original theatrical cut of the movie. I'm sorry, I don't. But we will still be watching the 2011 version of the movie, and we'll reminisce about what we remember about seeing Star Wars when it first came out in theaters, or for some of us, when we first saw it on TV. And, just have a fun stream. I mean, that's the whole point of these streams, anyways, just to have fun. At least it is for me. Have fun, and don't ever take offense if I get quiet during a game stream and I'm concentrated on a certain area. It's nothing against you. It's 100% me. So don't think I'm ignoring you, because I do appreciate each and every one of you being here. And again,
100% you? Cool.
Yeah. And Lady Mist and Tim, again, thank you very much. really do appreciate your support of the channel today and every day. Everybody's support of the channel today and every day, because you're all part of Pacific414. You're a part of the Pacific414 family, regardless of where you're watching right now. You're all a part of it, and you know, we all make this thing happen. We all move this one brick at a time. We put the frame up, we hammer in the nails, we put in the insulation, you know, the cooling vents, you name it. We build this house together.
We built this city. We built this city on pop, talk, and roll.
Our house in the middle of the tubes.
Our house in the middle of the street. Boom. What you doing with a house in the middle of the street for, you morons?
Because we didn't want to sell the property, so they had to build the street around the house. But, one thing I will guarantee on this channel, no matter what, when I'm playing a game, whether it be Doom or something else, there's going to be a time where I go, it's time to... It's time to Leroy Jenkins and Rambo it.
99% that, 1% stealth. That's what you guaranteed, folks.
Well, Baron, in the words of the Macho Man,
all by myself. No pukesters helping me to the left, and no pukesters helping me to the right. Didn't need them then, don't need them now.
And why?
Maybe I am insane. Maybe I am insane. And maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am. Yeah.
And that's where I get myself killed in a game.
Well, either that or you're playing with Spock and Cash. That's probably
yeah. But Baron, at some point we've got to play Space Marine. And why?
For the Emperor!
For the Lion!
Yes. But again, thank you everybody for watching this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, the Sunday edition, whether it was on YouTube, Rumble, or X. Really appreciate it. Make sure you're hitting that like button, sharing out the stream on YouTube and Rumble, or hitting that like button on X, and we will see you all later. And again, thank you very much, everybody.
Bye, buddy.
Autobots, transform and roll out!